T minus 1 minute. T minus 50 seconds. T minus 40 seconds. T minus 30 seconds. T minus 20 seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
What is up, everybody? What is up? Good to see y'all. Good to see y'all. I know. I went on a little hiatus. I went a little MIA for a moment. Rumors of my death were greatly exaggerated, you guys. I am back, and here we are. So I kind of told you guys a little bit of the happenings. The part that I didn't really get to tell you guys is that, ideally, I went on a break for mental health purposes because I kind of got hit with like a real nasty little, well, excuse you. I got hit with kind of a little bit of yuck, and it was just whipping me. So ideally, what I did is kind of what I do every time I end up in like a little tough space, headspace. I focus on the things that I can control, and I focus on things that are positive. So I literally spent that 2-week time frame that I kind of went on hiatus, going out, getting dirty, putting my hands in things, putting stuff together, just producing that good serotonin boost and that good dopamine hit, and it's worked. Things are going great. I went back to work with agency this weekend, had absolutely no problems, went in, did my job, got out. Everything was copacetic. I think I'm kind of figuring out that I'm really not meant to work for other people, that ideally working for myself and having control over when I work and where I work and how I work is really probably more beneficial for me than it is for me to work under somebody else who has zero clue what the fuck they're talking about. You know what I'm saying? So I can't be mad at that. Let's do a quick little check-in. There's Inferno. How are you, darling? Miss Gail, good to see you, sweet pie. Leanie, good to see you. The ever so illustrious Pixie. Oh, Nutty. Hopefully Nutty's going to swing back in just a few minutes. But man, let me tell you, Nutty has been a godsend. Between me and Nutty, we have been having perpetual putting our head together type meetings in the Discord. And she is helping me to produce some fabulous graphic art for upcoming merch. She is hella talented, and I am ever so blessed to have her around because I can't even draw stick figures, y'all. I'm not good at anything in relation to that. So, without her, I don't know what I would do. Let's see. Holy moly. Hi, Tragic. Good to see you. Even if you don't have anything to say, baby, it's good that you're just here, Let's see. Hey, Hanny, what's up, my dude? It's good to see you. Let's see. Look, it's Fiona's mom. Hi. Hi, beautiful regret. How are you? So, okay. This is going to be an open chat. I am really going to allow people to come and go. Actually, let me put the link in the thingamajiggy, and I'll post it regularly. We are still going to be doing the prototypical. We're going to talk about some shiz, but I wanted to give you guys the opportunity to come up, hang out, talk some shit, all that great and wonderful stuff. So I'm out of practice. Anyway, I did get asked, how's the flowering? How's the stuff with the flowers doing? That's great. I've had a couple of things get killed off by some of the heat. I guess I mispicked a couple of things. I've got to go out and pull them up and find something a little bit more heat tolerant to put down. But overall, the ones that are hanging in, they're hanging in. My little baby wisteria doing a-okay, no problem. I am not done at all with the backyard situation yet because I'm going to put in plants back there. I'm building more walkways and all that stuff. I haven't tried to show you guys any video of all that because ideally what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of get to some sort of closer to the end, and then I will show you guys, here's where I started, here's what we've got. The Pride, the Salty Pride, 2/3 were just in here, but they've wandered back out to go watch bird videos. And Romeo is sitting out on the porch looking out the window because he's very nosy that way. But all is well. Everybody on this side of the camera, we are all doing pretty good right now. So while we wait for some folks to come join us, because we've only got a handful of folks right now. What's the label about? Oh, you talking about the Great Value Yaba? I actually had a young man named Jason who I guess came in and watched one of my previous lives. What's the panel about? Well, just anything. If there's stuff that you guys, I've got stuff for us to cover. Gotcha. I caught you. We're going to be talking all things girl world, and some new people. But I figured I would give anybody out there who wanted to take a minute, if there's something that you wanted to throw in on, you could. I don't mind having company. The way I see it, this is something that, gives us the opportunity to just hang out and chit chat and talk smack and just have a good time. You know what I mean? Oh, look, I've already even got one. The Pigs wasn't playing about it. She was in a hurry. Come on up, Pigs. Hey, baby doll, how are you?
I'm good, honey. Hi, everybody.
Oh my gosh, you got your hair did.
Yeah.
Becky with the good hair. Go ahead.
I've been spending a lot of time outside. I know the agoraphobes a lot. Love it so much. So I have 3 windows. I say we, but the queen is like literally right here.
It applies. We applies.
So we have 3 windows, and one of them is next to my door, and it has a juniper bush in front of it. So Nala can look out, but she doesn't really see too much. But then I open the middle one, and I put the blanket on the other side of the window, and she lays on this side of the window, and I let sit on the other side, and I crochet my little ass off. So that's what I've been doing today.
Mine, I've got a I think I actually put it in a video at one point, just kind of showing y'all what the porch out there looks like. And I've got a cat tower out there, and then there's a table in the corner, and little mama is on the table, and Boo is on the cat tower, and they're just staring out the window at me while I'm out there working in the yard. They too scary to go out there. So Rome's is the outside yard man, and then they're the inside. We're just gonna peep everything you're doing while we're at it. Yeah, they know, they all know their role, and they all stick to their role. You would think that they would kind of buck the system a little bit, but not at all. I didn't post it, but I probably should have. It took me I put up a little cat condo thing in the corner of my living room where all these little pieces are attached flat to the wall. And I put them up there the week after I moved here.
Right.
And I was so excited because they loved their little cat tower that I'd had that was standalone, that was inside the house and all that stuff. Do you know, it took 6 months before they ever even got on it. And I was like, okay, well, I guess I'll take that. Well, Boo finally got on the cat hammock on the top. That's
so cute.
He likes it. So I was like, about time. It's It took you a year. It took you a year to work up the nerve to get up there, but I guess that's all right. I've made my money back on it, just on that little bit of, just that little bit of time frame. I'll take it. I ain't gonna be mad, you know. And
So-
Romeo just came in.
Hi, Romy. Romy. I don't know where I'm going.
Hey, Bubba. What are you doing?
I was watching the.
Hello. There's your boy.
Hi, baby. There's a void. That's the void I love. I was watching the Boeing starliner as they were starting their countdown, and I've been watching it since like the 4-hour mark, I think it was, and they got to the 2-hour and 2-minute mark, and they scrubbed the mission because there was like, and I mean, I totally understand. I absolutely 1000% understand, and I love them for the fact that they do take it seriously. It just sucks that they had egressed both of them in to the shuttle, and everything was going so well, and they were ahead of schedule, and all of these things, and then
they didn't meet pre-flight check.
There was one exhaust that was delayed like 0.03 microns or something. Like it was something very minute that we wouldn't think of it being a thing, but it could totally like it could
it could put the lives of the folks on the shuttle at risk. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah. So it sucks, but at the same time, like it's also kind of cool because we actually got to see what was inside for the first time. Because
I haven't looked.
Oh, God. Send my ass to space. I'm not like, there's a reason why I class myself as plutonium. Like, I am sorry. And I always look down because I'm trying to make eye contact with you. Down.
That happens. Trust me, I get it. It takes, I think the only reason like ALR, actually, let me show you.
Yeah.
The only reason old girl actually makes eye contact is because she's talking to herself and not to the people that are viewing.
Right.
Well, there is a reaction.
She is her absolute biggest fan. She's like the president of her own damn fan club sort of thing. And that's the reason why she makes eye contact the way that she does. And it's the same way with Foodie. Well, excuse you. Excuse you.
Hello, Mr. Void.
Little grumpy butt. And ideally, it does take time to get to a point where you have to kind of train yourself to make eye contact with the camera. Yeah. Otherwise, you feel really friggin' awkward. So for me, what has kind of helped me is I have to pretend like there is somebody sitting there, even though they're not saying anything back. They're like, kind of really.
There's two really important parts of that: is the autism and my ADHD, and the fact that
I get it.
When I'm talking to somebody in person, when they're talking to me, I'm trying to figure out which eye to look at to make eye contact with, because I don't know, like I don't want to like specifically just look at your left eye, because then you're going to start thinking, is there something in my left eye? So then I start thinking, okay, well, I need to look at your right eye, and now I need to like blink, and I have to think about, okay, maybe I should look at your nose or look at this. It's easier if I just don't even. So
well, the other thing too, that I think, and I read it somewhere, that if you look a lot at somebody's left eye, and then you look to their right eye, and then you look back to your left eye, they read it almost as a sign of flirtation subconsciously.
Oh God, you just added a whole new level.
So no, but what I have figured out.
Am I engaged to everybody now?
No, probably not. I don't know how true that is, but probably your best bet, like what I do, like if I have to, like I know that I have to maintain eye conversation with somebody that I'm speaking to, I go from left eye to in between the eyes, to right eye to in between the eyes, to left eye to in between the eyes. That way you're kind of, you're spanning left and right, but you're not jumping from one eye to the next. You're just kind of, you're still kind of looking right here, or sometimes I'll even look at their forehead just so it looks like. There you go. Hannibal says, just keep staring at them. They'll think you're crazy and leave you alone. Hannibal, baby, if you want to come up here, you can too. We are a more the merrier type around here, and we ain't doing no arguing, by the way. You ain't got to worry about none of that around here. So let's talk some ALR here, because see, Hannibal says you're looking at the forehead is the trick that I use. I got a couple people that's done showing up in here.
Yeah,
Lone, I see Lone. It's good to see you, Lone. I wonder what happened to you, Ladybug. Miss T, hi, honey bunch. How are you? Lots of guys think I'm flirting. I couldn't be further from what I'm doing. Fiona, I get that. I have the same thing, but I've been told that like that is a part of my simply kind of geared into me because I'm a Libra, and Libras have a tendency to be very personable, and we just have a way with people. And a lot of times people will think that you're flirting when you're not. You're simply just being yourself, and it's just the way that you speak to people and how you interact. And I've had that happen pretty much my whole life. I'm kind of used to it.
I'm a Scorpio, so everybody just assumes that I just want to fuck them. So
you're just like, oh, she's an asshole. We're going to stay away from her.
No, actually, it's the opposite. Most people think that when Scorpios are talking, see, Fiona's mom just got a whole bunch of like cool points. I'm a sucker for a Pisces. I'll end up flirting now with Fiona's mom just because now, like, okay, we'll just.
You are her kryptonite, Fiona's mom.
Yes. I am going to crochet while we are talking, so I'm making myself a cardigan.
That's fine, baby. Do whatever you're gonna do. Oh, speaking of, and I will do like a real quick little video on this because this is something that's super cute that I was just like, oh my gosh, I love this. I'm gonna get. I ordered the stuff to do fairy sticks. Do y'all know what fairy sticks are?
Pixie sticks?
Not pixie sticks, fairy sticks. Hang on.
Are they the ones that have the lights that kind of like hook over?
Let me find it.
The ones that I was thinking, yes.
Not really like your prototypical, like these are some where people have just curled them over. I bought the stuff to make ones like this.
I have that stuff as well. I can make
some. And I made 10 of them, but you can go on Amazon and you can get like I'm using like the it's not just like regular dowel. It's like long screw on.
Yep.
That you can buy them in like 12 inches or 16 inches or 14 inches, but they come in packs of 10. And then like all the little decorative knobs that you put on the top, you can get those in packs of 10. But I have a butt ton of these little bangle because I do beading. And there are some that I've got that are left over from mixing and matching and all that stuff that I was like, I want to do something with those because it isn't like I use them. So I've already got a collection started. So I made 10 and then I was like, you know what? I like these so much that I'm going to order some more stuff and make some more. So I've got some more coming, but they are so cute. I posted a picture of them on Facebook and everybody on Facebook was like, oh my God, those are beautiful. Can you send me some? And I'm like, no, but here's the links. Order your own shit. I was like, this is what I do when I'm watching TV. It's something to keep my hands busy. These are going in mine. These are for me to enjoy. Look alone. You should use them for merch.
They might be a little bit costly to send. And I'm sorry. The reason why I stopped and like stared at like the right side of the screen is the person that came in ASJ. It was because I saw Sally's face come in and I was like, what is going on?
That is that the anal Jesus thing. I will never live that down. I swear. I swear. It don't. The day I fall over dead, I will. There will be. Y'all will be on here talking about how insane I am. I'm going, praise her name in the name of anal Jesus. You know. Hi. How are you, honey?
Completely. That I just happened to look over just at praise anal Jesus.
Yeah, 16 amens. She's gone home to be with anal Jesus. You know what I mean? So it's going to turn into a whole deal, 15 anal men. Oh, Lord. Y'all just wrong. Y'all just wrong. Now, on the merch thing, I suppose I probably could do that loan. I guess I think I would probably need to see what I would need to do to package those. I mean, honestly, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how many people would want those, but I will do a video on how to put them together, and I'll put links or whatever on Amazon so that if you guys want them, you can order a set of stuff and just kind of go crazy and make as many of them as you like, sort of thing. And if you just don't want to do that, then I guess if you want to order them from me, I can do that, and that'll give me something to do while I watch TV.
We do a stream where you walk us through it.
And I suppose I could do that. I was probably just going to do a video. I mean, it's not real complicated. And at the end of them, you've got, by the time you're done, because of the knobs only coming in 10, the posts, they come in packs of 12, but the knobs, you have to get them in 10. So, it's one of those things, but I may do that just to kind of give folks the opportunity to be like, okay, see how simple this is. We're going to screw this on right here. Look at, I'll be good. I swear you're a little too late to make that promise. You know that,
and
right?
Look at the voice puts at the end. You win the new term.
Right. All right. Let's get into some stuff here. I'm going to repost the link for anybody who feels like they want to jump on here and talk some shit, because, we all about that around these parts. I have not been as immersed in the girl world situation over that 2-week time frame because, girl world ain't but nothing but negative. The parts that I have caught, I've hit the high points on Twitter, and it's just everybody going at each other. And it's like, fuck that. I have no interest in that. So I have clipped some stuff from ALR and from Foodie that I want to hit the high points on. And then we're going to do some exploring and talk about some other people. But I've spent the last 2 weeks listening to the down and dirty people airing out P. Diddy's dirty laundry. That's what I've been doing.
I from when Jaguar first started to comment again.
Oh yeah, she done put him on blast.
I love her so much. I will say before we hop into ALR, Jaguar made a statement back in 2015, and I was living in Staten
people were trying to say she was crazy.
Yeah, I was living in Staten Island at the time, and I remember reaching out to her, like, not that anybody was like, whatever, but I remember like sending a message out to her being like, I wish that there was a way that you could understand that I support you without ever knowing that I support you. Like, oh my God, I totally believe you. And please don't stop talking. Please just keep talking.
I don't think she will. I think at one point, I think on one of these last few videos that I listened to, there was conversation about putting her in witness protection.
Yep.
Because apparently it is circulated back around to her that Diddy wants her dead, because she has stuff that she hasn't talked about yet that would literally put him under the jail, sort of stuff. And I was just like, wow.
And with Jason coming out and saying the stuff that he has.
Oh, I haven't caught any of that. I'll have to do that tomorrow while I'm back out in the yard. That's what I do when I'm out working in the yard. I just stream stuff, listen.
Everything that you've always thought about Will Smith is already been, yes. But the fact that Jada is now involved and it goes deeper than that.
I already was kind of giving that bunch the side eye when it came out that she was sleeping with the kid's friend.
Entangled. I hate when she uses
her entanglement. No, you was being a hoe. Just say you was being a hoe and call
it. Sleeping with a 16-year-old boy. That's not entanglement. That's pedophilia.
Right. You got yourself caught up in something you didn't have no business getting caught up in, and your little wimpy boy of a husband didn't do nothing about it then. He ain't fixing to do nothing about it now, other than you let him embarrass himself on national TV for the whole wide world to see. I mean, don't get me wrong, and I'm fixing to go way left, off in left field out here. You know, I don't even call it Holly Weird no more. It's Holly Weird over there, because I don't care how nice people seem to be. How well they project that, there's a lot of dirt over there. There's a whole lot of dirt over there, and now it's coming. It's all coming out. Like you got the stuff with Dan Schneider and the Nickelodeon kids, and then you've got Jaguar dumping Diddy's dirty laundry out for the whole wide world to see. Oh, I will tell you, I got to say this. I got to say this real quick, because I was like, bro, has anybody but me noticed that this man don't know how to put his lips together? Do you notice that 98% of the pictures of him, his mouth is hanging open in some form, fashion, or way? See this, that, or let me see. Let me find one. Let me find it. This is 95% of his pictures. Him with just his mouth. It's like he don't know how to close his lips. It's like, dude, I'm like, there it is again. Same thing. Mouth hanging open. There's that face right there usually. It's like, what?
It's the case of I ate too much cheese. Look at the picture on the screen.
Look at Starman says he's a mouth breather. That's cray. That's cray. I mean, but I had to wonder because I was listening. I can't even think of what it was. I was watching some video where they were talking, kind of summarizing some stuff, and and they kept showing random images of him, and every one of them, he's like, I'm like, bro, look, I'm like, it can't just be me. I'm like, does the dude not know how to close his mouth? I'm like, every single time there's a photo of him, his mouth is hanging open. I'm like, I can't unsee it now. Well, truth be told, Lone, the sad thing is that from what I understand of things, the way things are going over there right now, even the city itself is really nasty. Like you can be walking down, there is literally a poop map where people are pinning places throughout the city where people have taken dumps on the sidewalk. It is wild over there right now. I would say that I would love to go to Hollywood or San Francisco, but it's just like things over there are hella out of hand. You know, I was there a year ago and it wasn't too bad. Downtown LA is where that stuff is. Well, I maybe.
Everywhere decriminalized is
bad. Y'all behave. The boys are having a spat. All right. Let us get on with the bullshit. This is the reason why I named this stream When the Handle on Life Snaps, because this one right here, she's got her grip on reality snapped off. Her handle on reality snapped off quite a bit ago, and now it is coming to some sort of realization for her that she ain't living in la la land like she thinks. And we just fix and talk some shit.
So there is a reaction channel that begs for more side characters on my channel, and they've also begged for my mom.
I'm sorry, but first off, ain't nobody begging for no fucking side characters. The one she's talking about is Jordy. Okay. And that's well and fine. That may be Jordy's response. Cool. He can have it, whatever. It doesn't matter what the reaction channels want from her. No, well, that's all you, because honestly, I don't give two fucks who she's got on that channel, and none of it is going to make it interesting at all. If she really wants to appeal to the people that are in her audience, that are clicking those links, that are paying those bills, then she needs to yank her head out of her ass and do something about her fucking life. Get her fucking head screwed on straight and actually do something. Do something. And I don't mean leaving the house to go to the damn, what you call it, to the casino with Mama and Grandma Lynn. Okay. I'm talking about, how about you instead of clickbaiting weight loss, how about you actually do it and get some fucking help and change your life? That's quite true, Fiona's mom. And I'm sorry, but I'm not fixing to feed into that anymore. I'm not having whole conversations on her like that no more. Hi, Pink Cactus. How are you, sweetheart? But there's parts of this that pulls on my chain of knowledge here, and that's part of the reason why. Part of why I even involved her.
It's tacky.
I can't if she's going to talk about her mom and that dog. I can't.
Oh, I've clipped all the stuff about the dog. This is there's just bits and pieces. But her trying to say it's tacky, that don't say a whole lot coming from somebody like her, when she's probably the tackiest human I think I've ever laid my eyes on.
It's super tacky, and it's all for monetization reasons, and I think it's really pathetic.
Said by the girl who built her channel on the fact that my mom and daddy was a drug addict, and I was in foster care, and my life has been so hard, and I've got all this generational trauma, and boohoo, feel sorry for me. Fuck her.
Honestly. But everything she confronts head on, she takes accountability, even to this day.
Bullshit.
She didn't teach you that.
Bullshit. And I'll tell you why I call bullshit on that. I call bullshit on that because if she took accountability and she addressed everything head on, the first thing that she would have done as soon as they started going out together and Mama started having her little momentary kikis that she put on camera, she would have told her, wait, let's talk about you. Let's sit down and have an actual discussion about your history, because you have a felony record. People may not understand. Let's lead them into this the appropriate way. But no, right? And I'm not. First off, I don't play that. I don't play that. Hi, Mama. Hi, Angel.
It's mom.
You can be a better person, and you can do good things not only for yourself but for the world.
Ma'am. I'm going to break out the Zachary Michael any second now. Do not start with tears. Is she seriously starting with tears? I have not watched this, and I'm ready to like.
Oh yeah. She does that in multiple videos.
Ma'am.
And I was thinking, first off, cool, you might have bettered for you, but what have you done that's changed the world so miraculously? You not smoking meth does not the world changing an activity make. Just like my not pouring booze down my throat does not make me a better person, and it does not make the world better. I'm sorry. This is a woman who goes to work, who pays her fucking bills, and hangs out with this morbidly obese food addict, and all of a sudden she's miraculously changing the world for the better. Fuck that. Is your mama out here sponsoring people to help them get away from the mistakes that she's made? To keep them from making the same mistakes? No, I don't think so, because we ain't heard about none of that, because trust, we would have heard about it over and over and over again.
And why isn't Mama out there walking with Amber Lynn? Like,
ooh, excellent question. But, we don't want to talk about them things, do we?
I mean, just walk your granddaughter. Walk Twinkie store. Just walk her. And if
I
your
know
child
the
comes
extent
with
of
you,
childhood, but she doesn't know ours either. I bet most of us have stories that would make her cry. She was removed. Many weren't removed. Just saying. Exactly. There are people who are left in situations where they are beat and mistreated by everybody that they should be able to trust. And do you know what? Nobody came in and removed them from that situation. And do you know what? Those people don't grow up to be assholes.
nope.
And that's part of the reason why I don't feel no fucking pity for her. I haven't followed Amber for like a year, and she's a legit like a soap opera that she hasn't moved an inch from where I last left her. Unreal. And that's the way it'll always be. So long as she gets positive reinforcement for her being a dick, she's going to continue to be one. I love how her talking about her mom for decades is okay, but others talking about what she said about her mom is not okay. I agree. So all of a sudden now it's tacky because somebody else is making some money off of it, but it was totally fine when she did it. Hey, Kathy, how are you? All right, let us continue.
The fact that I
And not one fucking tear now. Make sure you clock that. Not one actual tear.
feel
I'm gonna
pressure
do this so I can
to have to
count.
speak on this is ridiculous.
And the fact that we're sick of your bad fucking acting is ridiculous. Because that's all this is. And ain't nobody asked you to make this video, bitch. And just like didn't nobody ask you to make the 3 or 4 others after that you made. This is you clocking your mama's past to make money. That's all this is, and that's all it's ever been. And it pisses me off. I ain't gonna tell you no lie.
The driest Kleenex in the entire state of Oklahoma. Would be
Pray.
touching that face right now.
Woo! Say it. Does she know what it's like to work a 40-hour work week where you don't get the luxury of breaking down? Absolutely, girl.
Come home and have to feed a family. Do a week's worth of laundry.
That would require a level of interaction with life that she's not ready or willing to take on. You can't tell me. Now, we done already heard before that she got adopted by some family while she was in foster care, and they built her a bedroom and made sure that she had everything she could possibly want, but it wasn't good enough for her. She's been spoiled since fucking conception. You can't tell me otherwise. You can't tell me otherwise.
I wasn't allowed to have a bedroom for 7 years because I put Play-Doh down the vent when I was 2. There you go.
That's ridiculous.
There's always people calling me a liar. My mom.
That could be because you're a fucking liar. There's whole lists of videos of you talking about how you lied, Heffa. What do you think?
Mom has never been to prison for 5 years, period.
Ooh, and that's where she pulled my chain. That's where she pulled my chain. All right. So for those of y'all that are not really overly familiar with the correctional system, and it's generally this way in most states, okay? I speak as somebody who's worked in the system in Florida and was in the system for quite some time in Florida, but it is generally applicable to pretty much every state in the union, okay? Mama Lynn was sentenced to 5 years. There is video of ALR admitting that, so that's not even a question. Her saying, well, let me continue it real quick.
The longest she was ever in prison was for 2 years. And
all right. That would be because majority of the states require you to complete at least 75% of whatever your sentence time is. In the meantime, while you're in lockup, whenever you behave yourself, which it's readily apparent that Mama Lynn did because nobody likes to be put in confinement unless they're a total dimwit. If you keep your nose clean, you follow the rules, or at the bare minimum, you don't get caught doing stuff you ain't supposed to do, you get what's called gain time. Gain time is basically time relinquished back to you for good behavior. And that's the only reason Mama Lynn didn't do the full 75% of the time that she was sentenced for. She takes up like 75% of the video. 85. I can't disagree with that, Tar Man. I really can't. So ideally, her trying to say the longest she's ever been in was 2 years. It doesn't change. How much time she did doesn't really matter in comparison to how much time she was sentenced for. So her trying to use that as some sort of gotcha is bullshit. Bullshit. I mean, I have seen people who were sentenced to 20 years only do 12. I have seen people who were sentenced to a year and 6 months only do a year. I have seen people who have literally done less than that 75% that's usually indicated, because they have literally gone in, they've walked the line, they've made sure they were dressed appropriately, they didn't get caught doing fuck shit, and they got out earlier than they were actually initially indicated to.
We have time served up in Canada as well. So everything that's like pre-trial, if you are sitting, like, say Koki, for instance, had to sit in pre-trial because he was a bail, or he was like a flight risk. Sorry, there's my brain. Because of that, they could have held him. I'm not saying that he is. I'm just okay.
Right. Any county time will be applied to the state time.
Thank you.
As somebody, I've worked in both. I've worked in county and I've worked in state. And there have been guys that have sat in county pre-trial and post-trial waiting for transport that accumulated 6 months, 8 months, almost a year, start to finish, that they eventually apply that to the state time because they're in lockup. You're in custody. Whether you're in custody with the county or the state, it doesn't matter. Custody time is custody time. And that's one of many. Maybe if she wants to talk about something like she's with her whole chest, like she knows something, maybe she needs to crack a fucking book. I thought this bitch was supposed to be majoring in criminal justice once upon a time.
Oh, God,
there's no way in hell she opened even one of them books they told her to read. God almighty.
My mom, she doesn't care what people think of her, but my mom came to me about this. Not only, this is not something that I will be speaking about. It's not something that I'm going to come back on, clarify this, clarify that, because I think it's bullshit that I even have to do this to begin with.
Oh, but you didn't think it was bullshit when you the one that opened that can of worms 10 years ago and proceeded to air all their dirty laundry out, ma'am. The other thing too, Mama Lynn don't care, but Mama Lynn's bothered now because people are shining a light on her fuck shit, but she's accountable, you guys. She's accountable. You know what? I hate to tell her this, and this is gonna sound ugly, but I don't give a damn. Here we are. When you're a felon, you're accountable for the rest of your fucking life.
Yeah.
There's no way around that. I have said it. I will say it again. I have a misdemeanor charge on my record. I tell people, anytime I get stopped by the police, when I had my little fender bender out in Target parking lot where I backed into the dude who zoomed out behind me, I handed the cop my license and I said, just so you know, here's what I got on my history, because they run that. Every time they run your information, they're going to look at everything that's on there. And I'm like, here's what I got. He said, oh, okay. I said, well, I figured I'd just let you know. He's like, okay. And he went and ran all my stuff and filled out our paperwork and brought it back to us. But I am upfront with every single person that if I've told everybody that's hired me, here's what's on my background check, just so y'all know. And ideally, it is what it is, and I accept it for what it is. And to me, honestly, I mean, what else am I going to do? I'm not going to sit here and try to hide it.
No.
You know? And I have no issue telling anybody, yes, I have this charge because I did it to myself. You know? And it should be the same way. I think it depends on the state, depends on the charge. And I'll be truthful with you, I haven't even looked it up to see. I honestly, it might be worth more. It might just be It might be more, it may cost me more money and more effort than I want to spend, but you know, at this point, here we are. But ideally, her trying to say that we shouldn't be talking about it, maybe your mama shouldn't have got her ass locked up.
I think reaction channels need to stop being tacky and they need to react to what I'm saying and what I'm showing currently.
What you're saying are lies. What you're doing right now is a lie. Please take the sunglasses off. You're not inside, or you're inside. Those are driving me absolutely crazy. I thought they were ears. I thought they were really cute until I realized they were sunglasses.
She thinks that it makes her cool, you know. I'm of the position, first off, you ain't showing us or giving us or doing nothing that actually makes it even remotely worth talking about. So hell yeah, people are going to talk about what you share with them to talk about. I've said it so many times. What people have to say is none of your business, but what you give them to talk about is entirely your business. She opened this door. Now she wants to get all butthurt about it. She can kiss my ass.
The reaction channels that like really truly were like, yeah, Amberlynn's mom did do this. Like, it is defamation. That is technically like the term for it. Do I think they should delete the video? I guess maybe morally it makes sense to do that, especially because they were so wrong. Like, there was a reaction channel.
Will you trust Twinkie with your mom?
Oh, she would trust Twinkie with anybody that would take that dog for a walk that doesn't require her to do it. First off, your mama's felony record is entirely her doing. Somebody pointing out the fact that she's got felonies on her record is not defamation, especially when the charge that was misapplied by the courthouse. That is the information that they're going by. It's public record, which makes it not defamation, even if the charges aren't true. Them relaying public information, even if it's misentered, is simply that, them relaying public information. I am so sick of her fuck shit. If she wants to act like, oh, well, this is defamation. Okay, cool. Well, then I hope Destiny takes her fucking ass to court over her calling her brother a cokehead. Yeah, she wants to call that tea, but wants to call Mama Lynn being called out about her fuck shit. Oh, that's defamation. She can kiss my ass.
And good luck with Casey. That's all I'm going to say, Amberlynn. Good luck with Casey, because you deserve that. Because you actually did do that. Facts. Not defamation. It's true. And
right. And here's the deal. Here's the deal. Everything that's on Mama Lynn's record, number one, Mama Lynn ain't got an education, so she's working menial level jobs anyway. Her being a felon is not going to stop her from working a menial level job. Okay. If she's not living off the state, which I could probably believe at this point.
Sorry, my allergies are really, really messed up.
She actually didn't bring charges, but she made the accusation that Casey SA'd her more than once, and like doubled down on it.
Yeah, and to also double back on that about Casey, the fact that she repeatedly dead named and misgendered, and the fact that Amberlynn decided that it was funny at one point. This was pre-Shrimpgate, pre-Eric screaming "No one cares," but in that era, okay? She actually joked about the fact that...
And had Destiny white knighting for her.
Yes, that was like one of the times that Destiny had come back into the picture after Becky was in. And it was like this crazy, like, brag session that she did, where she thought that it was wonderful to talk about Casey in the way that she made it seem like Casey was a punching bag for her, and that she defend herself, and that she did defend herself, and she implied, this was her implication during one of those brag sessions, that she, Amberlynn, used something to Sodom and Gomorrah on Casey and joked about it. So if someone wants to talk about defamation, Amberlynn, you might want to have to go back through all of the things that you've said when you were sober and remember the things that you've said.
She will find some kind of way. She'll find some kind of way to turn it into, oh, but you guys just misunderstood me, and I'm the victim because you misunderstood me. That's the game that she plays.
Pepperidge Farm remembers. That's all I'm going to say.
Girl, true.
Blondie babe, bye Blondie babe.
Place, and it turns out that it was a technical error. I have gotten so many messages from people where they were like, the only type of person who can't forgive your mom is someone who has never either A, suffered with drug addiction or have known someone who has suffered with drug addiction.
Wait, we're
strangers. Like, you know, this YouTube channel is mine. It's not my mom. So like, go.
Hear that? That's the entire orchestra playing right now for your mom.
As to saying that the only people that couldn't possibly forgive you are people who've never had a drug addiction or known someone who suffered from drug addiction. As somebody who is a recovering addict and has been for a decade and a half now, just shy of, I'm sorry, but that's fucking bullshit. That's bullshit. Because how many times have y'all heard me say that accountability starts with us?
I don't think Amber Lynn owns a mirror.
No, she don't. And apparently Mama Lynn don't either. Because honestly, if anything, like I said, Mama Lynn should have come right out the gate and been like, hey, here's what y'all need to know about me. Here's how things are different. She should have put that all out there and just relinquished it all and said, that is who I am. That is who I was. This is who I am. Let me continue to show you who I am. That's the way that's the way you deal with it.
Actions.
Agreed. And the other thing that kills me is the fact that they want to be caught up on this misentered charge related to a service dog, but we don't want to talk about the fact that Mama Lynn beat the hell out of her elderly mother. We just want to sidestep that. Let's just completely disregard the elder abuse that went on. Let's just act like that didn't happen. Tell me how accountable your mama is, bitch. Exactly. Fuck you and fuck her.
So much.
Sorry, baby. Go ahead.
No, I was just allergies suck so bad. Sorry.
At the person that she was in her addiction. Because if that's the case, who would ever want to get sober? Like,
first off, you can't talk shit about anybody being sober or anybody using because your fucking ass is still in active addiction. Fuck you.
Like, what's the point of getting sober and improving and taking accountability and completely changing who you are as a person if that's the only thing that people are going to think about when they think of you? So there is a reaction.
You know what? I'm going to tell you real quick. As somebody as sober as long as I've been, I still have people that I know that I knew when I was in active addiction that still give me the side eye, even after 15 years.
And you've proven it.
How much you change does not erase your past and never will. And for some reason, they some people around these parts, reason that and ALR over here that seems to think that just because I'm not pouring booze down my throat or I'm not smoking meth today, that automatically I should get a free pass to act a fucking ass. And we shouldn't talk about the stuff that I've done. Fuck that. Sorry.
No,
Sorry.
that's how it works.
That is not exactly. That is not how this works. ALR wants to believe her mom is good. She's going to completely change history to make it true for her. Well, that's the thing, though. That one more reason that she needs a fucking psyche eval because she thinks that she's a good person after all the fuck shit that she's done. I'm sorry, but she is the worst judge of character walking the planet. Until she actually starts to have some sort of reality check about herself, then she can't be right or dying for nobody. That's just my perspective. All right. This one's short too because, you know.
Oh, I got lots to say about this actual meal that we've got on the screen.
Carbs on a hidden carb underneath the table. But I wasn't real focused on the food she was eating. I was really more focused on what she was saying because this girl, she's
lying.
No, she's fucking delusional. She's another one that lives in La La Land. She seems to think that she's exempt from everything that is known about diabetes and how it affects the body. She's an idiot. But let's get into this.
The urge to eat stuff like this overpowers any survival instinct, anything like that.
And that'll be why her family needs to have some sort of insurance policy in place so that they can pay to have something done with her body after she's dead, because
It's gonna happen this year.
something's going to have to give here, because she's not going to change. We know that.
But I'm going to say it like I always do, with the intention to make that the case. This is a last hurrah.
How's your sugar water, Chantal? The
How-
orange-colored sugar water. How is it tasting for you?
You see how long that lasted?
Oh, I'm dead. She poured that, and I'm just like, I worked so hard to get.
This is the last hurrah, but 2 days later, she's right back to doing the same old, same old.
I don't even think it was 2 days. You're really sweet.
I'm being conservative about it. Yeah.
You're being very conservative about it.
That's as a binge eater. As a food addict, to get rid of the cravings and that, I have to reset my system, which means eating clean.
She stuffs a quarter of a package of ramen into her face in one bite.
First of all, she wouldn't know a thing about what clean eating looks like. Number two, the only thing, I've said it 100 times, I'll say it again, the only thing that's going to help her is inpatient, where somebody else is controlling what she can put in her mouth and what she can't.
Yep.
That's going to be it. It doesn't matter if it's in Canada, if it's Kuwait, it could be Malaysia, it could be New Mexico, it can be Antarctica. It don't matter. No matter, everywhere she goes, there she is, and she's her problem, which she doesn't want to seem to acknowledge.
She is Stephen Asante.
Basically. Foodie better get her crap together. A dear friend of mine was diagnosed with stage 4 kidney failure due to uncontrolled diabetes, and my mom died from kidney failure for the same reason. And see, that's the thing. We already know that she's got kidney damage, and even with the Janumet and the occasional insulin shots that she's getting, it's her blood sugars are still staying too high. I mean, the last reading we got was months ago, and it was hovering around the 200 range, which is still doing perpetual damage. She can play them games all she wants to. She's playing stupid games. She's going to win some stupid prizes.
What I was going to say, with the big thing that I wanted to take away from this was the fact that she did this with the intent of getting Salad's attention. I think that she was trying to spike her insulin. I think that she was trying to go into a pancreatic concern, attack, whatever you want to call it. I honestly think that that's what this meal was. This binge was to put her into, I don't think that they would be able to go back to Thailand. I think they're heading to Malaysia because they can try to apply for a 10-year visa there. And they could live there for 10 years.
I don't know. I guess we'll have to see.
I have a feeling, because she's been hinting at that since the very beginning. And I don't know if anybody else was in Frenchie's chat, but I actually pulled up the list, and there's 7 places that people with the Syrian.
Yeah, I think I saw that where you posted that.
Yeah. So there was. Yeah. I am. Yeah. Sorry, I am.
She's got a death wish. There's no question.
It's just a bad moment. Don't be so hard on yourself. No, if I'm not hard on myself, it's going to be bad for me.
Make your face.
Where does this proverbial being hard on oneself starts? Because it hasn't happened yet.
Corey Hart, take your sunglasses off in the house.
Well, let me tell you why I kept this in. You can't tell me this ain't full-on toddler behavior.
Ha, 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 ha. Work.
She wants that to be a new thing. She thinks she's being a quirky girl. That's literally what I honestly believe that's what it was she was trying to do.
Hey, Tragic says she'll hate life in Malaysia. It's wet hot here. Oh, the swamp ass is going to be in full effect.
You're in Malaysia, babe?
Girl, there was no way I was going to listen to that.
Sorry, I didn't out.
I left this in because I don't know if anybody else noticed it, but this behavior right here, this is full on desperation. Watch this. Watch how desperate she acts.
3, 4, 5, 6.
And
I hate the fact that she thought that this was funny. So not even close to funny.
The level of desperation trying to get those chips open to me was like, oop, 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 oop. She does not have Prader-Willi syndrome. I done already said that. She is a food addict. She needs to be in inpatient rehab. I'm sorry. I did see some people on Twitter talking about Prader-Willi, and no offense to anybody, but she doesn't have enough of a cognitive deficit for her to qualify. And number two, most of those people die by the time they're 30. So that kind of disqualifies her. Granny clothes, I'm 63 and I wouldn't wear that. Girl, I don't know nobody that would wear that. If she had that she'd be dead for real. I asked about that way back when. Yeah. It's a very destructive sort of disease for people who have it, because they have absolutely no control at all. I mean, with her, she will eat to a point where she's so full that it starts to make her sick and she stops. People with Prader-Willi don't.
Yeah, and it is like, I remember seeing a couple documentaries about it, and it's heartbreaking. And the families don't know what to do. Like, this is an active choice for her to stop.
Yes.
Prader-Willi is completely different. It's
right.
Like that switch.
Prader-Willi families, they literally put locks on everything.
Yes.
And literally put away the cat and the dog food so that they don't eat the cat food and dog food off the floor.
And they have to like lock up the toothpaste. They have to lock up the Tylenol. They have everything that could
that they can put in their mouth. Yes. And this right,
raw.
Right. Exactly.
Raw rice. They will eat everything. And it is absolutely heartbreaking. So
no, this one right here, I mean, let's be real. This is not Prader-Willi on her part, because if it were Prader-Willi, she would be eating everything. It wouldn't just be gluttonous fried crap, simply because that's what her mind is telling her she wants, you know? I mean, we ain't seeing old girl binging on no fucking vegetables. You know, so it's just the fact that people are trying so hard to come up with some sort of explanation for her behavior when there is one, and has been since the beginning. She's a food addict, and she's mentally fucking ill.
She's a lazy food addict.
That too.
Because how do you get to this size? And
hey,
I'm
Clark.
Looking at my own, like, I know how to cook. I can cook so that everybody else in the entire town gets a fat ass. I know how to cook. I don't understand how she doesn't even know how to boil water. Like, it boggles my mind how she made that ramen and she used butter.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I had a near aneurysm just watching that.
Oh, same. They honestly, between her and ALR, they both fucking infuriate me. I've said it, I've come on here and said it. If you tell people, just come on here and say that you want to eat yourself to death and be done with it.
Yep.
Stop pulling this weight loss. I'm going to climb Mount Everest. I'm going to lose 100 pounds. I'm going to do da-da-da-da-da. I'm going to have a life. I want to live to see 80. Da-da-da-da-da. No, because we already know now. We've learned it. It don't take long for people to figure it out that you're a fucking liar. and that food means more than every other thing imaginable, including your ability to breathe. The only breakup she hasn't got over is one with the Nashies. That's true.
And
She has no job, no hobby, no friends. She has nothing except for YouTube and food. That's true. I can't argue that. So let's talk about this Rachel.
He's a feeder, so he gave me food to do a mukbang. So.
All right. So somebody
That's funny.
apparently said something to her, and she said, okay, for those of y'all that didn't get it, this video's a troll. I was having fun. No, Sala doesn't actually have another wife, nor will he, at least while staying in a relationship with me. I will never allow this personally, but it's permissible in the culture and religion to have more than one wife. In this video, he ran into the barbershop, and yes, he was there. I told him to go in.
I was him go in.
Yeah, it should have been told him to go in. But I'm just going to say this real quick.
This is not a soup spoon, by the way. This is an actual bear. It's an actual. It's a strawberry. It's not a noodle collector.
Number one, don't nobody out here believe that Sala's got another wife, because number one, it took Sala 30 some odd years to find a morbidly obese foreigner that was willing to tolerate his little man boobs and his little fuck shit, and to completely co-sign the fact that he's a rape enthusiast, and the fact that he's an overall sick shit playing fuck. Okay, so a second wife is never going to happen, especially when they find out about all that. And let's be real, we all know old boy ain't working with much.
Teeny weeny, shriveled little short man.
I mean, let's just say it.
It knocks me out every time you do that because I'm not expecting it, but I'm like, I know you have it on tap. Like Frenchie always has the dune buggy on. Love it. Love it.
I mean, come on, don't want nobody want that bum ass motherfucker, but you, Chantal.
No.
I mean, let's be real. Don't nobody want him.
Yeah. Welcome back, sweetheart.
Hey, excuse you.
Mr. Jinky. Don't get sucked into the void.
He would have been married already if women there wanted him. And quite true, Okie doll. And I have said this, there is something wrong with him, because with the way that whole societal setup works, you've got aunties and uncles and grandmas and everybody and their brother trying to hook they kids and their grandkids up with another person's kid or grandkid or niece or nephew. Stop it. There's a whole lot of matchmaking going on. And the fact that he don't nobody within 100-mile proximity of him want nothing to do with him, that tells you there is something wrong with him. And there's been something wrong with him. Yep. Well, that too. I got to agree with you there. She does attract degenerate men. And because she's a degenerate, she finds that sort of shit attractive. So the fact that they're together makes perfect sense. Even if they ain't no get down. Because there really can't be no get down because he ain't long enough to reach anything.
Teeny weeny, shriveled little short man.
Yep.
But let's keep going.
Yep.
I don't know. He went like this for rice.
No, he didn't.
2 cups, like 1 cup, 2 cup. I don't know. I find.
First of all, we all saw that video. He said this.
The palm.
And by the way, that don't even equal a cup of rice. That equals a half a cup of rice.
Exactly. Which means 3/4 of a full cup of cooked rice, not uncooked rice for each mouthful, Chantal.
Secondarily,
Sorry.
it's the same for her. Would you want your brother to bring her home? Hell nah. I would fuck Daniel up if he walked in the door with some bitch like this. I'd be like, nah, let me just go get the gun now and just go ahead and deal with this. Cause nah, just nah.
Yeah, pass a law in Florida, right? Stand your ground.
Oh, I be standing my ground on that, all right.
I shouldn't be joking about that. Sorry.
Oh no, it is what it is. I mean, ideally,
I can be all blasé up in Canada about it.
right
Sorry.
off the get go. I mean, not to overshare about Daniel, but Daniel wouldn't be going for nothing like this, no way, because he likes him some girls with some melanin in their skin. So she too white. She just too white, and he likes what he likes, and if so long as whoever it is he ends up bringing to the house makes him happy and does right by him, I ain't gonna be mad. But nah, Chantal wouldn't have a chance in hell. He'd be looking at her like, nah. He'd be like, you need to go on.
What disease am I not gonna contract from her?
Right. And he's one of them ones that he needs somebody to kind of guide him. And somebody who ain't got their head screwed on straight. Excuse y'all. Would y'all behave, please?
Hey, can you zoom in? Because on her right eye, this has become a thing that was on.
Oh yeah, I don't think it's a wart. I think it's a sty.
Yeah, I think so too, because it wasn't there before. So I think that this is like an ongoing thing that.
Well,
just
I mean, we know she doesn't wash her face because she doesn't bathe. She puts new makeup on top of old makeup.
Yep.
She's perpetually rubbing her nasty hands in her eyes. So, I mean, realistically, it's more than likely a sty.
She rubbed that meat and then rubbed her face, no doubt.
Blech.
I'm sorry, everybody. I'm sorry. I deserve everybody to gag on me.
But going back to the rice situation.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure even if her doctor told her this, I'm pretty sure he didn't have catcher's mitt size hands like her.
Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah. Last time I checked, Shaq was a cop and not a doctor, so I don't want to hear that. We ain't hearing none of that up in here today. Yeah. But I done said what I said. I need to find the clip and I'm gonna add it to the board of Dolph Lundgren talking about if he does, he does. Because that's kind of where I'm at with both these heifers. If y'all want to eat yourselves to death, fuck off. Quit trying to play games with your audience. Just eat yourself to death, make your little coin off your mukbangs, and just shut the fuck up. Ain't nobody out here. Yes, they are. It's her sodium intake that's what's causing that. In combination with the fact that she's probably got some congestive heart failure. That's one of the reasons why one side of her face is more swollen than the other. I imagine if she held both of her hands up like this, one hand would be bigger than the other one, which, don't get me wrong. Everybody's got one side that's bigger than the other. We as ladies know this because we've all got one tata that's a little bit smaller than the other, but it applies because there will be a noticeable difference between one hand and the other, not a subtle difference. But she's got hypertension. She's got some congestive heart failure. No question on my part. She's got some kidney disease. We know that. We already know liver disease. She's got all kind of stuff going on.
No gallbladder.
That's so common. Did
you catch that? When they started having the conversation about when was the last time she went to the dentist, she said, it's been about 10 years. And Sala jumps in and says, I love her teeth. I love her teeth. They're so calming. Calming.
Like Zen.
Like Zen, like Om. Like, bro, what the fuck?
Did I just have a stroke or did you actually like CALM?
CALMING, calming as in Om, as in Zen, as in, I was just like, bro.
That's throbbing right now. It's called the, what are you talking about? And if she turns around and says anything about, hello, Inferno.
Yo, how you doing?
I could not turn away my favorite pirate.
Woohoo! Andy, I'm Green Lantern today, so it's actually good timing. I freelance. It's fun. So, yeah.
I can talk. You can talk for a while because I've been talking for like an hour.
Sure. I also my thing is I had Easter this weekend / all this past week, technically, because Easter's a big hullabaloo when you're Orthodox or were raised Orthodox. So I'm a little bit behind on what's going on with Foodie.
Hi, Nala. Oh, look at the angel. That's such a sweet face.
There we
Oh
go.
my God.
I will send you love, Inferno. Have fun. I'm gonna dip
Thank you kindly.
into the chat.
Yeah, by all means, do your thing. Do your thing.
Bless her. She didn't want me to be by myself. Wouldn't nobody else come up here till you got here.
Oh, what up, Kat? How you doing?
I've been dropping links in the chat. I think everybody's a little camera shy.
Yeah, it happens. Yeah, it happens sometimes. And not only that, like I pretty much woke up about an hour ago, took a shower, acquainted myself with what was going on. I was like, oh, right, Salty's on. So yeah.
Yeah, I finally
You're the last thing I did. I left you a little finger before I went to sleep, so you got an idea.
I saw that.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
I actually hollered you out on there when we was getting started.
Thank you kindly.
Yeah, man. I came back. I took me a little mental health hiatus and spent some time working on some natural production of serotonin and dopamine and kind of fix some sleep pattern problems. And here I am, ready to be an asshole, people.
You're doing way better at fixing sleep pattern problems than I am. That's all I can tell you.
Well, let me tell you how I ended up doing it, because with everything that was going on and the stress, I kind of got hit with a little bit of situational depression too. And I've had like a battle with depression like my whole fucking life. Like it'll come and it goes and comes and it goes. And I have kind of figured out that the best way for me to deal with that is to control the things that I can control and to do something physically that actually produces results for me. And I spent this entire last 2 weeks going out in the yard, project after project after project after project, and doing stuff and wearing myself out really good every day. Being in the sun kind of sucks a lot of energy from you.
Yes.
And then physical stuff on top of it. So at the end of it, it took me a couple of days, but once it finally caught up with me, I was unconscious. I was done.
Yeah. You were running, and then when it's finally tapped, plunk.
I mean, don't get me wrong. That first couple of days, I would sleep a little bit, but it would be maybe 2-3 hours. And then it went to 3-4 hours. And then by the time it finally set in, I was down for 10. I was like, praise the Lord, I done got it dealt with. I mean, the only downside in going from the ALF job where I was dealing with all that fuckery to going back to agency, I went back to doing night shift, because that's just, to me, that's what I'm accustomed to. I don't like chasing people all over the building to give them meds. Everybody's in the bed when I get there. Everybody's in the bed or getting out of the bed when I leave there. And I prefer that. It's just,
I don't blame you. That's it sounds like less of a hassle.
It's less stress. You're not having to figure out, okay, well, why is this person not showing up yet? Where are they at? And then you're running all over Kingdom Come playing, well, where's Waldo to hand out 2 pills?
Yep.
So I'm having to do that, flipping the sleep schedule one way and then flipping it back, but that's fine. I can deal with that for 2 nights out of the week, whatever. Right. And like I got off work yesterday and not yesterday.
Well,
today.
I mean, you're off of work then still, either way.
Yeah. I got off work yesterday and I went home and I hit the sack real hard. And today I came home, I laid down, I took a nap, and then I got back up and went back to doing what I usually do. And now I'm kind of at that point now where I'm like, okay, I might be able to get some sleep after I get off alive. Right. And then tomorrow I'm going out. I'm going to try to go out relatively early and get right back on top of my projects and stuff. I done went buku crazy out there. I ain't going to tell you no lie. I got my whole little patio area set up. I put me in a little pool, a little above ground pool.
Nice.
I got me a hammock that I'm putting up back there. It got delivered today.
I like those. They're fun. They always have been fun.
Well, I've never had one. So, but I've got all kind of stuff coming still, like over the course of this next week, for me to go out to add to back there. And I was telling them earlier at the beginning, I'm like, I will show y'all everything that I'm doing. I'm like, I'm not going to make a bunch of little umpteen badoodle videos of here's what I did today, even though I'm sure people would be like, oh, that's fun. I was like, I'm just going to wait until I get closer to the end and just be like, okay, here was before and then here's after.
Yeah.
Look at all the stuff that I've been doing, kind of a thing.
So I'm not here. Here's what goes on. Boom. Yeah.
Well, and I did order a camera, like a actual video camera versus me using my phone to record, which is what I usually do. If I wanted to do those kinds of videos where if I set it up and been like, well, here's what I'm doing today, I would literally have to set it and hit record and just walk away from it. And then everything up to like 2 times speed so people could watch me running back and forth and acting a fool out there and stopping and doing happy dances in between as I get stuff done. And, I don't know if anybody would really want to watch all that, because it would be multiple.
Here's the deal. I could put that together for you, but it's not going to be the video you intended it to be at all. So just, it's better you do it than I do it.
Well, right. She's talking about time lapse.
Well, no, I'd be showing stuff and being like, no. Here's why you need a front yard defense system. Like, I'd be doing shit like that the entire time. It's better you do this video than I do it. Like, how
to set up landmines to keep the Mormons from knocking on your door
for Christmas. Exactly. Because that's what Jesus wants. Little shit.
Lord, don't bring up. Hey, with the whole new litigation going, the whole new laws stuff that they put into place over the conversations about anti-Semitism. You're really not able to read any. You literally can't read any other text, whether it be the Bible, the Quran, any of that. That could be considered hate speech if you go out in public and read that.
If you're going, you know what? I'm going to agree with that under the only construct of this. If you're going out to proselytize, I would have a problem with that. If you're basically discussing something openly because of like whatever reason, I don't see much of an issue with that. So I come from a non-proselytization background when it comes to church stuff.
Yeah.
It's very much like, no, you don't go door to door and try to do this. You don't try to do whatever. It's pretty, and not only that, with the amount of information that's out there and what's accessible, if you want to look into like anything to do with orthodoxy, you can. So there's no reason to. And the other thing is, and I'm not trying to be horrible about anything here. I'm pointing something out very specific, is that we are not apostles. The apostles were chosen by Jesus. The apostle schools came down and flowed through. So we can't do that. We can't it's not that we can't spread whatever or talk about whatever. It's literally about the whole deal of the apostles' time came and went. They're specific people. They had a specific deal post Jesus. When the apostle school settled and did their thing, we shouldn't exactly be out proselytizing. What we should be doing is keeping whatever in mind and living with it as sort of an understanding of how to help temper our primal selves, our ego, and that kind of shit. And don't get me wrong, it's different for everybody. But that's what it's supposed to be.
And you said it, and now you pulled it straight out of my mind, because I have always been the type, number one, don't sit here and try to tell me all the reasons that I should convert to Christianity. Show it's no different to me than the whole addiction and sobriety conversation. I don't go to people and tell them you're destroying your life, you're destroying your body. Here's all the reasons why you should be sober. No, I show you how different my life is and how much peace I've got and how good things are, even when the times are bad, how I can still manage them without dealing with the substances.
Exactly.
You draw people to you by your example, not by what you say.
Correct.
Nobody will ever take what you say at face value.
It doesn't help anybody.
You can talk the talk, but talking the talk don't match walking the walk. Mm-hmm. And the same way with religion. The main thing that got me about that bill when I read it, and I'm sorry we done delved off in politics, y'all, but the whole conversation about anal Jesus and all that stuff led me there. Yeah. Is that, they're trying to regulate speech, and you can't do that. You can keep people through law to not hate somebody. Hate speech is still free speech, even if it is ugly, even if it is nasty, and, even if it hurts people's feelings. Ideally, you're not ever going to change that. People are going to have negative things to say about other people.
Yeah.
It's just the way that we're designed. everybody, as much as I would love for everybody to love everybody and for everybody to want to be the best possible versions of themselves that they can be, that's not ever going to be the case, because human nature and free will is a thing,
Yep.
you know. And that's part of the reason why, like, I gave up on this one and the other one quite a long time ago, because it's like, you're just assholes. Just say I'm an asshole and I want to eat myself to death, and we'll be, everybody out here will be like, cool, we're out, bye, do you. But it's the lying and it's the misleading and all that stuff.
And the thing is that's not covered. The lying and misleading aspect of things is amazing, because that's the most prevalent deal out there, and that's the least being like, looked at or condemned or whatever, or at least on some kind of general level. Don't get me wrong, social levels will have that going on, because
no question.
We're going to talk about that, you know. But because I mean, for me personally, and I mean, this may seem a little strange at first, but like when it comes down to the whole deal of the whole construct of shouting fire in a crowded movie theater when there's no fire to cause a disturbance, we really need to reevaluate that as a society and as a mentality, because we have multiple different versions of shouting fire in the movie theater when there's not a fire in the movie theater that are being ignored and not addressed.
That's a false equivalent, because I mean that has
nowadays, yes.
Yeah, that it is now, because that's not an actual thing anymore.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so there's fire on. Okay, there's fire on Netflix. I'll update it. There's fire on my Netflix.
When that actually happened, that was in like the 70s or the 80s. How long ago that's been? You're talking about?
I think late 60s. I think it was late 60s. But okay.
You're talking about 40 plus years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not the same thing anymore. Now, honestly, you could have an active fire break out in the room in the theater, and not only is nobody going to get up and run, they're going to be doing this
and demanding the price for their ticket back. And demanding the price for their ticket back.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So I just, all right, let's keep going on Crazy Woman here.
I'll tell you guys this, but I had a skin infection, like a small skin infection. That's all I'm going to say.
All GD, honey. Anyway.
So, actually, there is, let me keep going on that.
Please.
It's another reason I definitely want to like eat healthier and lose weight. But anyways, I was on antibiotics for it. And I also did so much. Like I slept a lot, drank tons of water, took zinc and vitamin C, like 2,000 whatever of vitamin C a day. Slept a lot, showered 2 to 3 times a day.
X'd out.
Like,
no, 2 to 3 times a day, which means one day you showered 2 or 3 times. I got it. We're good.
Right.
Anything I could do to get rid of this infection. So it was wearing me down and I wasn't feeling well. So, but now I'm feeling a lot better. The infection is gone. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was something like cellulitis. Yeah.
Nope. I'll tell you what I think. Here's what I'm thinking it is.
I was going to say, cellulitis doesn't work like that, does it?
Nope.
No.
All right. Wait a minute. Why is it only letting me show this one screen? Let's add share screen. There we go.
Yeah, I was going to say, we should be by the wall.
Interago is probably what it is, which is a superficial infection, but it causes a massive amount of inflammation. Trigger warning for the funkified stuff ahead, y'all. So here's what Interago looks like.
Ooh.
It is basically really disgusting. It is really painful. You're talking about inflamed skin everywhere.
That's taken up a couple layers from what it looks like, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is incredibly, incredibly painful. So that's honestly what I think she had there versus what her claiming cellulitis, because cellulitis comes with a lot more symptoms than just it just hurting. But
Oh, yes, it does.
Trust it do. It really, really does. I mean, you don't even want the wind to blow on it the right way. You be like, ow, woo. And honestly, most of that probably comes from the fact that number one, she sweats like a hooker in church, and she's packing on talcum powder, trying to keep her butt from smelling, which we know don't help. All it does is make it pasty, and it holds the moisture even more. So yeah, I mean, that's more than likely where it came from, you know.
You mean she sweats like salad at the mosque? Anyway,
True. But I had to throw in on that because I was like, bitch, you would know if you had cellulitis. You be questioning all your life choices. You be going, oh my God, what is wrong with me? And why did I do this to myself? And so on and so forth. The other thing too, they wouldn't just give you meds and be like, here, go about your business, go to the house, you'll be fine. Nah, they'd be like, okay, here's what else we're going to do to you. And she ain't make no mention, no meds other than, you know, the massive amounts of vitamin C and zinc, and then the over-the-counter antibiotics, you know.
If she was going to be doing that with the vitamins itself, wouldn't that require her taking multivitamins so it all goes up at one level? Because can't you OD on vitamin C too?
Well, no.
Okay, because I mean, I hear is like sort of back and forth a bunch on vitamin stuff, and that's why I'm asking. Because I'm a multivitamin person, I usually drop one a day. So, and if I'm sick, I'll take double it.
I mean, ideally, the way that it is with that, and with there are some of them that are stored in the fat. Vitamin C is not one of them. It'll just like all. I mean, I hate to say it, but you get those multivitamins where they're like maximum multivitamins, 1,000% of your daily value. Your body's only going to use that 100%, and you're going to excrete the rest of it in the urine.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't even really matter. It's just take the multivitamin, singularly speaking, and you're good. That's pretty much the gist. Taking more is just wasting it.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I say that as somebody that I take a prenatal, I take a B12, I take a couple of other things every day because I have a history of chronic B12 deficiency and iron deficiency, so I take extra just because I want to make sure that I have enough there for my body to pull from if I need it. But even then, I know that my body's only going to be like, okay, we're going to pull what we need here, you know, sort of deal. And then the rest of it's going to go down the tubes later. But yeah, it is what it is, and it's fine. Hi, Mash. How are you, darling? We are open panel tonight for anybody who's interested in coming up and talking with me and Inferno. We're just kind of watching stuff, and then we're talking shit. So
I'm also a Green Lantern today. So live this up, people.
All right, we're going to continue on while we see if anybody jumps up here.
I think it started in Canada, and it got exacerbated by like the being tired and traveling. Like I couldn't shower for like a whole day.
She says that like it's a surprise.
She doesn't shower for a whole week. You kidding me? A whole day's a problem to you, hon?
She makes that sound. She's coming off like she showers like twice a day. What? Man, we know you're walking around with swamp ass. Come on now.
As soon as she hit Germany, it was her halal be damned. Are you kidding me, honey? No.
Well, congratulations, Tragic. Believe it or not, you can put a lot of things in the toaster, baby.
You can't fit her in a toaster, though. Jesus. Like, imagine Hansel and Gretel with Foodie. Like, she would not fit in that oven.
I know it sounds insane, but like the best, I don't do this no more because I don't eat pizza like that no more. But I used to take like pizza out of the fridge and I would turn the toaster sideways and put the pizza in the toaster.
No, I always had the flat toaster oven for one of those, thankfully, because I was always I thought about doing that once, and I'm just thinking to myself, this shit's gonna fall off and get cooked, and it's gonna be a mess, and then my parents are gonna like hate me for it. So it's just one of those deals of no, just use the mini toaster oven thing we got. It was always that.
I don't do that no more. When I do,
that's awesome.
I don't really order pizza like that no more because it's loaded with carbs, and I'm trying so hard to stay away from carbs. But I was yesterday years old when I found out that Quest made pizzas.
Okay.
And Quest is like the protein the protein company. I have
That's
Quest.
that's what I thought. All right, because yeah.
Pop-Tarts are they are fucking amazing. Okay. You put the Pop-Tart, and they come in all different flavors. You put them in the microwave for like 10 seconds, and then I'd be dipping them in my coffee in the morning. And
Important question: do they have the s'more Pop-Tarts?
Yes. Yes.
Cool. Then I'll give those a shot because I love the s'more Pop-Tarts. I just don't like the extra additive like crap that's in there.
They do. They have Reese's peanut butter cups.
Ooh, okay.
That are for 2 of them. They have 11 grams of protein, and they're like 200 calories.
Okay.
They do, of course, the protein bars. They do the chips. The chips are really good.
All right.
They have 20 grams of protein in them. The whole bag is like 160 calories, 170 calories.
That ain't bad at all in comparison.
Especially if you're like, I want some chips. You know, most of those calories are because of the protein and not additives and all that other stuff. So I have gone cuckoo crazy with Quest, but I did not realize they made pizzas. I'm gonna have to go find me some Quest pizzas.
I agree with that.
I watched Alice Undone. I covered her at one point, and she did a Walmart haul, and apparently they sell them at Walmart. They have like the meat eaters pizza, but the serving is like 21 grams per serving. I was like, my inner fat kid was going, yeah.
Are they using organic shit too?
I think so, yeah.
Cool. All right, because that's a big one for me going after like stuff. So
Mash, are you here, baby?
Yes. I just didn't want to interrupt.
Oh no, girl. You could have just jumped on in there.
Yeah, tell me to shut the fuck up. You know.
Are you giving me permission? Shut the fuck up.
Thank you. See,
damn.
doesn't that feel great?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. All right, I tried.
Oh my God. I didn't you're here watching. I just hopped on here and saw that you were watching Foodie and her fuck shit again. So
well, it turned into being longer than I planned for it to, because I had like 2-3 minutes worth of clipped ALR and then like almost 4 minutes of clipped Foodie, and mostly just responding to the stupid shit that she says versus the
it happens
and all that stuff.
See, because I just came in and saw that you all were commenting on the infection, which I will die on a hill of rice, and I'm going to say it again because from the time that she went into the hospital, I'm going to die on a hill of rice. She was piggybacking, and I swear that was antibiotics and that infection was there before. It was never norovirus, and I would die on a hill of fucking rice and beans for that comment. I say from the beginning because she had symptoms of infection. You study it.
True. Ideally, like I did a real quick coffee talk on the norovirus because, and it really had more to do with like her failed immune system. That's another thing that she doesn't seem to understand. Her blood sugars being out of this world the way they are, in combination with everything else wrong with her.
Clearly, she doesn't grasp things, because if she's kissing turtles and touching turtles that are known to carry salmonella, I mean, I'm just saying, there's no common sense anywhere in her realm.
I mean, for some reason, she seems to think that she's going to be exempt from all this stuff, but then she wants to be shocked whenever she ends up with, oh, I got this sick. I got sick from this, and I got sick from that, and I got sick from this. And, all of that. And it's like, well, Heffa, you've been rolling around with your immune system pretty much on the sidelines for the last year, if not more. Yep. You better be glad you ain't had nothing serious than that.
The thing is that she will take all these supplements, but she's not taking them correctly because she doesn't take them with things that are going to help her absorb them, number one. So it's kind of a waste. Number two, she doesn't take them properly in terms of when she goes off the train or off or whatever the fuck she says. She's not on the road that she's supposed to be on, and she just stops taking them. It's like rendering them ineffective. What's the point?
Pills of like vitamin C and snorting them. Like, that's just awesome.
I don't know, Ted. Like, she went to a pet shop. I'm anti-pet shop because a lot of them sell milled animals, which I'm not a fan of. Adopt, don't shop, you guys. And she needs to stop like her fuck shit. It's annoying. I don't understand. Not every animal wants you to touch them, pet them, hug them, squeeze them. I mean, hug and squeeze your fucking self. Stop touching shit.
It reminds me of how Shanae's treating Zach with how she's treated, like tried to like hold on to the animal and make sure she's got a cute shot and all that other crap.
Yeah.
It kind of puts me there.
Look at pigs. I did not include that video because it was just her aggravating animals that don't know her. I wasn't about to do that.
Yeah.
Let's keep on though, y'all. Let's keep
Please.
going.
You know, because of the traveling. So I just kind of like, I was really sweaty, you know what I mean? And like traveling for a whole day and then just, I don't know, walking so much, like.
When the fuck are you not sweaty?
Looks really like they don't matter, like in the end. That's why there's like this like girl, I like on TikTok, a pretty girl will get like a beautiful girl will get like millions of likes just for being pretty. It's like, so what? Like, what does that have to do with anything, you know?
Are you sad that your 90 percentile of prettiness is not being bowed down to? You're jealous.
Apparently, she's in the top 2 percentile in TikTok now.
Because the first thing that she said was, "Looks don't matter." Like, really?
If looks don't matter, what is with the smoothing filters that her semantics don't allow her to admit?
Thank you.
She's wearing a hijab for vanity. You want to talk about why? Like, I'm sorry, but she's wearing the hijab entirely for vanity purposes.
Yes.
She's going to sit there.
I mean, she said that. She said that she's going to go shopping for a hijab so she doesn't have to. Number one, it's also vanity, but it's also laziness because she said she's going to wear it because it's easier than dealing with all the things that have to do with wigs.
Right. Right. And
Okie Doll got us. We're jealous. Okie Doll got us.
I'll tell you, I don't understand the filter thing. And I'm sorry. I mean, I come on here, I'm using a camera that's attached to the computer. There is no filters.
Same. My light levels are low because I'm light sensitive. That's why everything's sort of like either gold or dark around me a lot of the time. And another thing to point out here, I am light skinned. So, but like if you were to put me near the light, I'm going to look really, really, really pale. And like I have the lights sort of close. So it's, I mean, the same lights I use for video stuff are like right on me for this, basically for the most part.
Yeah.
So like my lighting will play with my tone. So
no, I understand.
Her filter use is out of control, number one. And number two, where she places semantics that she doesn't use Photoshop. No, you use Pixar. It's the same fucking thing.
Yeah.
Sorry, I said fuck. Are you allowed to say fuck? Sorry.
Go for it.
Okay.
Fuck it, you're good.
And then the other thing is that some of her Pixar shit is still public from years ago. It's been years that she's been photo editing through that.
Fishing at its best.
Uh-huh.
Hi, Rose.
We all know that your chin's not pointy. We all know that your chin's round. Get over it.
Oh, girl.
Which chin are you talking about?
The one that she's framing right now.
Okay.
The other one, the wraparound chin and working, is a work in progress that she's trying to hide, but clearly seen. We all know what you look like. Everyone's seen you pre-hijab. You can delete all the videos you want. Everyone knows.
Hey, we done seen every dark side of you that nobody ever asked to see. Who do you think you're fooling?
Holes included. Oh,
right.
fuck.
Flashbacks. All right.
Yeah, you have to really let that sink in. Exactly. Like, you know, I don't know. Like I said, like after like I got banned for a week, I was like, something snapped in me, and I was like, all of these things I'm raging about are not worth losing my channel over, and it's time to like grow up, and it's time to move on. You know, like for real. I don't know if I should. Bullshit.
Anytime she disappears, something happens with the people she's connected with. Like that's all that usually happens. So that's crap.
I take it as a transient moment of self-realization, and it will be gone again. It's just a matter of time.
Well, just wait for the streaks that are still over her channel to completely go off, and then you'll see. It's always that. She'll wait.
Yeah. And when the time comes that lifts and everything, and after it's simmered just long enough, oh yeah, she's going to be on here acting a complete fool. Yeah, Lone says she has lucid moments. Very, very few and far between. But yeah. Hi.
True.
And definitely moments, but that's it. After that, it's right back to normal again.
Quite true.
But finish the calories. I feel like I should because I don't want to like under eat and then like it's like do you want to?
I don't want to like under eat.
You don't. From what I've seen, that's not a worry.
She said, I think I want to finish the calories that I've got for the day because I don't want to under eat.
Well, the calories she buys for the day are upwards of 5,000. So, I mean, like.
Right. What exactly is she qualifying as under eating? I mean.
I gotta hop off real quick if you don't mind. I'm sorry.
Oh no, girl, you're good. Go ahead.
I'll see you next time and run my mouth later.
No problem.
Also, have a good night and I'll see you later at some point.
You too.
Okay, bye chat. Bye guys.
Peace. Yeah, no, honestly, I keep thinking bloated maggot, especially when she's going all black.
Right. It's just.
Survive or not? Like I thought we had survival instincts. So why is my brain like eat?
It's because you've trained it that way, darling.
It's a small stroke. That's my guess.
Yeah, both of these cows, most of the cows do. It's like, first of all, you could be malnourished because you're not getting the appropriate vitamins and nutrients that you need, but you're not ever going to starve when you're 450 pounds. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry. And I don't give a damn what old girl, what's her name? What's the girl that was on the damn front of Cosmopolitan? The big red hair girl that's a plus size model.
I don't know.
I can't think of her. Tess Holiday. Fuck Tess Holiday trying to say that she's anorexic and she's 500 pounds. Fuck her.
No. The only response I give for that one is no. Just she's not getting rewarded for that.
Tess is a fucking moron, just like the rest of them.
Either that or she was fed to say it to ensure some kind of public reaction because Cosmopolitan is a relatively large magazine.
She has just started that recently, saying that that she's anorexic and she's 500 pounds. Bitch, you didn't get 500 pounds from not eating.
No.
Nice try. It's the same mentality that these two have where they think that there's specially created thing that nobody's ever seen before. It's like, ma'am, the human body is pretty well understood.
Minus the brain.
Well, yeah. But I don't think we're ever going to get to that point where we fully
get to something better than where we're at. I do think
we will. I mean, sure we will, but it's going to forever be a gray area for us because there's so many nuanced symptoms in relation to things that it's hard to tell what it's like. Okay, they could be this or they could be this. There's really not a black and white on any of them.
No.
Hey, check out Lone there. She has no clue. All right, let's keep going.
Yes.
She hates when I grab her and kiss her. I don't think cats like this usually.
Could that be why she doesn't like that? Could it be because she doesn't trust you?
You know what? I'm a little surprised with this one because Salad married Julia while she was in Canada last, and now she's making out with Julia and like on cam while still trying to stay she's with Salad. That's messed up.
I mean, we talked about this the last time she picked up Julia on camera.
Yeah.
Number one, she's picking her up and holding the cat like a damn toddler was with her legs dangling. That cats especially are built on trust. And if you are not going to make them feel safe, you're not going to make them feel confident in the fact that they can trust you, they're going to behave as though they don't trust you. I mean, this is why we're seeing this. This cat does not trust her. She doesn't trust her. She never has. We've seen it over and over again. Y'all have seen me. This one right here has been on camera on and off all night and umpteen bazillion other streams that I've been on. How many times have y'all seen me kiss on him and kiss on little mama and kiss on Rome's? Every single one of them knows that I'm not going to hurt them. They know that I'm going to hold them and I'm going to support them and make them feel safe. That takes a level of trust to build up with an animal to allow for you to be able to put your face to them and to kiss them, because that requires a level of vulnerability that has to be kind of built in.
Because also not only that, but the animal's allowing you to put your jaws near it.
Right.
Like,
right.
this may sound silly, but I mean, this is an animal that does a lot of its own maneuvering with its mouth. So keeping that in mind.
Speaking of, watch.
What up, cat?
And he didn't run away from me. He didn't put his paw on my face and try to pry himself away. I have complete and utter trust with all three of mine. We live in such synchronicity with each other that there is nowhere on them that is off limits for me to touch, because there is established trust there. It took, like with him, I started with him when he was big as my hand.
Wow. Okay.
You know, and that's the way that it has always been. Anytime little mama, she was a lot easier. She was like, okay, you're nice to me. I'm coming in your house. This is my house now. And from there, time, interaction, and trust, I kiss on her too. And Rome's thinks it's kind of weird. He hasn't quite gotten to that. Oh, okay, this is normal. But he's even letting me do it. But it requires them to look at you and to say, hey, no, don't you mess with him.
I don't think they complied.
No, it wasn't that. They're both on top of the cabinet, and Jinx jumped clear over Romeo, and his back is on the other side. Well, Romeo picked his head up and looked at him, and I said, no, don't y'all be nice. And Romeo sneezed, and that's why I started laughing. But both of them were just like, it was funny. It just struck me funny. But I mean, the fact that this woman has been a cat owner as long as she has, and she doesn't understand that, is really kind of beyond me. I mean, she tried to say, oh, well, none of my cats have ever liked that. And it's like, well, could it be because that means that none of your cats have ever fucking trusted you? Could it be because that animals know you're the devil?
Yeah, no, I mean, my personal belief is that unless the animal has already been altered by the forces of evil, it doesn't like Foodie. True.
And she actually said something at one point about the dog, Buster.
Oh, her family dog, right?
Yeah, I was like, Buster. First off, Buster has been on your evil, and he wasn't about to. But I had to talk about the cat thing and the fact that Julia flat put her paw on her face and was like, nope.
Oh yeah, she's pushing away.
My cats never do like it. Maybe it's just me.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is. It absolutely is.
There seems to be no sign of intelligent life anywhere.
Somebody told her she looked like Buzz Lightyear.
I remember getting told, like, in my early 20s that I sounded like Buzz Lightyear. But so it's disturbing for me personally.
Well, I left that in there because it's like, do you have any understanding how much that statement applies to you? And I also did that because I'm going to clip it and that's going on the board.
Yeah, fair. But like, I mean, no, like there's a lot of things that could be turning off to animals too. Like animals react to scent a lot. I mean, like for whatever she could be letting off, like the animals may not like her for that in itself.
Well, I don't know. You'd be surprised what animals are willing to adapt to. I mean, if you'll think about it, take dogs as an example. Dogs roll a dead animal carcass. So stuff that stinks is generally like, they're like, oh.
That's so they think they're bigger.
They're like, perfume of it all, you know? It's just like, cats, maybe not so much, but dogs are like, oh, this stinks so good, you know? So the fact that even Buster's like, fuck you, you know, just, yeah.
Oh, God. Yeah, that thing gave up. That thing gave up. If I see Foodie with a scale, no, it gave up.
Oh no, that's not hers. That's a new one. I found a lady that is actually a Girl World follower who started a channel. Her channel name is Lily's Pad.
Okay.
She is actually an Arabic woman, and she did a video at one point about who her favorite reaction channels are. She seems to be a real nice lady. And as of late, she made the executive decision that she wanted to go on a weight loss journey because she's not happy with the weight gain that she's had over the last however long. And let me see, what all do I got here? And I've got her. I've got JJ is lurking. JJ's been in here before, but it's been a little minute. JJ's in the process of trying to qualify for weight loss surgery. And she's doing the rounds like with the therapist and, independent weight loss prior to, all that stuff. And then I have, we'll do Jamal next because Jamal is actually having observable change here. And
Oh, whoa. Yeah, definitely.
Oh, good gracious. I like his accent. But I don't entirely agree with some of his methods, but the fact that he is still being consistent and he's following through and he's trying his damnedest to do it without any sort of outside intervention like the Ozempic or weight loss surgery or anything like that says a lot about how dedicated he is to what he's doing.
Yeah.
But
okay.
Here we are. As of this point, he was 69 pounds down. Let's see. Someone on Twitter suggested that Foodie had her FUPA wound in Canada, and that's why she went to the hospital, had the PJ wipes. What do you think? I could see that.
Possible.
I could absolutely.
I still think she's been walking around on painkillers pretty heavily. So like when she's doing all her shit, I honestly believe she's on painkillers. So like the reason why it doesn't bother her, she doesn't bring it up or all that stuff. And this is just to back up what Rose is saying, is because she's been on painkillers. So.
Right. Because let's be realistic here. Anytime she's had anything going on with her, it's been consistent conversation. The sciatica turned into a whole 3 months worth of conversation where she brought it up every time she was live, every time she videoed. It's kind of like ALR with the dangling ankle. The dangling ankle went on for a month and a half. In the time frame that it took her little sprained ankle to heal, they have nothing else to talk about. So the fact that she miraculously chooses not to talk about a skin infection, that's shady.
Well, for her especially, yeah.
Yeah.
1,258 members of the Get Right Gang. My name is Jamal, and welcome to Day 66, and it is a new, you guessed it, folks, Percy. Yes, it's another personal best, as I am now down 69 pounds. Yes, I know. Every teenage boy's favorite number in the world, but hey, behave yourself. Let's stay focused, guys, because I am in a new personal best and close to getting into that 70-pound loss range, close to getting into that 460. So let's keep pushing, folks, onwards and upwards. What is today's date?
It's Saturday, the 9th of March, 2024.
And there we have it, folks. New personal best. Let's get right.
Oh no, he blew up. Oh, okay.
Welcome to day 66 of my weight loss journey. Yes, we are 66 days.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I don't agree with those methods.
69 pounds, which is about a 2-pound loss since yesterday. So what can I say? Everything is going really, really well. 3 days straight of Percy's, which just means personal best. If you don't know, let's go for 4. I haven't done my workout today, but I think I might get a 4th tomorrow. So let's keep pushing. So most likely you've already seen the thumbnail, so already know. I wanted to put a bit more focus into one of the parts of my body where I think I've lost a lot of weight or made a significant change, which is in my face. People ask me all the time, where do you think you've made the most amount of change so far? And I think one of the top places that is very much my facial structure is getting much slimmer and much leaner very quickly, whereas some parts of my body, you have to look a little bit more closely to notice much of the difference, but my face is quite evident, so that's why I made this lovely thumbnail here, just to show one of the major differences. But As you know, there's still a lot more work to do, and I expect to see major differences all over. So in yesterday's video, I talked about the up-to-date exercise and eating program that I'm doing, which is just doing daily exercise at my house, as well as eating a very small 500 to 600 calorie meal consisting of 2 cans of tomatoes and 2 cans of sardines.
All right, I'm going to kill it there because don't get me wrong, I am proud of the fact that he has made such massive amounts of progress, but I agree with Tragic here. I said it before in the previous time we watched his video. He's a big dude right off the get. He's doing a severe calorie restriction. And honestly, like we've seen, he's getting that protein from the sardines. And I'm not trying to be ugly, but realistically, what he's doing is not sustainable. It's not really healthy, and it will end up biting him on the rear end.
If he changes up his deal later, like say hypothetically he's doing the calorie drop now to get into working out and getting into a better diet, like would that be better?
I mean, ideally, and I don't know if somebody's recommended it to him, but realistically, if he were protein heavy, like I'm trying to think, what did he say? Let's see. What did he say? He was at what, it was
469, right?
469. Okay. And I figured mine up this way. I don't know how old he is, so I'm going to take a guess, and I'm going to leave that at 5'10", 476 pounds. Nope. I think he was 471 actually. And he's going to the gym.
Oh, good. At least that's a plus that he's working out too. But even though it's low calories and the best, but he's still working out.
Another reason why I think he needs to alter what he's doing to actually, what he probably needs is he needs to go more of a protein heavy route. And see right here, he could have an excessive amount of protein every day. And what's going to happen for him is realistically, number one, him going to the gym and doing like all this heavy lifting exercises. He's going to build muscle. It's going to keep him full. He can stay under whatever calorie deficit that he wants to stay under. But so long as it's protein heavy, like take me, I do this. I have done my caloric amount for the day, and I have ate over 100 grams of protein in a day and still had like 300-400 calories left. And been full all day long. I mean, to the point where I have had to say, okay, I haven't eaten in probably 3 hours. I need to eat something else so that I can meet my protein goal. And if you do over 100 a day, a lot of times you're going to help your body develop the muscle, which is going to speed up your metabolism. But, you're kind of playing into how your body is designed. The more muscle you have, the more calories you're going to burn, which means your metabolism is going to speed up, which means you're going to burn more. You're going to burn more. You're going to burn more. Yeah. It's like take like your Arnold and your Rock. I mean, these guys have massive, insane amounts of muscle. That's why they're eating 30 eggs every day at breakfast. Yeah. Yeah. That's why they're able to eat the way that they do, because the muscle is going to expend more caloric dense foods. That's why they can eat like 10 pancakes at one time, because the carbohydrates are going to be gone because their metabolism is so jacked from all the protein that they're getting and the excessive muscle that they've put on, that their calorie total is insane. Like there was a video of The Rock where he had like a 10,000 calorie meal, and it probably didn't hurt him in the slightest because of the fact that he is so solid.
Especially nowadays, he's super built in comparison to when he started out.
Yes. I mean, even
he's super built.
When he first started, I mean, he was still a very large, bulky man, and honestly, I think Jamal would probably have a better long-term result if he went the higher protein route in combination with the weight training and the daily activity and all that stuff. He probably wouldn't feel like he's restricting himself. He would probably feel the way that I do. I mean, I had weight loss surgery, so I'm not able to eat a lot at one time, but I feel like I eat all fucking day because I'm like, okay, I got to have me a piece of cheese, and here's a stick of cheese, and all right, I'm going to have me some Quest peanut butter cups because I want junk food. Okay, and then another hour or two goes by. All right, I'm hungry. I'm like, let me go have me some chicken salad, and here I am. I'm throughout the day. I tell people, I used to laugh and make the joke that I was like a cow, that I felt like I grazed all day, especially right after surgery, because you can only eat such a tiny amount. But it's even worse now because I'm like, okay, I need to hit my 100 for the day. And I have to be mindful of how much I'm eating and when I'm eating it and how close together it is and all that stuff. Because if I don't and I lose track of things, then I'm behind the 8 ball. And he will never walk around feeling hungry because protein keeps you full. It takes longer for your body to break it down. His energy level is going to go up because that's what your body is. One of the things your body needs to be able to run itself, so, it's just one of those things. I mean, I'm happy for him that he's lost weight. I'm just worried about the method that he's taken to get there.
I'm actually curious to ask this too. I know the body takes away from itself when you're depleting your levels and stuff. Is it like one of those deals of, okay, it's going to go after the fat first, or is it going to be one of those deals of it's just going to take wherever and he just happens to be losing the weight also? Well,
if he were doing it in a balanced way, if he were having an equal, some sort of a fine line between his carbohydrates and his protein, he would probably be doing it it would just be pulling mostly from fat. Okay. But the fact that he's doing a 500, 600 calorie meal once a day, and he's got this little tiny pack of sardines to give him a little bit of protein, and he's having his little tomatoes on the side and all that other stuff. That's another reason why you actually have each individual person has a particular protein amount that they need for their body to function appropriately. Because again, the body runs off of protein just as much as it runs off of carbs. And if your body doesn't get enough protein, what it does is it starts pulling from whatever resource that it's got, which means it pulls it from the muscle, and that includes the heart muscle.
Yeah. Okay, that makes a bunch of sense because I was thinking to myself, like, I know there's a way to do this where it's deplete fat first, and I know if you just go ahead and just starve yourself, so to speak, it's going to start pulling from everywhere.
Yes.
So yeah, and that's where it gets dangerous.
And to answer Rose's question, it absolutely could. That's part of the reason why things like the gastric sleeve have gotten more popular than the lap or the lap band. Those two have gotten more popular than the Roux-en-Y. I actually had the Roux-en-Y, which is where they actually cut your stomach into a little tiny pouch, and they leave the rest of your stomach in, and then they create you a new digestive tract. And I have excess skin. I don't have as much as I would have if I had not chosen to do it when I did it, because I was 24 when I had it done. So I was still very young. I still had a lot of really good skin elasticity. And then add to it, I went to the gym every day for a year after to work and to try to tone as much as I could. But even now, I still have.
Yeah, no, I used to weigh 265. I'm down to 200. And mind you, it's not necessarily a crazy loss in comparison to any kind of like morbid obesity. But at the same time, I still have like fluffy areas on myself because of it.
Right.
So like, it's just gonna happen. That's it.
Right. And my mom had the same surgery a year before I did, and she didn't go the route that I went. She did all the dietary stuff. She walked, at work. So she would go to work and she would be up on her feet rolling around all day. And
Yuri.
Oh, hey, Fury. How are you, darling? And she didn't take the avenue that I took. And she actually ended up having to, at one point, she went and saw a plastic surgeon and had all of her skin removed from the neck down. Her belly, her arms, her thighs. They literally
she went hardcore. Yeah.
Yeah, all in one go. And she had she had a facelift done. She had a neck lift done, all of it from their head
and they don't do all in one go for everybody either. I do know that.
They don't. And she was, because of the years of medical experience that she had and all of that, she went in and told them, look, here's what I want to do, because I don't want to have to break this down. I just want to knock it all out. I'm trained. I know what to do. My husband's a nurse. He knows what to do. He's going to be with me. We'll be able to deal with this. And they did all of it. And she was miserable. She could not do anything. She slept in the recliner. She couldn't get up and down out of the recliner by herself. My dad had to help her up. She couldn't wipe her own booty for a little bit. So my dad had to do that for her. But that'll you can see the difference between the avenue that I've taken. And like I said, I still have plenty, but once I start building some muscle again, it'll help fill out that a little bit. But she didn't do any of that. And here she was with 40 extra pounds of skin on her that came off. So, I mean, that's entirely normal, that if you have an excessive weight loss that fast and you're not kind of meeting your body in the middle, then yeah, you're going to have a fair amount. I would probably have a lot more if I had not gone to the gym and tried to kind of counteract it a little bit.
You know what you do have, though, which is actually kind of cool? You've got extra canvas to extend tattoos. That's a plus. No, for real. Like, if you think about it, you've got extra canvas.
Never put it back there. That would be too sensitive. Like on the back side right there.
Yeah.
That was really fucking sensitive. I was like, yeah. No, maybe I'd have to be putting some lidocaine on it or something, because that's super duper sensitive underneath there. I'm not crazy enough to go there, but Erie baby, if you want to come up and cut up with us, we're just kind of talking shit and watching random videos and stuff.
Come play with us, Erie. Come play with us.
Forever and ever and ever.
You really have to get some kind of deal where you have an elevator door that just like exudes blood when it opens for that. That you please. I'll help you design it. It's fine. I mean, if I can make your front yard a war zone, I can totally help you with this.
Tis true.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Let me back up, because I know somebody else asked something else too. Erie came in and everybody's like, Erie. Let's see. Lone says that she thinks he's on stuff. Maybe. He seems young. When you're older, you're not excited to lose weight in your face. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. I am.
How long has he been doing this for his weight run?
Oh my goodness. Hang on.
That'll help determine if he's on anything. That's why I'm asking.
Let's see. Stop it. 4 months, looks like. And he's actually fell off, I think, at one point in the middle. I mean, he started out at 545. That was exactly 4 months. That was 4 months ago. And now here we are, and he is down to 470 something, 469, 466.4. And that was on his last video. That was a month ago. Oh,
I wouldn't put him down to being on something necessarily.
I didn't realize that he stopped posting a month ago. But what I'm kind of worried about on his part is, again, he's going to the gym. Him deadlifting, him doing squat thrusts and all that stuff, working on these major muscle groups and everything, but he's not giving his body anything to build new muscle with.
Yeah. Erie.
What is up? Since we're all on cam, I'm gonna get on cam too.
All right, word. Erie. All right.
Hi.
Not yet. Soon though.
What?
She said hi. I said not yet, but soon. You know what I mean? So. Hell yeah. But
I thought you was talking about what I was saying, because I was like, she's so pretty, and you're like, not yet.
Oh, thank you.
Wait a minute. I was like, don't make me get offended on her behalf now.
Aye.
Come here, Bubs. Come here.
Don't hit me, Salty.
Come here.
Little dog, come on over. It's Bandit, right?
He's sitting there whining at me, but I'm like, just come here. Come here. Come here,
Come play
Bubs.
with us, Bandit. Come play with us.
You to come pick me up.
That's exactly what he wants.
Yeah, that's little dog stuff. Little dogs love that.
The Rock. Well, yeah, Rock is on some stuff. There's no question.
Oh yeah, entirely.
Hey, Rock's been on the juice a long time, y'all. I mean, you don't get ripped down like that without some sort of intervention. I mean, that just flat don't happen. I mean, you can see every little vein, every little ripple. He's got all the muscle striations. You don't get that unless you're on something. Hi, baby. You are precious, little scraggly boy.
Little dog, what's going on?
Is that his name? Is Bandito his name?
Bandit.
Oh, God, Bandit. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he just wanted his mama, right?
Yeah.
So, when did you come in? How much did you miss?
I've been here maybe like 5 minutes before I got up here.
We were talking about old boys' eating habits. Probably.
Foodies?
No, we were talking about Jamal Get Right, the guy that's been doing that was on that he's gone from 545 to 466 in like 4 months. He's doing like 500 calories a day where
wow.
he's like some tomatoes and like a can of sardines a day. And he's going to the gym and doing like heavy weightlifting type stuff. I mean, he's dropping weight.
That's
like
good.
Well, it is good, but you know, he's
still shocking his system a little bit with his mentality.
Oh, he's overdoing it.
Well,
got it. Yeah.
He's calorie restricting to an excessive amount. He's doing OMAD.
Right.
He's only eating 600 calories in a day.
So he's going to put his body into shock. That's also dangerous too.
Right. And I talked about him at one point some months ago where he was talking about some of the stuff, like he was showing, well, here's how I make this. And I was like, I can't co-sign that. I'm sorry.
No, there's like extremes on both ends, right? Overeating and then like cutting it too much.
Yeah.
I actually dealt with the opposite of binge eating disorder. I don't like to get too much into that, but I know what can happen to your body when you don't eat what you're supposed to eat.
Well, and I was telling him, I was like, ideally, if he wanted to, he should really say, okay, I'm not terribly worried about my calories. I'm worried about my grams of protein, which is what I did. I had weight loss surgery, so I had a minimum amount that I had to meet every day anyway.
Right.
But this last 15 pounds from the pause has fucking me up. So I have gone to a point where I'm eating over 100 grams of protein a day. And I was like, number one, you're full all day long. Number two, with all the weightlifting he's doing, it'll increase his muscle mass because you have to have protein in muscle, which is going to jack his metabolism up even more. And it would be more of a long-term sustainable thing versus what he's doing.
He's trying to rush it too much.
Yeah, he's in a hurry, and I don't blame him for being in a hurry. I mean, I get it. I mean, I imagine he probably feels really good right now going from 545 to 466.
Right.
But I mean, it's not a long-term thing. He's got to establish some better habits.
I agree. Yeah.
At least somewhere along the line. Otherwise, he's just going to drain himself out, especially considering that he's still carrying the weight he is. He's going to drain himself out.
What I'm worried about is him doing muscle wasting, which I was telling him about, and muscle wasting affects everything, including the heart. And the last thing he's going to want to contend with is ended up having to go to a cardiologist because he's not getting enough protein to sustain the muscle that he's got on his body right now. You know?
Yeah.
Not only that, just so you all know, I believe the whole deal with the protein is actually feeding mitochondria in the cells, which energizes your cells. So that's why it's such a deal going on, because even plant cells have a deal with the whole deal with proteins, although it's not so much proteins, it's photosynthesis. In animal cells, on the other hand, the mitochondrial aspect of that basically is the powerhouse for the cell itself, so the cell can actually function the way it's supposed to. That's why he's doing this fuck shit up. So just to put that out everybody on the cell level a little bit.
And that's the thing, like a lot of like your restrictive disorders and stuff, they oh, well, I'm going to lose weight. And yes, you will eventually. But Once your body goes into like survival mode, and it will at some point, every little thing that you eat, you could eat a single Cheez-It and your body's going to be like calories, and it's going to just hold on to it because that's the way it works. Your body's like, I don't know when I'm going to get anything again, so I'm going to hold on to it. And what I'm thinking will eventually happen for him, even with the working out, eventually he's going to get to a point where he stalls.
Yeah.
Where he starts to put weight back on. And then he's probably going to derail himself, which is just going to kind of put everything back on because his body's going to be like, give me all the calories,
Yeah.
And, that's a quick way to end up kind of in a really bad headspace. That's what creates a lot of disordered eating.
Yeah. That's how it happened for me when I finally started eating normal again. Everything's stored.
Mm-hmm.
So I went from one opposite to another extreme opposite. I had to find that balance, and my body had to get accustomed to, now we're intaking food.
Yeah.
What do we do with this?
Yes, we better hold on to that.
Exactly.
Also, watch for your processed stuff because the chemical stuff, the body doesn't register the same way as it does the natural stuff. So, like, for example, high fructose corn syrup, it will stay in your system. It'll sit where the fat does, and it'll stay in your system longer because of what it's comprised of.
Yeah.
So keep that in mind too out there. So
right.
Yeah.
I mean, ideally, that's kind of like the whole conversation with Foodie, like her having this thought process in her mind, like that her drinking the orange juice is okay because it's natural fruit. It's natural sugar. It's still sugar. Your body is just going to treat it differently than it would be if you were eating, let's say, your husband's candy bars that he's left for visitors. I mean, two completely different responses, same result, but with two different ways. I mean, I don't know where the thought process on it all is just beyond me.
Right.
Girl, we had whole conversations before you made it in here about all of that. And I'm of the position, and I said this. I said, if they just want to be like, you know what, I don't give a damn. I just want to eat what I want, when I want, how I want, as much as I want. Just come up on here and say it.
Be honest. Exactly.
Yeah.
Don't portray yourself as I'm on a health journey, because you're actually out there giving very bad advice, and someone might believe it.
Yes.
And they're going to end up in the hospital or worse.
Right. And that's part of the reason why, like, and I think I don't know if I said this with you around, or I don't know if you've heard me say it before, but that's actually part of what got me started, is I was so fucking irritable with them about the fact that they're all like, oh, I know so much. I might as well be a nutritionist. Nah, motherfucker. If you had that knowledge base, you wouldn't be 500 pounds.
No, that's why I don't discuss what happened to me, because first of all, I'm not a professional. Second of all, I don't want to give people ideas on what to do to have that. And that's what they're doing.
Right.
They're basically showing them, Eugenia Cooney, right?
Oh yeah.
One of the signs from her is the body checking.
Mm-hmm.
If you know about that, you start holding your wrist. Can I wrap my hands around my wrist? Oh, I can't. We have a problem here.
Here's the crazy thing about it. Take me. I am not a tiny thing. I weigh 196 pounds. I'm 5'10".
Yeah.
But that has, I mean, I still got plenty of padding. I mean, I got.
Yeah, I mean, by no means but you look great.
Some of it's skin, but I still got that last little 15 pounds that has been plaguing me from the pause. And I'm not happy with the good Lord Almighty for making every little breathe and have weight jump on your ass just because.
I'll write an angry letter to God for you. You're good.
Please do, because I've had whole conversations with him. How dare you?
Right.
I have worked so hard to be a good person, and you're really doing this to me right now. You suck. And I was like,
I'll get it done. I'll get it done for you before Pentecost. I promise. So you're good.
Well, the thing is, none of us here are saying that losing weight or gaining weight is easy in either fashion, right?
Right.
They are portraying themselves like, look at this. You can still eat an entire hubcap of rice and you'll be fine. No, it's okay. Diabetes, what? Who cares about that? We're doing this the right way. I got to
Right.
bring up something with the oranges you said.
Okay.
My grandpa was a type 2 diabetic.
Yeah.
One thing that got him into diabetes, he used to be a truck driver. And one of his favorite things to eat on the road was oranges by the bags.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, he was putting in and wasn't burning out. Good God.
And
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
developed into type 2 diabetic. Okay.
Mm.
Immediately, the doctor said oranges are no longer your friend.
Yeah. And probably never were.
Yeah.
You know, he just didn't know any better because he thought, oh, well, I'm having fruit. It's fruit. It's healthy.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people have those misconceptions. And honestly, I've made the comment that they're not teaching nearly as much in schools as they should be. Like they need to be teaching people how to take care of adulting, how to adult, but they need to teach people like actual nutrition. What is a good sugar versus a bad sugar and why? And
Right.
why you need so much protein and why you need so many carbs and what kind of carbs are better for you than others.
Right.
Stuff. I mean, and ideally laying the groundwork for, we're not telling you this to try to tell you how to eat. We're trying to give you the knowledge so that you can make healthier decisions. Otherwise,
Right.
probably not have 10, 8, 9, 10, 11-year-olds morbidly obese before they're even in middle school.
It's also in part because of our processing and chemicals in our food.
Yeah.
Like that needs to be taught along with what you're talking about, especially given the fact that like the more we have the least banned amount of shit
Yes,
in
I
our
know.
food and for our medicine compared to like right next to third world countries. So there's a level to which it's like one of those deals of like every other place happens to be more healthy in regard to what they're allowing in food than here. That has to be playing in somewhere.
But I think too, though, I mean, based on where we're at, I think we have more freedom to be able to choose what it is that we ingest and what we don't.
Correct, but the other thing is that we don't in part because we're not the ones putting together the recipes for certain things like Oscar Mayer products or like Heinz products or Kraft products. That's the other part of it.
That doesn't mean you have to eat those, though. I mean, it's going to sound insane. I mean, if I want macaroni and cheese, I have macaroni and cheese, but
Yeah.
I'm using protein pasta made out of chickpeas. I'm using cottage cheese, some milk, and some seasoning to make protein macaroni and cheese. Where a serving of it is like 400 calories. It's a massive bowl. It's enough of it to keep me full for hours. But I know what is going into it. It is cleaner than me going and buying Kraft macaroni and cheese off the shelf and then just throw in some butter and some milk in it. I don't trust.
Do you want an easier version that takes less time? That's like mock cheese too. Cream of mushroom soup. All you got to do is cook it into the noodle, get the noodles to a point where they're not exactly al dente yet, but they're on the way there. Then you take them out, you strain them out, you then drop in cream of mushroom soup. I usually like to add garlic powder because I'm fucking nuts about garlic. This stuff's like crack. And like when it comes down to it, you cook that down to a reduction. You sort of reduce it a little bit. So when you're cooking in the cream of mushroom soup along with the noodles, it's basically rehydrating the noodles out so they're not so they're at least getting to the point where they should be. And then the rest of it pretty much sits on there like it's mac and cheese cream. It's pretty tasty.
Well, Campbell's is talking about stopping making those because they're not being bought the way they used to be.
That's a shame because it's tasty, but I wouldn't go after Campbell's either. So
yeah. But that was like a whole thing. I saw that the other day and I was like, no, I'm like, I use those. Thank you very much. Cream of mushroom soup and cream of chicken soup and like baking, like if you're making casseroles, oh man.
Cream of chicken's necessary for casseroles. I agree with you on that.
Yeah. Like, and I have stuff that I'm like, okay, I got to have some of that and I got to have some of that. But everything in mine, like I will not try to claim that I'm a clean eater because I use stuff like the cream of whatever soups and stuff like that. That's not necessarily clean, but I'm going to get as close to clean as I can. I mean, ideally, I of the three of us, probably the cleanest eater will probably be Erie.
No.
No.
No. I have kids, you see, and kids are picky. And they don't like the clean stuff. I've tried, but they like the junky stuff, you know? So like the one thing that I always talk to with their pediatrician about is how do I, like, hey, my son went through a phase where all he wanted was chicken nuggets and macaroni and cheese. And how do I do better for my son to get all the nutrition? And pretty much it gets to a point where it's like, this is a phase. You just got to let them ride it out. But what you can do is control the portions, how often they ingest it.
Yeah. Well, I figured, with tamales and fajitas and stuff like that, they'd be like all about that, and that's probably
Oh,
man.
they love that, but also like there's pickiness here and there, so.
I mean, I could see them being like, yes, and you could make that absolutely clean.
They love the pasta nights, so there's that, but yeah.
I do too. I still like pasta a bunch. If I'm making spaghetti, I'm making like a double or triple size and just destroying it. But mind you, I also like eat once a day and I eat heavy. So like it's one of those deals. It doesn't really jack me around too much.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, and just a cheater trick for you when you're doing the pastas. I don't know if you heard me talking about the macaroni and cheese. You can actually buy like little containers of the cheese flavored powder that they use in macaroni and cheese.
Right.
And take you a cup of cottage cheese and blend it with some in there, and then throw you some cheddar or some whatever in it. And when you put it in there, it actually it tastes better than your average box.
Oh, I believe it. Yeah.
And if you pair it up with like protein noodles, because like you've got the Banza and those are made of chickpeas, and you've got some other ones that are regular pasta, but they're infused with the protein. Girl, you're talking about not a lot of calories, but
right.
Loaded with protein. They probably won't eat. They probably won't even be able to finish it all because it'll be
right.
filling, and it'll still taste good to them. I am all about. I want to eat good, but I want to eat well. My inner kid is not fixing to let me not eat something that don't taste good.
Well, the good thing is that I do make my sauce homemade, so from scratch.
Nice.
So I usually I'll make extra to store it, so that when the next time I can just, take it out, warm it up. Because if I let my kids, they'll eat pasta every night. Might as well get some veggies in there.
Another thing you can do too is like it's going to sound they might turn their nose up at it, but they may not be able to tell. There's actually palmini noodles. Have you heard?
Yeah,
they're made of heart of palm. I bought a couple of bags.
I love heart of palm.
I bought them to try them out. They make them in the linguine and the angel hair, and you don't have to cook them because they're already cooked. But you can take them out of the container, rinse them off real good, and then throw them in a pot and kind of warm them up, and then put whatever you want on them. You cannot tell at all that they're made out of palm.
I'll give it a shot. Why not?
And
I didn't know this existed, so that sounds awesome.
They come in like a 6-ounce package, and the whole package, if you sat down and ate the whole thing, the whole bag is like 60 calories.
I'll take that as a challenge. I'll do it.
The one good thing is though, my son is like the anti-veggie guy, right? So he gets most of his when I sneak it in the food.
Then that would be a way to do it.
My daughter, she likes salads. She likes snacking on fruits. She loves, hey, I'll make her a tray of like broccoli, carrots, cauliflower with a little bit of ranch, and she'll eat that just fine. It's just the little boy that's giving me a hard time.
Have you tried different salad dressings for that? Because that helped me out with liking salad when I was little. Because I remember there was a time where it's just like, screw this, it's not meat. And then like later on, like 8, 9, 10, like it was like, oh wow, this actually tastes really good on this salad. I would suggest just trying different dressings.
Yeah.
They sound silly, but it helps.
No, yeah. Well, we're trying it all. Trust me, we'll get there. We'll get him there.
Because creamy Italian is a life-changing thing when you try it.
Yeah, he started adding more little by little, especially if he sees his cousins eating it, he'll be like, okay, I'll give it a shot, but
yeah, try the palmini noodles. You'll be surprised. And I have no question, like he will he will probably not have any idea. And you'll be able to walk around going, I snuck some vegetables.
I do that every time. I'm like, haha, you have no idea what you're eating.
I got them at, I know they have them elsewhere. You could probably get them off of Amazon, like in bulk or whatever, but they have them. I got them at Publix.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll have to find them here because we don't have one here. We're in Colorado.
What do you got nearby?
We have Kroger's. We have Safeways.
Kroger should have it.
Let's see. I'm gonna look and see.
I would honestly think Kroger would have it, but that's
They
just.
do. I'm sorry, I told you a lie. You got okay. Oh, wait a minute.
King Supers, yes.
They've got them at let's see. They make lasagna noodles, which I didn't know. That's cool. But you can order them by the case. 6 cans, 6 14-ounce cans. You can get the angel hair, 6 bags of it. They're 12 ounces each.
Mm-hmm.
Same way with the linguine. They've got the heart of palm rice, and heart of palm butter herb mashed potatoes.
Oh, okay.
And they do the Spanish rice too. And you can get a case of them. They're all of them are under $50 for a case of 6.
Okay.
And you can mix and match and all that stuff. But I tried the hang on, let me do this. Let me do this right here, so you can see what I'm talking about. That's a lasagna noodle, if you can believe that.
Okay. Wow. All right. So I think I can find that at the Supers then. For sure.
And this is the one that I used. I actually made Alfredo. No. And the entire package, 20 grams per serving, and there's 3 per package, so 60 grams for the whole bag. And like I said, you can't tell at all.
Yeah.
I was like, oh man, I actually sat down I made it as like meal prepping and everything for work one weekend, and I did a Cheaters Alfredo where the base of it was cottage cheese, and I doctored it up and everything. And I was just like, oh my God, this is so ridiculously good. I'm like, I probably shouldn't be eating this. But then I sat down and thought about it. I'm like, this is nothing but protein. Shut up and enjoy it. You know?
Yeah, I'll definitely go and pick some up and give it a shot if, you know.
It definitely can't hurt, especially if that is not what I was trying to do.
Oh, look at that Inception right there. Holy
that
cannoli.
Still looks great. Like I love it when that stuff happens, like the mini shit off in the distance where it's endless. I love that.
Your moment. Y'all want to get in on somebody that's new?
Sure, yeah, why not? Yeah.
This I was telling Lord, I had a moment here. Erie, I was telling him that this lady is actually somebody who's a Girl World viewer. I found her by accident, but she did a video talking about like which reaction channel she liked and why and all that stuff. And I started watching some of her videos, but about 3 weeks ago, she started talking about going on a weight loss journey.
Hey guys.
So she seems to be a real nice lady. She's a Muslim. Normally she has the hijab and all that stuff on, but she's taken a break from it, which is why she's wearing wig.
Okay.
But we're gonna kick it. We're gonna kick it over. I know it didn't look like it wasn't her hair, but the only reason
it's just like when I hear the words weight loss journey, that has become such a red flag for me now that I already have like a preconceived notion, and I'm like, ugh.
It turns into a weight gain journey. They're trying too hard, and then all of a sudden it goes into alcoholism, like that kind of shit.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
She's not really problematic at all. I mean, the only thing that I've seen is like she had a video where she got into it with a gentleman on the sidewalk who came up to her because of her wearing a hijab. And that's the only thing that even remotely kind of leaned that way. And I was and then she made another one saying she was sick of being harassed on here because people were leaving her nasty messages and stuff. But overall, I mean, her channel's been pretty positive. She seems to be really nice. And the fact that I was like, wait, she's trying to get on the weight loss train here. Let's follow along and see what we see.
Yeah.
I'm going to speed her up just a touch.
Okay.
Wait.
Or we can't. Oh, there it is.
There it is.
It's just me being a boomer, y'all.
Hey, I'm with you on that.
You're Gen X. Stop it.
Yeah, we're Xers here.
1980 motherfucker, Gen X.
Hey, did you see, I don't know if either of y'all are on TikTok, and I'm gonna automatically assume Inferno's not. There are all these videos of Gen Xers coming out because these Gen Zers are like, Gen X sucks and rah rah rah, and all the Gen Xers are coming out going, no, we didn't call for you. Don't you come for us. We are not the ones to fuck with.
Well, not only that, but they're
part.
mistaking us for the baby boomer generation, which are part of the ones who destroyed the country and are currently as to why everything's in a one big fucktastic upheaval that's pro-corporate. And that also Gen X is a smaller generation from the one before us and the one after us due to the legal allowances of the pill and abortion. So as far as I'm concerned, at least get your shit straight before you're trying to fuck with us.
Right.
That's all.
There was one kid that he looked like he was probably 14 or 15 that was talking about the people that were using asbestos as snow in the Wizard of Oz is trying to tell us how they're smarter than us when we have the entire technological history on our fingertips. And I'm like,
did they stop teaching math in schools?
The silent generation did that. Are you kidding me?
Motherfucker, won't you use that Google?
You weren't even affected by that at 14. Like you weren't even a thought in your dad's nutsack at that moment. Like what the fuck?
Asbestos was getting cleared out in the 90s. I remember the fucking commercials, and I lived near New York. Come on.
As this 14-year-old was trying to apply that to the Gen Xers, like were the ones doing that. It's like, motherfucker, how about using Google and search to find out what you're talking about before you come on here and make a generalized sweep like that?
Just look at years.
My dad wasn't even born when the Wizard of Oz came out.
Right.
My grandma.
Right.
Now, I mean, I'm. Let's be real. I don't know about y'all, but my parents were born in the 60s, and they grew up through the 60s and 70s. If anything, they smoked enough weed to power an entire country over them 2 decades. They didn't know asbestos.
Yeah. What the fuck?
That they killed a lot of brain cells, but they wasn't trying to get into none of that stuff right there.
What year was the Wizard of Oz? I don't even remember.
Girl, oh my God.
Isn't it like late 40s?
1939.
Okay,
that's what I was thinking. Okay, my dad was born in 55. Shut the fuck up, 14-year-old. Go fucking learn how to wipe your own ass, because apparently they don't even know how to fucking do that. Don't come for us unless we send for you. And if we send for you, don't cry like a little baby back bitch when we fucking tell you what it is.
Yeah.
Right.
Also, another thing to keep in mind is it's really starting to show that education cuts that started in the 80s under the Reagan administration are really playing out amazingly now.
No question. I mean, I'll tell you the part that got me is there are some of them on TikTok that are like, why do they keep saying we're going through a recession? Just print more money. I'm like, God.
I saw that and I just want to see how far it goes with all of them.
Well, no, the other thing that really amazes me is they're so smart. Okay, why aren't we taking governmental steps to raid tax havens that our elected officials even have, along with our corporate powers? Like, come on, let's actually put this together in a real sense.
Well, and what got me is I saw some video, and I can't even think of who it was. There was some guy that supposedly had a degree in finance that was saying the same thing. And it's like, motherfucker, did you get your degree out of a Cracker Jack box? That's
probably
how inflation, jackass.
Crack may be the operative word.
I was like, Jesus Christ. I was like, oh my God. We need to start, before we start working on AI, we need to eliminate natural stupidity first. I'm sorry.
So, as I said, we got to get back to having a functional education system that's actually uniform across the country, as opposed to more jurisdictional, like regional jurisdiction-esque shit. That's the best way to do it.
Some of that could be helped if we would take the central government completely out of it, because once they developed that whole thing, whatever the fuck it was in Washington.
Every child, no child gets left behind.
Before they set up their whole Department of Education in Washington, and after that, everything took a dive off the page. quit messing with shit that don't need to be messed with, and let the people that were already running things, because as soon as that went into effect, that's when the numbers started downturning.
Yeah.
Because they were more focused on standardized testing than they were on actually teaching.
Well, the thing is that they made the standardized testing link into aspects of funding for the school itself. So that's why they started teaching around that. Like I was just out of high school when this was starting. I remember my sister was basically under this. And there's a difference.
The problem with that is, though, in the meantime, is we've got people who are fixing to graduate high school that can only read at like a 4th grade level.
Look at your mama. I mean, like, he's from 83, just to put that at you. So he's long since deficient, but let's put this down. Like, I mean, realistically though, it's scary simply because we've had this much of a downturn. And the other thing is that it's been bipartisan. It's been very bipartisan. Like you see this constantly going on as it is. And there's a consistent slide. And this has been happening pretty much since when it comes down to the education cuts we deal with currently. It's Reaganomics, so to speak. So it kicked off pretty much around the Reagan administration. And if this is where it's at now, that takes bipartisanship to ignore and exacerbate.
Well, and Okie saying this, they've been quit teaching cursive.
So you know what though? What's cool about that? We kind of have like our own secret code here.
Well, that's
we
true.
Can write to each other in cursive, and they won't be able to ever fucking break it.
Hey, we're gonna be passing notes in the nursing home.
We have the Navajo code from World War II right in our hands, and it's all because of
there
cursive.
You go. Yeah, there you go. That's our own like little code right there. You want to confuse them? Just start writing shit on a whiteboard in cursive. I write beautiful cursive. I actually can do calligraphy, so I'm gonna confuse the shit out of those motherfuckers.
I take forever to write my name in cursive. Like, do you know, honestly, every time I took the SATs, the longest thing it took me to write down was my name, because like cursive, I had to remember how to do it. I read everything in print. I mean, I can. It's just one of those deals of like, oh shit, I've got to use cursive for that. Okay.
Well,
okay, like
for me,
whatever.
It was the first way that I learned how to write. In South America, they teach you in cursive.
See, they
cool.
That with us too, right off the bat. That basic print, but it wasn't long after, and you were already upgraded to cursive. But that's been hell. I'm almost 50. That's been a long time ago, and they basically kind of threw it all out the window. But I'll tell you, and this is going to pique Inferno's ears up. I come through with it saying that it's a conspiracy thing for them to take away the cursive, because if you'll think about it, all the most important documents in the country are all written in cursive.
Oh my God, that is so true.
Also, Old English, a lot of them, the older ones are in Old English. Right. You have to have a grasp on that.
Declaration of Independence.
We have like a special skill here. The entirety of Gen X is like, we know shit you don't, that you never will.
Right. Well, here's what... We can drive a stick, every one of us.
I actually can't. I'm sorry.
Someone said here in the chat, we can read maps because we didn't used to have GPS.
Yeah.
You have to whip out a map.
Right.
It takes a sec, but once you get the whole deal with where your north, south, east, and west are, it's not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah,
here in Colorado, it's easy. The mountains are west. Boom. Everything else falls in place.
The mountains are west, but the weather's all over the place. That's Colorado.
Hell yeah. Yeah. Seen the winds we had out there today. I thought my windows were going to blow.
Colorado
I remember it's 80 degrees in Colorado, and I was actually able to go outside in jeans and a long sleeve because of the wind. It was like Aruba, and I'm just like, wow, this is amazing. I never thought this would ever happen, because I mean, I was originally from the East Coast. I'm used to it being that warm and humid, and then, like, I'm lazy and shitty. Colorado's a completely different, wacky weather world like that. It was amazing. It was amazing.
I love it. It's an adventure just stepping outside.
I didn't.
And you had cowboys. So,
I didn't have cowboys.
I didn't have
haunted spots.
I didn't really have that problem with the weather being all over the place when I went up there, but I went at toward the end of October. So it would be like in the mid 60s to low 70s in the day. And then it would drop almost from like mid 40s to mid.
Oh, so you experienced a little bit of it, because that's basically it's not supposed to be 70s in October
Well, it stayed mostly in the 60s. Like it would be warmer like that during the day, like midday. The sun was all the way up, and there was nothing going on. The sky was clear. But I'm gonna tell you, between that and it being cold at night like that, and it being kind of cool during the day like that, which I'm not used to. The fact that there was nothing resembling sweet tea anywhere, I was just like, my
No, we don't do that here.
soul
I
was
don't do it
screaming
either.
Southern, talking about, take me back to where there's grits, y'all.
Wait, you can wait. No. You can find grits in Colorado. I know you can.
Yeah.
Just with how
Yeah.
the menu works over there, so there's a lot of like Tex-Mex and Southern stuff that sweeps in too.
Mhm.
So you can find it. You may have just not been at the right place.
Well, nowadays you can, because we have like a lot more restaurants than we used to do. There's a place called the Black Bear Diner that'll hook you up with the sweet tea and everything.
Yeah, that's true. Black Bear does do that. We have them in Oregon. Southern Oregon has Black
Mhm.
Bears.
This has
Yep.
been probably about 10 years ago that I had that visit up there. And everywhere that I went to, and I was like, well, I'd like some tea. And they're like, okay. And they're bringing me a hot cup of tea. And I'm like, no. I'm like, can I have a Diet Pepsi, please? And they're just like, okay. I mean, the place I went to,
Mimi's Cafe. Sorry, yes, tragically delicious. Mimi's Cafe too.
I
Sorry.
went to Loveland is where I went to.
Okay, so I know exactly where that is.
Yeah, the big old. It was a beautiful place. I enjoyed riding around up there every day after I was done with what I was there for, because it's like big old sculpture garden with buildings through all of it.
Right.
Just the most beautiful town. I was just like, wow, this is beautiful. And a friend of mine that worked at corporate office there, he would text me. He would like send me emails or text me, and he'd be like, hey, you want to come up for a visit? And it would be like the beginning of January. And I was like, nah, bro. I'm like, I already know there's 4 feet of snow. I ain't made for that.
Mm-hmm.
That's all you, my guy. I don't want no part of that. I was like,
we're not in the clear until probably after Mother's Day. We still get snow.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I couldn't.
I would love it, but I mean, I almost moved to Colorado, so like hanging out in the weather and stuff, and like knowing that it like snow isn't this wet. I love snow. It's rain you can play with. How do you not? And like when it comes down to it, like I almost moved out there because of the wacky weather. At the same time, I also realized that like, all right, my mentality versus localized geographic mentality here, I may have to worry about getting shot. I'm gonna go to Portland instead. Like that's kind of it for me. I mean, like Denver, I probably could have gotten along and fine, but if I'm anywhere like outside of like the Denver Boulder area, I probably would have to watch my back because like I get opinionated. So,
oh Lord! All right, let's give Lily a try. I hadn't watched anything of her on here so far. Let's see what we think.
Well, we had all gone to the beach and everything. I am happy to report that since then it has warmed up. Still a little overcast. I don't know what's up with that, but the high today was 80 and it actually felt like it. So yay. On another note, I have been, I think I had mentioned how I wanted to lose some weight, right? And I'm like, yeah, but was I trying? No, not really. I wasn't really trying. I was just like, as long as I'm not, deep frying something, we're good. And so I haven't been deep frying anything. The thing is that I've been eating a lot of carbs, and I'm not anti-carbs. It's just that I know that right now, for me to jumpstart any kind of weight loss, I need to eliminate like a lot of them. And I've been having like pancakes. I eat like 2 small ones, but I'll eat 2 of them. And do I put syrup? Yes, I do. And then I've been having like pasta, rice, all those things. And do I eat protein with them? Yeah, I do. But the thing is that I go and I'll be done with my protein, and with the rice, like if I'm having rice with a chicken or anything like that, I'm done with my piece of chicken because everybody gets a piece. But then there's all this rice, so I'll go back and I'll eat rice because I'm still feeling hungry. And my arm kind of hurts holding you guys. And I was going to the gym every morning around 9, something like that. And right now that has.
Hold on a sec. Back just a touch, because it looks like there's like a plastic. There's like a plastic container of Coke back there. That's what it looks like on the shelf.
What kind of Coke?
Well,
the good kind. Come on, like why I point out soda? Hello, no. Gen X motherfucker, Anyhow,
Hey, trust if that's actually what that was, she wouldn't be on a weight loss journey, right?
no, I had to have fun with that because it's like
Wait,
sitting over to a little bit of the
I
shelf,
have
and there's
to.
a red top container with like a white powder, and I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" Like,
I have
whoa.
actually known obese cokeheads, believe it or
Oh,
not.
I have to. I have to.
Make it a bad joke. I've met not long after I started nursing. I was working like on an immunosuppressed ward, and one of my first patients, she was a crack user.
Ooh, okay.
And she had a diagnosis of HIV, and she was 460 pounds. And I was, that is the fattest crackhead I have ever met.
Yeah, you'd be surprised.
That is.
I've met round heroin addicts too. It's not just like the speedy shit necessarily that does that to you either over time. And I've like met obese heroin addicts also. So like it's a little bit mind blowing at first, but that's just metabolism for you.
But after all this time and knowing what I know now and watching Foodles and all of this, I'm like, I know what it is. She was doing her crack, and then she was eating through the sensation not to eat.
Right.
Eat even more now, So I mean, ideally, Foodie would probably be the fattest crackhead I've ever seen too at this point.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Honestly, I think probably what you saw, truthfully, Inferno, was probably baby powder. Because
I know, but I had to have fun with it because there's like a fucking container like with a red cap on it, like right in the corner on the shelf, and then there's like
what if
powder
it's
in
bath
it.
salt? What if it's like the
if it's bath salts, that's even funnier. But she's way too sane for
not
that.
those, like the sea salt that you soak in.
Yeah, okay, because I mean, as far as I'm concerned, Flocka was made to soak in. You know what I'm saying? So,
well, I don't know.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Found it right there. That's toilet paper, my dude.
No, over a little more. Over a little more.
It's TP for the PP.
I know. I get where the TP's for. I promise, but I'm still in Gen X. I know what TP is used for, but
you mean you didn't hoard any during 2020?
I not really. I got to be honest with you, not a crazy ton because I usually order whatever in bulk for paper products. So I had enough for like 6 months when that kicked off to begin with.
She didn't lean that far over in anything previously.
Okay, let it roll. You'll see in the back on the shelf. You'll see in the back on the shelf. It'll go by real quick, but it's there.
I mean, I would say I'm in shock.
Right
oh, yeah, I see it right there.
Yes, right there.
Container.
Ah,
damn it, lady. Do you know the community? You shouldn't do this to us.
Yeah, I will look for your drug use. That's what I do. It's fun for me because I usually make fun of this while I'm like critiquing it. Come on.
I honestly, I still think it's probably like talcum powder.
You know what? It probably is something to do with. In all honesty, it probably is something to do with that. I joke dark, so like I like straight up I do. But like when it comes down to it, it's just really funny that she's talking about whatever with weight loss, and then all of a sudden it's just wait, hold on, what's in that Tupperware? Is that powder? Is that white powder? What? So.
But I knew it wasn't going to be good, but it's not good. It really isn't. I'm sorry. It really isn't. And I need to do something about it because I don't want to. I'm in my 40s. I've had a hysterectomy. I have issues. I will tell you guys some of my weight issues I've had because they started off when I was young and forced to step on scales in front of other people. So yeah. A whole different video, but
dancing
Monday I will weigh in next Monday, but I will do it in the morning. So yeah, and it said 185.2. So would it be okay if I bring it down to 184.2? No, because the phone doesn't weigh a pound. It feels like it right now because my hand, but I don't know. Just bring it down a little. Anyways, that's the big girl in me talking. But all right, I will go and. Take a walk, I guess, and just, I'm sorry. It's just that number, like, it's a lot of flab there. It really is. Like, I can tell my cheeks are poofy. Like, I've always had squirrel cheeks, no matter how much I've had squirrel cheeks, but they just feel like my face is more full, and I have gained weight. In these past 2 years, I have gained weight, and
Wait, pause. There's a jar back there that's also filled with white powder.
I can't.
Bro, you keep on and you're going to have this lady blocking me on YouTube, my dude.
I'm having
Oh
fun with
my
this.
God.
Honest, I am. Just that's all I'm doing.
Okay, so first impressions, she seems nice, right? Like, but they all do, don't they, at first?
The other thing too is I'm getting a very heavy sense of like I'm talking about my insides outside so far. That's what I'm getting a very heavy
Right.
impression of.
The one thing. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I've watched a few of her videos, and she's actually she's a fairly upbeat person. Like even when she talked about the video where the guy harassed her on the sidewalk and everything, even then she was just like, I don't want to. I'm not going to dwell too long on this. She says because I don't want it to get me down. She's like, I don't believe in just wallowing in things like this, but you know, I just wanted to get it out, you know, and just talk about it and all that. I mean, at this point, I mean, that's part of why I was like, okay, I can kind of jibe with her too. Yeah, this is a different kind of the squeaker voice and I'm so sickly sweet that I could poison you. That's not the same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, there is such thing as toxic positivity, and that's really more of where Squeaker's coming from than this lady, I think. But you know, I figured definitely something different than what we're accustomed to seeing, you know.
Right. It's something new to explore, right? The one thing I will say, honestly, here's what most of these channels that are like, I'm on a weight loss journey, right? The number one thing I could tell you is don't buy the shit you know you're gonna binge on. Don't buy the cookies. Don't buy the rice.
Right. That's kind of like ALR making the claim that, you know, oh, well, going to Trader Joe's trigger me. Bitch, you knew that before you walked in there.
Okay, but you know, look what, I could eat chocolate chip cookies all fucking day. I literally could. I could sit here and eat an entire bag of Chips Ahoy. I don't, because I don't have it at home. Neither am I going to order it, or I'm going to go drive and get it.
Right. The more effort it takes to get there, the less likely you are to do it.
Exactly.
It's just all right. So this one, she decided after she made that executive decision, she has set herself a goal.
It is today, Tuesday. Yeah, I went back to the pharmacy and they didn't have my meds, so they said to go back over there tomorrow. I mean, it sucks, but I can't complain. Thankfully, I still have enough to last me through. But the good thing about it is that I'm forced to walk all the way over there, back and forth. It's like, you know, it's a good thing. So I have this dress right here that I want. My goal is to try to fit into it. I don't know when that's going to happen, but that's a goal. So I'm going to try it on for you guys and show you how much it doesn't fit because I haven't tried it on. So waist size on my waist, I'm a 14, but I'm broader up here because of things. And so that's usually what I have an issue with. This dress right here is a 14. So what I'm foreseeing the issue being the bust. I can, you know, at the bust. It's a smaller size dress looking, and I don't know, but it's really cool. It was given to me. And I was like, yeah, let's make everybody's like a little black dress. This one's long, but it has a slit. I think it's cute. It's gonna look lumpy and bumpy. You know, so just if you don't like lumps and bumps, and it's always gonna be like that because I do not wear Spanx. I refuse to wear Spanx because they're uncomfortable. I wore them once to an event my husband had, and let me tell you, I had the hardest time getting it down to go to the bathroom. I almost peed myself. It was just like so much. I was like pulling and going and then after you relax from doing your thing, I had to put it back up. I was like, no. So I don't do Spanx. It's been 10 years since then. So yeah, I just, you know, let it hang. All right, let me try this on. All right, you guys. So this dress isn't going to fit for a long time. It's funny because it's so sad. So like I said, the waist, do you see what I mean? My waist is there. It's the back. Do you see the back?
Yeah, okay.
And up here, like I have room here. It's the middle part of it. I'm like I said, bigger up here, smaller on the waist, and then it kind of flares out. But the zipper goes all the way down to here.
I'm gonna say this. She's gonna fit into it. It won't take her long because
I don't think it would take that long at all. No.
And I say that because with the women, we usually lose weight in the face and then in the boobs first.
Mm-hmm.
I done said and God bless Pete. Pete ignored it like I never even said it. I said, if I ever got work done, I was like, I will go buy me a pair of boobs because mine are flat. I am deflated. I literally just wear sports bras now because there is nothing to push up. It would be a waste of money to go to Victoria's Secret because, why?
Don't get them too big though. They're uncomfortable.
Oh,
They're
no.
uncomfortable because I have a naturally people think I'm heavier that when they see me here than what I am. I'm a 34 triple D.
Okay, no. See, I wouldn't go that big.
And it's uncomfortable. It's hell. I will tell you that.
Well, before I had the bypass done, I had like an overflowing C. I wasn't quite a D, but I was too big for a regular C. And now I could put on a B, which is where I've been measured to, and they're telling me that I'm a B, but I have room for keys and wallet and snacks and everything else in there because they're just kind of deflated. Okay. So if anything, I would probably go back to a C and just have them.
Right. Something comfortable, nice, they're there, but you're not choking on them when you lay down.
To make it look like I actually have sisters rather than just a little speed bump,
Right.
A note to the audience, my man-mams are unimpressive. There's really no point in me talking about them. So, yeah.
Well, honestly, if you notice, I don't flaunt mine, right? Because I'm just like, the big boobies, whoop-de-doo. Who cares?
Well, my thing was, and this is something that has always really bothered me, I was so happy once I started getting to a point where I lost enough weight that I was like, oh my God, I can buy cute clothes. But then I got in there and I was like, if I bought it to fit right here, it would be too big here. And if I bought it to fit here, it would be too small and I couldn't wear it around the chest because this right here, I have a 38 rib, like when they measure 38 here. And they're saying this is a B. And I'm like, there is no way in the world. And they're like, well, you're too big. You got too much there for an A. And I'm like, bro, I'm just going to wear sports bras. I'm like, it'll just make my life so much
right.
easier. And I was like, and I'm not fixing to try to wear nothing with a plunge because all you're going to be doing is looking at my sternum. It's kind of a waste. You laugh, I'm not playing. And ideally, like what started that whole conversation between me and Pete was that it was after I went and had
I like your face. You're pretty. There.
The chemical peel on my face. He was like, why would you do that? And I'm like, because I'm trying to stay ahead of it so that I don't end up looking like a wrinkled paper bag when I get old. And he was like, there's nothing wrong with it. He's like, just don't do nothing drastic. And that's when I brought up the boobs, and he just kept right on like I never even said it.
Here's the thing. Like, it's literally just one of those deals. If you want to do this, go ahead. I can't say one way or another. Like, I mean, you're fine as far as I'm concerned. You're fine as is. I wouldn't go messing yourself around, as I've already said. So when it plays around, if you want to do that, go ahead. I really have no one way or the other because I also know it's a safe operation too. Like, what am I going to? There's nothing necessary to worry about. Like why come up at anything after that? That's really all it is.
And here he is. He tickles me. Talking about, I think you're pretty. Okay.
Yeah, it's just, I do. Like, you are pretty. I mean, I'll put it that like that. The other thing is for me, it's just like, why are you doing shit to your face? Okay. Like, I mean,
no, especially since I've gotten over here, I've spent a lot more time outside, doing stuff outside. And even with sunblock, I mean, the sunblock only helps so much. So, you do still end up with UV damage. So I'm trying to kind of like
trust me on this. Just go do your shit at night more of the time. Stay in during the day. You could work on a moon tan. Okay. Moon tan is better than a sun tan, and it gives you less cancer when it's over with.
But I like the sun.
Oh, Jesus. Back to that. Look, here's the deal. That's called codependence. Okay. That's what the sun wants because it's working with the medical industry to make money off the cancer treatment. That's all it's doing. Think about it. Now, my thought is that somewhere in the 60s, GE purchased the sun and then replaced the entire thing with a microwave. So when we're getting sun rays, we're getting blasted with microwave.
Wait a minute. If anyone's going to purchase the sun, it's going to be Elon.
He wasn't born yet. There's only so much he can do.
For all we know, he purchased it now and the moon.
Oh, no, possibly. It's just depending on how much stock Elon has in GE, which we could look up. So, I think it's entirely possible.
I hate to say it, but if I had the kind of money that Elon Musk had, I would absolutely buy the moon. No,
His dad owned mines. That's what did it. His dad owned mines. That's mostly where his money comes from. He's South African.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, no, everyone kind of does because of how much of a presence he has with the media here, and the fact that like you don't really notice the accent too heavy on him. Like he's not really accentuated that way.
Very subtle. Very subtle.
Yeah, certain
He
vowels.
can
and
barely
that's it.
talk from all the plastic surgery he's had on his face. His face is Botoxed. He's
Oh,
like,
Jesus,
hello, welcome to X.
No, in all sincerity, I'm really not real big into the idea of like plastic surgery. Like I have had stuff like I had like the furrow lines in my forehead and stuff like that really kind of bothered me. And I considered Botox for like 2 seconds. And then I was like, nah, because I use my eyebrows a lot. It would be really
Yeah,
nice.
no. See, I have them too. Okay. And I did the same thing. I was like, I won't be able to do this.
You wouldn't be able to push them together.
No, thank you.
But I will.
Yeah, if I can't be Spock for that one moment, it's worthless. I hear you on that.
But I will tell you though, Erie, and I have I did a video about it, and then I have like the before and after that chemical peel, because of how intensive it is. My furrow lines are a lot more shallow now than they were, and pretty much
nice.
all of my smile lines around my eyes are gone. I was like,
yeah.
I'm not mad about it. It was just really uncomfortable to go through. I mean, the in-between part wasn't terrible because I just kind of dealt with it. But when they put the stuff on your face, you have to sit there with it on your face for like an hour. And
no.
You do that twice. And then I had them do my neck too, because it helps tighten up the skin too. But about 30 minutes into it, I felt like somebody had grabbed a hold of my collarbone with a pair of vice grips. I was like, fucking A. I'm like, where did that come from? And even the lady that was doing it for me, she's like, I have never had anybody say that before. I'm like, bro, it's time to take it off. I'm like, this is just ridiculous how uncomfortable this is. I was like, my collarbone is killing me.
Yeah, no.
And she was just like, okay, yeah, that's our cue. And the second day, she was like, are you going to leave it on as long as you did yesterday? I said, no, probably not. I said, but I'm going to tough it out as long as I can. And I think I only left it on the second day for like 30 minutes. And at the end of that, I was like, I got to tap out. I'm like, bro, I can't. I just can't. I was like, it's already hurting. I'm like, I just can't deal. But I mean, it was worth it. Dealing with that and having that part being done. The rest of it was all kind of downhill from there. It was mostly like you can't wash your face and stuff like that. You have to take baths, you can't take showers, all that stuff. And it was just like, when the time came to peel all of it off, and then all of my skin underneath was looking so nice. I mean, I was like, okay, it's not so bad.
The results were worth it, right? One of those things. Gotcha.
Right. It was
ouch. Just ouch.
I don't know if I have the patience, because when I get tattoos, when they put the little Sani wrap around it and stuff,
yeah.
I barely have the patience to keep that on for the required amount of time. I'm like, it has to come off now.
I was worried about taking mine off for the Sani wrap for the first 2 days. Like, quite honestly, I left it on a little longer than I should have, because of just making sure that like whatever settled in and whatever.
Yeah.
So I didn't have like ink inadvertently. Like, I got so worried about that, I kept it going a little longer.
No, I keep mine in for 2 days.
Shower.
Yeah,
Okay,
I keep mine on for 2 days. Yeah, same, because the whole time I'm like, I have to take this off. I can't stand this. So like the 2 days alone are torture. I couldn't imagine like a week of like, don't do this to your face.
Yeah, that would be, especially with the fact that it's all like ouching on the inside. That would be really hard for me not to like touch or want to like whatever. That'd be really tough. But she seems okay. When it comes down to it, she seems okay, but she seems very much about sharing the inside in her thought process more than she's actually, or at least presentably stating what she's been doing to attain her weight goals. That's the only thing. Like the sharing and caring is good. I think that's great if she's looking for support, but she's not.
She talks a lot about her walking, because I don't think she drives to anywhere that's nearby.
Okay.
And then she made mention she goes to the gym every day. So I was just like, okay. But this one she posted 10 hours ago, and this is supposedly an update.
Today is weighing Monday, and I just weighed in. I was pleased with the results and relieved. I just feel like, oh my gosh, because I did have, like I had mentioned before, my husband had made pie, and I had some, I didn't go and eat it all at once, which I can do, but I was like, no, I'm gonna let everybody have some. And I'm just gonna have some,
1 second.
and then if there's still some tomorrow, I'll have some tomorrow. And it's like,
Yeah, that's a tattoo.
That must
No,
have
no, no.
hurt.
I don't give a shit about that. It looks great actually. Okay, so do we know why the head is shaved?
Mm-mm. I don't know.
Look, Foodie done fucked all of these channels up for me now because I look for Foodie red flags. You know what I mean?
Oh, I get what you're. Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah.
She's kind of starting to get the Lex Luthor head shape deal going.
Yeah. So now I'm
I
kind
hear
of
ya.
like, no, because Foodie was really nice when she started. Remember that? She was really sweet as pie,
You know,
like she said.
I'll be honest with you. I think her head was already shaved.
She was wearing a wig in the last one.
That's 11 months ago, where her hair is real short right there.
Okay.
So she just says the short. Apparently, she must do the short hair thing. Is the only thing I can think off the top.
Right.
Which is fine. I mean, I personally think that's a cool look. If you got the face for it, do it. I mean, that's all I got to say. You can do it.
There's 3 months ago when her hair is real short right there.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So this is a look for her, I guess.
I think it's just, I mean, she normally wears a hijab. Let's see, there she is shaved right there, 11 months.
Oh, you know what? If I were always having I mean, the best way I could equate this is if I were wearing a hood all the time, only because like I can't necessarily wear a hijab, I would probably keep my hair short too to keep the heat down.
See, these right here a year ago, and she's got it all the way down. So
so she just likes to rock the short hair.
Yeah, I think. See, there's 2 years ago where it's
see.
That's
okay. Now she has a brown couch too. Look, listen. Oh no, I'm permanently ruined because of Foodie.
So is her husband from the brothel district or not? Let's just get to that question.
Oh fuck.
But I think she keeps her hair cropped down like that because she's usually majority of the stuff. If you'll see there, she's wearing a hijab and all of it, with rare exceptions.
Yeah.
So maybe it's just simpler for her to keep her hair cropped down like that. I don't know.
But this is why those channels like her should be mad at Foodie, and they should be calling her out because you're fucking it up for people who potentially are doing this seriously.
Yeah.
I can agree with that. But I think the only reason that she hasn't is because of that whole, as sisters and brothers in faith, I guess you're not supposed to question what other people are doing or whatever, but I can't speak on that to a certainty just because, I mean, I have seen where I know she's a part of the community and that she watches because she did like a whole thing on Alex's shook and why she likes him. And, so, I mean, I know she's seeing some of the fuckery. I just don't.
Yeah, she must have come across it. If you've been watching Alex's shook, if you've only been watching Alex's shook, you've come across Foodie's fuckery. You have.
Yeah, well, and I think she mentioned a couple of other channels too, because she had them tagged, I think, in that video.
Okay, but yeah, I mean, like she's gonna have to be watching on shit at least somewhat in order to do that.
Yeah.
So I mean, if she's not actually taking any kind of like weird whatever towards it, or at least yet, apparently she's okay. Well, not okay, but like apparently she's aware of the fact that this isn't me somewhere in that mix if she's not okay with it. So
yeah, well, I imagine that she probably has a lot of the same reactions that we do when we're watching the bullshit, but she's not out and out saying it because of the implications, I guess, that could come with doing it, which I guess would make sense based on their spiritual practices.
I honestly don't think there would be much implication. Foodie's not what she says she is.
Well, that's true, but then we had what was that other girl's name? That she was a African American girl that was hijabi, and Miss something. Yeah, you know who I'm talking about. Up until
Yeah.
the point that she
Vaguely.
the girl was perpetually going, this is what you really need to be doing. You really shouldn't be doing this with people, you know, that you're not supposed to engage, that sort of thing. And Foodie out and out attacked her, and the girl was never nasty to her. She was just like, look, you need to be reaching out to these people, and you really need to be reading your Quran, and these are particular practices that you need to put in place. And she wasn't being negative. She was just
No,
trying.
she was being really nice.
Yeah, she was super
Don't
nice.
forget about doing this, that kind of shit.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
she was trying to guide her because she could see that Foodie was kind of winging it, and Foodie went after her, and then the people in her little clique over there went after her, and as soon as she took the Shahada, her channel just completely disappeared.
Okay.
So I was just like, well, all righty then.
Yeah.
Maybe that is a thing amidst that against that amidst that faith, is that you're not your brother's keeper in that regard. I guess you're supposed to just leave them to it.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know. All right, let's continue.
The worst pie ever, not taste wise, but like worst for you. It's pecan pie. That thing, it's literal sugar and butter and eggs, just with pecans, and it's so good. Like, so we did see a change in the scale. It went down, so I'm happy for that. I'm really excited, and I don't know. Like, I feel relieved. I feel like I was nervous and relieved. It didn't feel like I felt like I was under pressure. You know, knowing that I had to come here and wait on my day, I felt like I had to do something, and I don't think I like it. I don't think I like it. It was very stressful. I don't know how other people go and do it, and just, you know, every day they show a loss or a gain, or they're maintaining. I felt stressed. I felt like I can't let people down. I mean, I'm a tiny channel, so it's not like I have all these people, but I felt like I couldn't let you guys down. I couldn't most importantly, I couldn't let myself down. Knowing now that I'm accountable, it was just so nerve-wracking. I was like, wow. So that being said, I don't know if I wanted to weigh in every week, or every 2 weeks. I don't know. I feel like every week holds me more accountable, and if I do every 2 weeks, I have more of a room to, like, I'll do it next time, or I'll do it later. But then it's stressful.
You're worrying too much about keeping to a schedule for an audience, not yourself. Think about that, dear.
Loss, or if I maintain, and then I'm just gonna weigh in monthly, and I think that should be good. What's the date today? Today's the 6th, and yesterday I had fun. Went to the beach and stuff. I'm gonna put that video up and talk about it. But yeah, my birthday's coming up on the 15th, and then there's Mother's Day on the 12th, and my wedding anniversary on the 18th. So I don't know what I'm gonna do, you guys. I don't know. Like, it's just, I want to eat on those days and not have to worry about a weigh-in. You know, like, I want to eat food I want. I mean, I like all kinds of food, but I don't want to have to worry about whether it's winning calories or not. And so that's gonna be hard. Definitely, it's gonna be hard. But we'll see. We'll see what it says. If it shows that I stay the same, well, then I stay the same. Or if it shows a gain, well, then it's a gain. I'm not going to really stress out about it, because it is back to back to back. And it's a milestone. We're like 26 years married, and that's a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I met him when I was still in my late teens, and been married ever since. So, yeah. All right, well, I'll stop jabbing my jaws. Oh, wait, before I go. I'm in a different spot. I don't know how I feel about that being right there, so I might move it and just put 2 shelves here. My daughter's coming, and they're gonna take over the office, which was where I film. So I'm going to just do something here. I've been, you know, my struggles with painting. I don't know, what color do you think would be good? Right now I have this color on the wall, and it doesn't even come all the way. So I might just, you know, prime everything back. What do you guys think? I'm gonna keep, let me be over here. I'm gonna keep this chair. It has all these colors and butterflies and everything. So I don't know if I should, like, I don't know what color I should do the back. Or maybe I can just get, let me tilt you guys are sideways. Or maybe I could just get, like, cardboard, cut it out and paint the cardboard and put that on the wall, so I don't have to paint anything. You know, like a backdrop, but
that's not going to sit the same way.
That and just prime the walls, because it can get pricey. I remember painting.
Why don't you just do an accent wall?
It's a great way.
Yeah, that'll work.
Now everything's just so much. So yeah, let me know what you think. If I should get another chair like this, or
tapestry,
because I got this one on Wayfair, and I could just order another one like it and put it in the coffee corner, or get a solid color. But then it's not gonna match. I know you don't want matchy, but I want things to match. So maybe if it's blue or that pink purpley color, we'll see. All right, I'm gonna let this go. I hope you have a great week or a great Monday. I know you guys don't want to get out there, go to work, or start with the house stuff and everything. For me, it's a bathroom cleaning day. So I don't want to, but someone's got to do it. But all right. Oh, and I might have a surprise for you guys. Yeah, I'm not wearing my rings. They're like over there. I put lotion on my hands. But I might have a surprise to you guys. I'm not going to say anything because I'm hoping it happens. And if it does, I'll totally share. All right. I'm going to stop juggling my jaws. I'm going to insert my weigh-in. And I hope to see you guys in the next one. Bye.
And now the weigh-in.
Okay. Hey guys, it is what's today.
Shut up.
Deja vu. All right. All right. She seems relatively positive about stuff. I'm still kind of finding her very much concerned with an audience reaction. I sort of don't blame her, considering the fact that if she's going to be roaming around on here in any way, you may have to worry about for some people. But I don't think she seems offset or off put from what she's up to. I do get a very heavy sense of like sharing the insides a bunch and kind of worrying too much. I get a little bit of a worrying too much vibe on her mental space a little bit. I think she should just not care. Like there's a level to which I'd just be like, you know what, tell your head in this part to just shut up. You're going to do a lot better for yourself if you roll like that. So
Mona's making a good point. I think everybody really kind of goes through that. Like when you really start to get some solid engagement.
True, Lone.
Because you actually kind of feel like you're like, holy crap, I've got people actually talking back to me now. So I'm not just talking to myself anymore. And I had that same sort of thing at the very beginning. And don't get me wrong, I still do shit like that where I'm like, hey, I need to talk about this. And I'm like, I'm sorry. I might have been too harsh. Or I might have said something really fucking ugly. And people are just like, would you stop it? You're fine. And I'm like, I know y'all think it's fine, but I hold myself to a higher level of accountability than y'all do. And it's gotten easier to not be going, oh my God, I'm pretty sure I'm going to piss somebody off with this. Now I'm at the point where I'm like, this is going to be ugly, but I don't care. And everybody's like, oh, it's coming now because she just said it's going to be ugly, but she don't care. But I think maybe over time with her filming and everything, I think she's going to get less worried about whether or not.
I'm hoping so, because to be honest with you, I don't necessarily see it as a hindrance to persona. I just see it as I can see where your mind's looping here. You know what I mean? It's just one of those kind of deals.
Like she's stressing herself out too much thinking about it,
Yeah. And it doesn't, it's not going to help her. That's all it is.
I think, so here's the thing, right? I think it's normal as a new channel to go through that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because like it or not, YouTube will promote your channel based on the number of uploads you do. Okay. It's a fact. Even my channel falls off the algorithm when I don't upload consistently. Mm-hmm. So it gives you that urge of, oh, I have to upload. I have to upload. I have to upload. But at the end of the day, once you start bringing in people are going to be attracted to you. And if they like you, they'll wait. They're okay with, hey, I get it all the time. My kids' schedule come first above all. So there's times where I can't upload for a week, 2 weeks, maybe more. The mafia's still there.
She's
true.
She goes on runs looking at this. That one we just watched, that was 14 hours ago. She had 4 days ago, 5 days ago, a week ago, 9 days ago, 13 days ago, 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, a month. So she's pretty consistent. I mean, she's averaging she'll go through a run where she's probably uploading every day for a couple of days. And then she goes 4 or 5 days and then she uploads. And then she uploads a couple of days back to back. And then she goes up to once a week or twice a week.
So she's giving herself more time to live than she is online, which is a plus. That's what you're telling me. And that's kind of what I'm hearing from that.
Yeah. She's consistent in the amount of time she's on and in the amount of time she's off. Okay. Whereas it's not, she's still a super new channel. She's only got 105 subscribers.
Okay.
And she's got 251 videos. And the oldest video is, I believe, 2 years old. 6 years old. Excuse me.
All right.
And she didn't really start picking up steam until, I don't know, probably about 2 years ago, a year ago, she started being more frequent.
Okay.
And
Like, I mean, keep in mind, I don't really go live. I have vids. My headspace on this is entirely different. Like,
and a lot of it's just a bunch of random stuff. Letting a student, going to the dentist and doing something way drastic, DIY and yard sale update, starting a project,
Oh, okay.
found a plant, morning ride, and let's talk.
She
started
hasn't
trying to
figured
be
out
like a
what she's
lifestyle.
doing.
Yeah.
I mean, based on the stuff that I'm seeing here, I mean, it looks like her just kind of, well, and it looks like mostly just her vlogging. And she actually says this channel is just me documenting my life to look back on. She says, I'm also an animal foster and a lover of history. I'd like to travel and show that on my channel. Also, I look at every day as a new opportunity to grow as a person.
Well, I wish her the best. I do. I hope that she can achieve her goals. I hope that it doesn't go left like it went with so many of these other channels,
Well, hers doesn't seem to be so much about I want like this drastic weight loss. It's mostly just I mean, like she did say, I mean, the weight itself does bother her, which I understand because she's dealing with weight gain from hormonal imbalance, which I totally get.
Okay.
Right.
And that's her. And like she talked mostly about her face. I could really see it in my face, and it's really bothering me. And then when the dress thing come up, it was all about, well, my chest is too big, and I got to fix that, and that sort of.
I kind of chuckled a bit because I have what people would consider like a natural, like chubby cheeks and stuff like that. So I get what she's saying, that as soon as you get like a little bit, it's like, but that's just our face.
Yeah.
My face is like that. And sometimes you'll see like a little extra here, I'm 41, about to be 42. It fucking happens. That's life, right? And I think a lot of us, especially who are subjected to someone like Foodie, I hate to say it, all of us do the chin check, don't we? We all do the chin check every
I
now
know
and
my
then. We're
chin is
like,
still there. Otherwise, I'm not really chin checking too much, just to be honest with you. Like, I've already got the natural visage of a villain character in cartoons and or a serial killer in real life. So for me, it's a little bit different. I don't have to worry about it as much because that's just going to precede me no matter what. So
I think it makes a lot of people think, though, right?
I am going to tell you, I do the chin check thing, but I have always done that. Since I lost my weight, I have always been like, because I do have I have a tiny little bit. I am a little loose right there, and that's just something that's unavoidable.
Well, I don't have a prominent chin, so like, sometimes it'll look, like I have.
See, I don't really think I do either, but
yeah, I don't
know. I sort of have the strong jaw thing going on a little bit.
Yeah,
look at all us twisting our faces. Like
everybody, look to the right.
Simon says, "Look to the left."
Actually, we're all out if we all look to the right. If we're playing this on Simon Says, sorry about that. Yeah, I didn't say Simon Says. We're technically all out.
That right, because I mean, honestly, if I say look to the left,
right,
she's looking. She's pointed.
Entourage. You do really good on your. I'm sorry, I interrupt people. I'll shut the fuck up.
You're fine. No. She does do really good, but then she does like long form, and the stuff that she does requires a lot of researching and piecing things together. So yeah, no, she's cool.
You do really good. You don't have to like that's the thing. When you're a good creator, people will come back. Like you, Inferno, too. Yeah. We wait for your videos, like.
Yeah, I'm literally dropping multiple at once. That's why it's taking forever right now. And I had tech shit across like September and October, like mad. Like I lost 2 hard drives. I had to restock those before I went back to do anything else.
See,
so we're stocked again. So
I don't even worry about that stuff no more because I know plenty of people. I'm not a reaction channel. This is my channel. I just talk shit.
That's still reacting. No.
But all my regular uploads is just me. You don't want to hear. want to listen to me talk about plants? Just wait for the next
Yeah,
live.
all your vid stuff is all home and garden esque. That's the one thing. If I want to just put into a general whatever, it's very, very home and garden. And here's what I'm up to stuff in the mix.
I grew herbs, y'all. My first herbs. I grew
Nice.
parsley, dill, and green onions.
Oh, word! I love green onions. They're yummy.
They're right back there, actually. If you see the little pots on the window,
Nice.
back there.
I've got to do some
Oh,
transplant
yeah.
on mine because I put them in those raised beds that I put up, and I've got basil and thyme and some other ones. They are this big around and like 2.5 feet tall. I was like, okay, either I'm gonna have to completely just chop you down and let you start over, or I'm gonna need to move you because you're taking up too much room.
Well, I plan on doing a witch garden because buying herbs at the metaphysical
nice.
store is super fucking expensive.
Yeah.
So I said, I'm going to grow my own shit. How about that?
You can specialize more too, which is actually really helpful. Yeah, so that's not a bad idea.
3 for $10. So now would be a good time.
Yeah.
Plants die around me, and I don't really use herbs too often. Best I got. Like I bought weed around 420. That's the best I got plant information. So.
And it's not my aim to be a home and garden channel. It's mostly me just talking about, well, here's what I'm doing right now.
Oh, no, that's what I'm saying. But like, no matter what, there's a level to it. If I were to walk in, you know what I'm saying? Like just dry, I walk in, I see your stuff. I would think, okay, this is home and garden-esque with a here's what I'm up to in the mix.
Yeah.
That's why I get the vibe. Like, and I'm not trying to say like, yo, this is what I'm going for. I'm just saying, like, if I were to walk in, that's my initial perception after watching a video.
She's talking shit about fat women one day a week, and then she's posting all kind of random shit.
I mean, but look, we're talking specifically Foodie collectively pisses off a lot of people because of her mouth.
Yeah. Yes.
It's not just her outsides, it's her damn fucking mouth. I don't think people understand that. But look, people say the same shit about me. She's a hypocrite because look at what. How about that?
Dude, I'm a Nazi all of a sudden. Don't worry about it. Like, I mean,
because like literally, like I film the paranormal stuff, right? Sometimes over there, I like just shooting sceneries, like the mountains and stuff like that, and I'll throw that up there. Yeah, why not? Right?
Yeah,
share it
you
with
live in
the
a really
world.
pretty part of the country. Seriously, you do. Like.
Yeah, they call it God's country for a reason, right?
I think she's like a close second behind ALR because it is literally Groundhog's Day with ALR.
That was the best that was an epic moment because he had a moment that we've all had, right? I think the community is going through a foodie burnout right now. Yeah. We're all just sick of this shit. Even I'm sick of it. I had 3 videos that I made over the weekend. I scrapped all 3 of them because I couldn't make it funny. I couldn't pull it out of me. I don't like being phony, just to make a video. So I said, this isn't funny. I'm not laughing. Bye.
Okay. No, I understand that. Like this is like the thing for me, instead of scrapping a video, a lot of the time for me, it's like, I'm going to just redo this. Like I've had a couple of videos, particularly with Buddha Betch, where I noticed that I was just, you know what, I'm going to take a different route on this. I'd watch to a part and then it just clicked in my head and it's just like, all right, everything up to this, I'm just redoing. I can also not tell you how many times I've changed music for Haram of Convenience. There's been multiple times where I've just changed music around where I've dropped it in, and like this is last minute type shit. Like, and it was just so like I get what you're saying entirely. For me, it's literally just like, all right, you know what? This is my kind of deal of using the drawing block approach to video making. Step away, hang out for a sec, go back to it, look at it again. Maybe your headspace is just going to change, and then see if the headspace will work for you. So,
well, I mean, I have the duplicates in there. Like, if I wanted to do that, I could. Because what I mean, scrap is like I'm not going to continue any further.
Okay, I thought you meant entirely just wiping.
Yeah, I was just like, they're gone. We're not doing these. Yeah, I have quite a few sitting in there that I've done the past month. That I'm like, I can't put this shit out there. It's garbage. She's garbage. She's literally just sitting there going, hey guys. I'm with my husband. Yes, aren't you jealous? Isn't he the handsomest?
It doesn't help that she's literally repeating like season 2 or like part of a Harama Rage season for the second time she was over there again now. It doesn't help. So like I hear what you're saying. It's been really tough.
Gary, you want me to drop his theme song for you one time?
Please.
Eeny, weeny, teeny,
No, not dancing to that. Anyway.
No, yeah, well, shit. Facts.
Yes.
Facts.
I did it earlier, and everybody's just like, you take me out with that every single time you do it. I'm like, well,
It's not untrue.
it's not untrue. It's just facts.
Eeny weeny teeny weeny shrivel little short man, don't want. I love that song. It's a classic.
Exactly. I think it's really entertaining that everyone who Foodie pays has no dick. I just.
But
I
some
just
paints them as though it paints all of them like they're built like a tripod. It's like, bitch, you need your
the physics. I can't figure it out. Okay, not that I've sat there and actually well, maybe I have, because I'm just like, how do you do that? It's like spelunking. It has to be like, you have to.
We already know old boy ain't long enough to hit nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And old girl's hoo-ha ain't got no feeling to it. You know that the lack of hormones done killed the sensation.
Well, at least we know it's easy for Salad to tuck when he's at work. So that's the important part of that.
Yeah, well, there you go. There's that.
Mm-hmm.
I just.
Hey, you wanted to come back. We warned you it wasn't going to be pretty solid. Don't cry like a bitch.
Yeah. It's not our shit,
I'm waiting for him to come out saying that he's trans because he's already got the tatas.
At least he's developing them. So
the man boobs
and got the hips. He had.
Wait, do you think Foodie went back to Canada to buy him estrogen?
Ooh.
Yeah. Now we're getting saucy because we're already into the Wang talk. So I mean, we're definitely getting saucy.
Well, I mean, he's already kind of been a bitch the whole time. I mean, it wouldn't be that much of a step to take it there, would it?
And not only that, I feel as though she also gets hamsters for his male guests, if you know what I mean, too. So
no.
Yeah. Why do you think they got replaced so fast? A cat can't just do that. She was already on like hamster number 4 when the cat showed up.
Ew.
Yeah. They're party favors. Think of it like that. They're just party favors.
He's going the Richard Gere route, huh?
Yeah.
That might explain the infected butthole too.
Yeah, it wasn't just ass warts; it was hamster bites.
Oh, speaking of infections,
yes.
Did you guys already talk about her infection that she talked about? What do you think it is?
Enterigo.
I agree with because I was pretty much just walked in for that, and the rundown was just like, this makes sense based on how Foodie's lifestyle works, or at least.
Okay, what is that?
Enterigo is basically just it's a surface level skin infection. Let me show you. All right, y'all. Trigger warning. It's mostly because of friction and moisture and excessive temperatures. It's basically the end result of like drastic chafing.
Oh, okay. So would this be able to mimic something along the lines of eczema for a little bit? Is that kind of thing?
Nah, because this is bacterial.
Oh, okay.
So do you think she got the wipes to clean that? Because
I could see her trying.
Yeah, because it stinks, I imagine, right?
Oh yeah, it's
all day, every day.
Probably very yeasty. And pretty much anytime I've had somebody who, like, I'm used to seeing that sort of stuff like underneath the breasts, like in older ladies. And then I've seen it in the groin on men. And it's usually the heavier set folks. And even though like we're putting all kind of topical shit on it, it oozes. So it has a odor.
Okay.
Like all the time.
Okay. All right. That makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I gotta be like, because from what you just explained, that like, and from how we noticed that, like, Foodie's sweaty, not exactly too keen on keeping the hygiene going, which
Right.
totally would add up fairly, and not being horrible, like this does totally add up fairly.
And then
Right.
on top of it, she's throwing all this powder on top of it, which, even though technically, yes, is going to kind of reduce a little bit of the moisture.
Right.
Over time, it's just going to turn into a paste and hold the moisture there.
Right. Like, okay, sorry I went off camera. I have a lot of
You're fine.
pictures of my children around the house, and I don't want to
Worry about
show
nothing.
that.
You're fine. You're fine.
Fine. Totally fine.
But yeah, like I could see everything for her is a quick fix, isn't it? Like, oh, everything's fine. This won't happen again. And it just comes down to one thing: wash your ass. I never laughed so hard in my life as I did when I heard her say, "I'm showering 2 to 3 times today, folks." And I'm like, ha, no, you're not. I don't believe that at all.
No.
Pete isn't there to blow dry it.
And Salad doesn't hose her down because he's never home.
No. Mm-mm. And you should have heard Inferno. He was talking about, no wonder the cat don't want to be around her. They're sensitive to smell. And I was like, well,
oh, that cat hates her.
Yes, he does.
That cat hates her.
We talked about that because she was like, she doesn't like to be kissed on. None of my cats like to be kissed on. I was like, okay. I said, that's because they all don't like you. It is not just the fact that they don't like it. They don't like you to do it.
Yep.
Okay, so like she also admitted that she hasn't been to a dentist in 10 years.
Yes.
I believe that.
So that could be part of why even the cat who enjoys fishy foods was like, no, thank you. I don't want you to kiss me with that breath.
Well, and here's the crazy thing. Like, and I actually, and Pete was on here with me. I have said anybody who's been on live streams, the pride are in and out, up and down, up and down, up and down, and just stopping and just in my face. And I will sit there and just kiss on them and wallow my face on them and everything. It is a trust thing. If they don't trust you, they don't trying to kiss them at all. They don't want you in proximity. They feel like they're unsafe when you put your face that close.
Yes.
If they haven't established this a particular level of trust. All of them that I've got here, I could pick every one of them up and kiss on them, and they don't think anything of it. They don't try to push away. They don't try to put their paw in my face and all that other stuff. It's because I have taken the time to establish, there's a level of trust here. I'm not ever going to hurt you.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's no different than like when she picks her up and is like swinging her around, like waving her feet all over. And it's like, of course she's wiggling to get away from you because she doesn't trust you. You make her feel unsafe.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, then again, when you're also probably fighting your cat for their own cat food, it's not going to play well for the cat. So.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
No.
And I'm going to tell you that whole feeding the cat off the plate thing, I am 100% guilty of that. So,
just try not to give them anything that's over seasoned.
No, usually like
chicken,
sandwich meat and chicken and stuff like that.
Yeah, like because I think like even me being a vet tech, once in a blue moon, if you throw them a little something, like that's fine, right? As long as it's not become their main source of nutrients.
No.
Because even as a vet tech, when we used to have animals that didn't want to eat, our last resort, we always kept a pack of turkey deli, sodium free and all that stuff. And that would be our last resort to try to feed them some of the turkey to get them to eat.
And the only one that does that is the black one, Jinx. He's a little food bully. He was the runt of the litter years ago when he first came to the shelter, and he never forgot not being able to get to his food because his litter mates would literally wiggle and bully him away from the food. So we had to by himself so that we could get weight on him. And it's like his brain subconsciously, I don't even think he realizes it. He's very food driven, but that's really mostly all I'll give him. Although I will admit he has a thing about cake frosting. Like if I do happen to get a piece of cake, he has a fascination with cake frosting, which to me is crazy because
That
cats
is
don't
so weird. Yeah.
they don't taste sweet food, but it
Right.
doesn't matter if it's been months since I've had a piece of cake, but he was right there with his face in it, going, "Can I have some of that?"
I don't blame the cat. I like cake frosting too.
And I would just kind of run my finger and get a little bit on my finger and just let him lick it off, and then after that,
Right.
he's content. But I mean, he has like really weird food tastes like that though. Like he likes I'm trying to think of what else. One of the other weird ones. He likes broccoli.
It's good.
I mean, it is good, but I've never seen a cat eat broccoli until
No, they usually
cat-
don't like green anything.
Plants, Devin. Don't cats like try to go after like
Oh,
certain plants here
true.
and there? So like it would still be like the whole deal and like cats nipping at plants.
Well, but usually when
Truth.
they're doing that with like grass and stuff, it's usually because they've got an upset stomach.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or you can go and buy they sell at like PetSmart and Petco and stuff. They sell like
Like the cat grass.
Yeah, the cat grass and stuff. But like as far as vegetables, I've never seen them really give a crap about veggies like that unless it's soaked in tuna.
It's the only part that he likes is the leafy sprigs at the end. He'll
Right.
chew those off. He'll chew those off, and then he'll leave the stalk.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's how I used to start eating them. Well, that's why I used to eat them when I was little. Just bite the heads off and drop it. But the rest tastes better to me now. So.
And he doesn't even really do that all the time. I guess he just has to be in a particular mood for it. But it's just kind of like, okay, here. Otherwise, he tries to stick his entire face in my plate, and I'm not having that.
Oh no, because geez, my mom. We had Malteses around when I was living at home, and my mom would always feed them people food. Like my mom would buy like rotisserie chicken at like whatever wholesale place, and she'd get one of like a rotisserie chicken, and that's what the dog would eat. But the other part of it is that because of that, the dog knew where we were eating it, so like they would like both of them would kind of like try to get at your food too. The first dog we had wasn't too crazy about necessarily everything, so it wasn't as bad. But the second dog we had, oh Lord, like this is one of those deals of like he would try to get you to pet him. So that way, like when you're eating, he could put his face in your food while you're too busy trying to paying attention to petting him. Like he was all over the place with trying to get at your food. He loved your food.
Well,
and then he'd go try to eat his.
This one is so brazen that it isn't like just him walking up and sticking his face in it. He'll reach up and grab a hold of the plate with his claws and will be pulling the plate like this, trying to get it to him. And there's been a couple of times that I've been like, I've got to stand up. I'm like, I can't deal with you no more. And it's not all the time, but whenever there's something that I'm having that he's like, that's mine. He's like, I pay me with a toll and then you can eat. And I can't be mad at him because again, I mean, he can't help it. It's just because he went through as a baby, and I'm not fixing to scold him or be ugly to him just because he can't,
And survival is different to animals. That's all it really is. Just the survival aspect of it all is just different for animals.
Yeah. Yeah. And the other two don't do that. They're just kind of like, I've tried to offer them stuff and they're like, eh. They'll smell it and then they turn around and walk away from it. But him, he's like at my heel, yowling and cutting the fool until I give him a piece of something if I'm cooking. And it's just like, here, go on now. I got other stuff to do. I ain't got time for that. Well,
that's cats being cats.
Yeah.
That's cats being cats.
Pretty much.
Erie, maybe you can help me because I'm not entirely sure what to make of what I got over here. This chucklehead that lives in the yard, this newest one, Romeo, he has a weird fascination with anything water implemented inside the houses.
Oh, really? Like, what is he trying to do? Like a drink from it or play with it or?
He wants to watch the toilet flush.
Oh, okay.
That gets boring after a while. It really does.
If I'm washing the dishes, he wants to watch me wash the dishes. If I get in the shower, he jumps up on the sink and then pauses until he can get his head in, and he's just sitting there looking at me.
Okay, and he's a rescue?
He's one that just wandered up and decided he was staying.
He's curious, that's all.
He
finds it fascinating.
I for the love of me, I don't know why, because he's not that fascinated with stuff when he's outside.
Well, because you don't have showers outside. You don't
Yeah.
have toilets outside.
No, I don't. But I put in like a bird bath out there, and he wanted to stick his face in it, but that was just a drink out of it. And then after that, he wasn't interested anymore.
It seems like it's the movement of water that fascinates him.
Maybe.
So the water coming out of the sink, the water coming out of the shower, the toilets swirling when you flush it, you know. It's just, you know, every pet has their quirk, and that's just his quirk, you know. He's finds it soothing to some level.
I guess so. I mean, but like it never fails. Like the part that gets me is like he likes to watch me wash dishes, and I was just like, okay, that's a first. I've never had a cat. I mean, like I'm sitting there, like I'll turn the water on, and by the time the sink is full, he's up there just.
Oh, that's cute.
I'm like, are you going to help me wash dishes?
I give it a shot.
Wouldn't that be nice?
That would
Give
be
it a shot.
that would be so.
Here's
nice.
a dish rag. Go for it, cat. Like, let's see what the cat can do.
Here,
right?
I'll wash them. You put them in the dishwasher. I'm one of those ones that I wipe all my stuff off before I put them in the dishwasher. I was just trained that way.
It's easier. That's all it is. Just easier to get stuff off.
I do the
especially if you're using
same.
tomato sauce. Tomato sauce, I hate cleaning off anything.
That was something that my mom put into place. Like, because remember when dishwashers really started to get into households and everything, if you put stuff in them, they would never get clean. So you would have to kind of wipe everything down real good before you put them in there.
Right.
And even though the ones now, you could put stuff in there with stuff even stuck on them probably and get all of it off by sending them through the wash cycle.
You got to double wash it sometimes, just so you know, with those, because I usually mess with those, and it's a double wash.
Yeah, it's just habit now for me just to automatically do that and put them in there. I just don't feel like if I were have to just put them in there regularly with stuff stuck on them, I wouldn't feel like they're clean.
Yeah, true. Better safe than sorry, right? At least you wash your stuff, unlike some other people.
True enough.
Oh Jesus, that, you know what? She doesn't wash things because I think she breaks her silverware and her plates. That's like, I remember when she had plates and whatever going on, and like they were around, and then they disappeared.
I think she's just throwing them in the garbage, is what she's doing.
Or breaking them one way. It's one of the two. And like, I think there's a possibility if she's flipping out and breaking shit in the kitchen because it's easiest to clean. I mean, she's got like she's got a vent in the floor, for example. Like she has a vent in the floor, and I don't usually see that too often unless like we're talking like a public, like not necessarily a public shower, but like a gym shower, blood vent floor, like that kind of shit. There's something in the middle of the floor for the hose down, which is really interesting. But at the same time, if you're going to break shit in any room in that place to easily wash it out, go to the kitchen. You kidding? There's already a thing you could put, like shove whatever to the floor for, and the rest you just clean off the grating.
Right. Yeah. I think with the silverware, what's probably happening, because this used to happen with my husband, he used to work like a almost graveyard shift, so he would often pick up like takeout, and because I was working too, so I couldn't be at home and cook and stuff. So he would pick up takeout, and then I didn't notice this until one day he forgot to clear the table, and I went to throw it away, and I felt something in there, right? And he had a spoon inside of the takeout container.
Yep, I'm guilty of that myself. I have to reorder forks soon.
Yeah, so that's probably what she's doing, that she has to keep on purchasing silverware, because she's putting it in the container, forgetting it's there, throwing it away, and there goes the fork or spoon.
Yeah.
I just
totally done it. Totally done it.
You know, she went on this whole TED Talk thing about why she only eats with a spoon now instead of using a fork like a normal person.
I kind of watched it, but I also I tend to disassociate when I'm watching her sometimes because it's so fucking boring. I'm off to La La Land and the clouds and stuff all of a sudden, dreaming about a different world.
she basically chalked it up to like a cultural thing that they don't really use forks. They either use their hands or they use a spoon. And that even she's like, if you tried to eat rice with a fork, she's like, do you know how difficult that can get? She's like, and besides, she's like, Sala only eats with a spoon. So, I just kind of picked that up from him.
That is bullshit.
That's
It's not a
total bullshit.
cultural thing. I have, like, once again, my cousin is Muslim and married to a Muslim woman who is from Morocco, and they use forks, spoons, and knives.
Not only that, but Kuwait itself, after the Ottoman Empire fell, ended up being the British side of the British-French colonial territory for like about, I think it was something about 40 years for integrational aspects. And no, they would have had forks at some point floating around in there.
She's so full of
it's
shit.
unrealistic. It's unrealistic.
She is so full of shit. What's up?
Well, she doesn't get that big from not being full of anything else. So
right. Well, like here's
Yeah.
the thing, right? She likes to pretend like none of us, because we haven't gotten on a plane and gone to the Middle East, know how things work there. We're not idiots. I'm pretty sure everyone has watched Travel Channel at one point in time in their life. Okay, Anthony Bourdain was my shit. Rest in peace. But like even me in South America, like she really has this mentality that anything outside of North America is just like this, oh look, they haven't learned how to use forks. They don't know how to do that in 2024. That's why we use spoons. That's what it comes off of. And she needs to shut the fuck up and stop that.
Even though forks originated in Europe. So hey, whatever. Like, I mean, wow.
Right.
The part that gets me is like she rolls into pretty much all of this like exploration on her part, like she's fucking Christopher Columbus discovering a new land or something. It's like, ma'am, just because it's kind of like ALR with anything off of Amazon that she's never bought before, she acts like nobody's ever fucking heard of it.
Yeah.
Like it didn't exist before the two of them experiences it. It's like just because you're sheltered and ignorant does not mean the rest of us are.
She also doesn't seem to realize that there's enough people that are talking with sort of under a heightened level of some form of perception in regard to what she's at. And not only that, but it's also kicked the audience in a lot of places to look shit up. Like there are people who are definitely floating around in North America who have never really experienced any of this in any kind of personal way that can easily already outdo her on what she should be aware of from reading things. And it's amazing. And she's living there. Well, I mean, if you want to call that living, but she's living there. Like not only that, but the other thing too is that there's always going to be some person who has some kind of specialized little niche understanding about certain shit, especially the larger your community is. Like, I mean, for me, like when it comes down to it, the Middle East, that's technically where the church I'm from came out of. I've got a decent amount of knowledge on that shit to begin with. And my version of history of that's a lot different from what's being projected anyway. So like, I mean, her whole deal on that is just utterly, it's literally like, honestly, when it comes down to it, this basically tells me all she did was learn about everything from memes and TikTok.
Yes.
Because it's very senseless. It's very like one-liner type shit, and it leaves it all there. And she doesn't seem to go any further than that, even with Salad like being someone you could potentially have asked questions to.
He doesn't seem like the person I would want to learn anything from, because he gives me the impression that he has lived a very sheltered life under his father and, basically just sits in front of video games all day doing whatever the fuck he wants. He doesn't give me the impression of anyone who bothered to even soak in what's happening within his life, right?
He knows anything he knows and seems to be capable of or actually care about seems just what he can do to be socially passing himself. Like there's a level to which I feel there's a social passing for him, very, very particularly in regard to like how he even carries everything. And I'm not saying that everyone who's a part of a religion or claims a religion has to be devout to the T. Most people aren't. But in his case, he's not even really there unless it's for the show.
Yeah. Well, and add to it, like, with the situation of like where she's getting her information from, I mean, realistically, I think that he doesn't tell her nearly anything, because the less she knows, the easier he has a capability of initiating some level of control that he doesn't
Mhm.
have. You
Like
know?
she's heard his propaganda. I know that much. She's heard his propaganda. She's heard his like his regional stereotypes and worse. I know she knows that. But after that,
His political views.
yeah,
The cherry picking is what does it for me, right? Because they want to sit there and like now he's wearing the traditional wear for the men that I believe it's the dishdasha, she calls it, or something like that. And then it's like I would say that my cousin and his wife, I call them what I call them is casual Muslims, right? So like they respect the religion, they respect their culture, they do attend the mosque, they go to the mosque actually. But outside of that, while they do still have some elements of their religion and culture, they pretty much live in 2024, if you know what I mean, right?
yeah.
Um
And that's
with
totally fine to do, mind you. That is totally fine to
yeah.
do. They're not doing anything out of line by doing that. So yeah.
Right. Like what they're doing is they're trying to portray themselves as what is called pious Muslims, which means you follow the Quran to the T. They portray themselves
Yeah.
visually as that.
It takes more
But
scrutiny off of salad for him to be floating around with someone who is totally looking the part of hey, I'm devout and I'm this devout, I'm
right,
wearing a hijab. So like that's partially as to why I feel
right.
she's a beard. That's honestly why I feel partially she's a beard.
A lot of people do, and that's the thing. Like, so w- where they get in trouble with the rest of us is because we call out the inconsistencies, right?
Mhm.
One day you're preaching to us about the Quran and how great you love this, and the next day you're cussing everybody out and calling them names and
But
make
that's
it make
going under the
sense.
bias and stereo. I can explain this one. It's off the bias and stereotype stuff for the area because they still have the Sharia law deal, which basically, I mean, technically speaking, she's still below Muslims, born in Muslims because she's a convert. So ultimately speaking here, she's going off that understanding to be throwing that shit around because every time she makes, until recently, of course, every time she's made mention of stuff to do with, I'm Muslim, anyone else can't, tell me what to do. There's already the level of supremacy that's floating around within how the system's put together.
Right,
So there's a level to which she's already using that as an excuse to talk down to other people in a way that she would want to talk down to them in the first place. Like, I mean,
right,
there's a level to which a lot of how that works, sadly, for how it translates over to Foodie, is justification for her to keep a superiority complex on other people. And it's really
right,
gross. But at the same time, this is also someone who's wearing a hijab for vanity. She's been running this really gross anyway.
Yeah.
right, right,
So,
for
yeah.
sure.
And I just, and then the part where I'm a new revert. No, ma'am, you're not.
No, we're
And,
going on a year and a half.
well, I said this at one point. I was like, most people that you're going to meet that are going to follow the tenets of a religion to the T are going to be people who are brand new converted to that religion.
Oh,
They're,
for
They're more
sure.
gung ho. They're more gung ho. It's true.
they're not going to.
We've all said that across the board.
It's like how are you going to try to use that as an excuse when any other person who's brand new, they're going to be making sure they're praying 5 times a day. They're going to be making sure they wash their hands, their feet, their face, all that every single time they do it. They're going to be pointed the right fucking direction.
Foodie still has yet to go to a mosque. Like,
Right.
I don't understand that. Like, I love how she says, I love hearing the call to prayer. It just soothes me. Okay, you're supposed to go to the mosque or do some praying when that happens, right? Like,
yeah,
you're
the
not
mosque
just.
isn't required. The prayer is. Just so we all
Yeah,
know that the mosque is not required, but the prayer is.
Basically, she's trying to say that she misses her background noise.
yeah, pretty much. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Exactly. I wonder how she's going to react to the fact that Kybella now has a channel.
I don't know.
Honestly, go Kybella on that one. You have fun. That's all I'm going to say to that. Towards because I didn't know that
Yeah.
until you just mentioned it. But hell
She
yeah,
has
go
a
for it.
channel, and it's a little funny how things are going, to be honest. I'm watching it from afar, if you know what I mean.
Please tell me she called it
Because
shit talking with Kybella.
No, it's
Oh,
Kybella, and then in parentheses, I think it's Amber Rose.
okay.
Um,
I'm gonna go check that later. But yeah, cool.
but like I'm keeping an eye on things though because she's kind of like begging people to subscribe to hear more stuff, and there isn't any more shit. You put everything out there already.
Yeah,
The only thing that's gonna happen is you're gonna piss her off with your presence on YouTube.
which I think that's kind of what she's aiming for.
I don't know, dude, because yeah, thank you, Lone Entourage, because earlier today I peeped that she was going back and forth with FFG, and the ultimate conclusion of that was Kybella announcing, maybe I'll be an FFG reaction channel.
Well, and from what I understand, what kicked that off is that she apparently asked if BBJ was still alive. And there's been so much conversation about all that lately that FFG just went the fuck off. And Kybella was just like, well, I've been offline for a couple of months. I was really sincerely asking because I don't know.
Right.
And, here we are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Personally, I'm just curious to see if that'll play out that way, because if in which case they're going for the opposite end at FFG, that shows alliance issues.
Yeah, like I don't know, man. Like that's why I'm watching from afar. We've had too many instances where people
Yeah.
who have been in contact with Foodie decide to fire up a channel, and then you end up with Natter, you end up with Roman, you end up with S-Jam, you end up with Sala, and now you're gonna end up with Kybella.
You also end up with Yo Mama too. So yeah.
Yeah. Yo
Yeah.
Mama, Missy Moo, all of the, it's a chain reaction of
It's a horror cow collective. It's
There
crazy.
we go. Thank you.
Yeah.
Exactly. I hate that people assume that just because you don't like Foodie, all of a sudden you're aligned and you agree with everything everybody says. That's not, from my experience, how it works. I
Not
feel
only
that
that, but rhetoric is going to actually determine what I'm saying. I'm sorry I actually didn't go into that further, but this aspect of rhetoric and what carries that will actually show who's tied to who a lot of the time. So that's
right.
why I said it the way I did. I probably should have elaborated upon that more, Lone. But all in all, that's where it comes down to.
Yeah, because for me, I go wherever I want, whenever I want. As far as
Yeah.
I'm concerned, I'm paying my bills here and I'm paying for my internet.
right.
And this is my free time to do as I please. So I'm
Exactly.
gonna jump wherever the fuck I want to jump in and talk to whoever hey, look, people give me shit because sometimes I even talk to the people who like hate us technically, right?
Yeah.
It's because I'm a curious creature and I like to have conversations and figure you the fuck out.
Well,
Yeah.
and I had that whole line in the sand thing drawn because I went into Yo Mama's chat one day and he made the comment about I don't go for everybody's looks like that. And I sent a message. I said, you're right, you don't. I said, you responded to something of mine. I said, and you never said anything at all about how I look. Not one thing. I said,
Well,
I said the closest that you got to it, I said, is you were talking about the faces that I was making. I said, but I agree. It was like I was making some off the wall faces. And I had somebody leave me a comment on a video saying, I knew there was something wrong with you that you and your mama's chat. And I made a whole little short. I was like, look, I don't have alliances to nobody. I'm like, this is
right.
my time and what I want to do. I'm like, just because I have a channel doesn't mean that I'm not a viewer.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
you're right, Lone Entourage. Yo Mama actually has been very interested in my paranormal channel as of lately. And we had a little back and forth like for a minute, and we had a live stream Sunday night. He popped in, we talked to him.
He
'Cause
reused
I'm
old material to race bait me and try to paint me as a Nazi on Easter. So for
yeah,
me, it's just really entertaining because like I'm literally explaining everything as to how I did and why I did put that all together for the video stuff. And it's not going to be anything that he's trying to twist off of face value. That's what's going to be fucking hysterical about it. But as I said, I'm not giving up too much more on that. It's totally coming around though. That I promise.
The point is that sometimes people talk shit about you, and I don't take it personal, like to that
Yeah.
extent. I can keep it pushing because at the end of the day, I'm gonna do what the fuck I want to do, right?
Correct.
Um, And like if you come into my chat thinking that just because you said XYZ, I'm gonna be like, fuck you, burn in hell like the rest of us. No, I'm pretty generally chill. Like it takes a lot for you to get me to a point. I've been here for 2.5 years. Have y'all seen me fire up a stream where I'm like going off on so and so?
No, but if you want
No.
help with that, I'm totally down.
Well, you know, if it ever comes to that, like,
Okay, cool. I'm totally
Lord
down.
God protect the person that I'm pissed off at, because that's like me going nuclear at that point.
Mhm.
And it's not going to be pretty.
Yeah.
I mean, I've really only gone at one person, and it wasn't me saying you're ugly, your feet are huge, you got a big old head, too big for your body, all that stuff. It was like, boo boo, I ain't got time for your shit. Fuck
It's
off.
going to take more than some third grade like degradation bullshit to actually get me like up and firing. Like, you know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like, I'm still
Right.
going about everything at the rate I'm doing. I had to add another video onto like what I needed to do for a better framing aspect. So I'm kind of pushing myself
Right.
back. But the other side is that framing is going to matter. So I have no problems with doing that pushback.
Right.
Make sure that comes out and I'm taking my time and rolling my shit right. So like it's more to actually put down. Like I'll tell you right now, I like leaving no way out in my videos for how I put them together.
Right.
That takes
Right.
time to do. No matter what, that takes time to do. So
Right. It really does. Honestly, I understand your struggle because I had to do that with Natter's docuseries. I
yeah,
had to do that with Foodies, you know?
yeah.
I think it's funny because that you mentioned that lone entourage, how you had to explain to him that we did not call the police on a ghost. Because when he came into the chat on Sunday night, we corrected him on that manner in a very calm tone. You know,
Mhm.
hey, this is what actually happened. You know, if you're going to cover us, at least be accurate. That's all I'm
Well,
asking.
hell, you could just have gone and asked. I mean, you're not. I mean, you're not necessarily someone who's like, "Yo, everyone else who's not me, f off. I'm running my own show." This isn't. That's
Yeah.
not eerie. You could have easily been asked about that beforehand, especially considering the fact that not everyone is much aware of the spirit stuff. You know what I mean? Like you could have been
Right.
asked. You could
Right.
have been asked.
And that's why I extended him an offer to come with us on an adventure. I did.
I
See
would
for
be.
yourself.
I'm not taking care of his ghost problem when he comes back. That's all I'm saying.
I would be curious how that plays out because he would be out there talking mad shit.
Oh, lone entourage, you know what? It's okay. He's when he's on his channel, he's what I call on target. At that point, he sees nothing but the target of what he's supposed to deliver. Okay?
Yeah.
It's what
And
he's paid to
remember,
do.
right. So even if he does like us, which I low key think he does enjoy it because he was very
I think
giddy about going.
it's a business, I think, on his end.
Right. He has to feed the people in his chat that want him see go for our throats, right?
Yeah.
And it's whatever. Like the
His
truth is
chat's
out
rigged
there.
cheerleaders, though. That's the other thing. So you're not even
Yeah.
getting an accurate view on that. It's literally just there. It's basically here's our crowd who are just going to cheerlead whatever for us anyway. So you're not even
Right.
getting an accurate level on that. And the best thing is too, and I mean this sarcastically, best thing is that if you have dissenters in the audience, you'll get attacked. So I
Yeah.
mean, it doesn't really add up to anything other than the fact that he's got a bunch of Mexican trolls floating around in his chat or cheerleading him.
Right.
It's disgusting.
I think that he's one of those types that he's dealing in persona, and then when he turns everything off at the end,
Right.
he's just like, you know.
I mean, I honestly think that the collab situation is going to be maybe eye-opening for him in certain levels, right? I can't guarantee that he's going to have any experiences because you can't control the spiritual, you
So here's
know?
the thing. Lone, I don't necessarily disagree, but the part of the diversity is the people who are coming in to watch the shit show, not the people who go along with the shit show. You have a diversity in there, and I agree, but you have enough people who have gone in there to watch at random intervals just to see what's going on for themselves, because that's how Girl World a lot of the time works. There are people who will totally go around to watch this one, hang out in there, then go to a different chat and go watch that one, and no one's necessarily going to go jumping back. The people go jumping back and forth, but not carrying the rhetoric. What I'm talking about specifically is when it comes down to like him getting all fired up and doing his bullshit and whatever and so on, there are the people that are literally jumping on to the rhetoric and then following that and then exacerbating it for their own levels. That's literally what I'm going at. So as I said, like I'm taking a shorter response a lot of the time on some of this stuff. But if I'm going to be taking the step back to give the larger view, I totally know what I'm zeroing in on. Like I'm not like trying to literally paint everything as necessarily entirely one thing. It's literally coming down to a deal of right now, I'm not trying to like have a half-hour dialogue to explain and cut down like literally from myself how the chat entirely works, because I can easily do that. You see what I'm saying?
Question, y'all. Does anybody know what town ALR moved to?
She's in Oklahoma, that's all I know.
They're getting slammed with tornadoes. Did you see that? Even Jim Cantore was like, this is bad, y'all. And when he says something's bad, today.
Oh, shit.
Today.
Okay. Yeah, okay. That's why I didn't hear about it yet. Okay.
That's why I'm asking, because Ryan.
Oh, hello. Oh my God, that weather map is all over the place. Look at that shit.
That's not pretty. That's a lot of lightning. That's like the red areas. Look,
he's at a warning count of 8 on the tornadoes.
Whoa.
And
Foodie skin rash in tornadoes on Oklahoma.
Oh no, not a skin rash.
Well, I mean, it looks like coloration. You know what I mean? Like,
if anyone doesn't know what it means, basically a tornado watch means be careful. There might be a tornado. A warning means that there's tornadoes on the ground.
Yeah.
Oh, so the touchdown is actually when the warning comes in?
Yes.
Because I never lived in a tornado area. That's why.
Yeah, because the part of Texas I lived in, we got tornadoes. So when you got watch, it meant be careful, be prepared. There might be one.
See,
warning is
right there
on ground.
You see what he's doing right here? These little areas like this that have hooks on them like that, that's usually where you start to see rotation and the development of an actual tornado.
Yeah.
And like, see, there's another one right here, right there at the bottom.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. No, this is not pretty.
And I was just wondering, because ALR is like somewhere in this area right here where there's a lot of that.
Yeah. On Twitter, I saw people saying, I hope ALR is prepared. So it might be like rather close to her.
I can guarantee you right now, old girl ain't prepared for nothing.
Oh, no.
It's going to make a great video.
Oh, she's definitely going to make a video on that for sure.
Totally doing that.
For sure.
Power for like the last 12 hours, and I am wigging the fuck out. It has my anxiety like topped out and da 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 da.
No, this is that's bad. That's some scary shit. Like honestly, if I was in that, I wouldn't be sleeping at all.
That's an entire line of tornado. Like look at the way that shapes up for the reds. If you follow the red off the yellow, that's an entire strip of tornado.
It's bad. Like I wouldn't be sleeping because I would be like one of my worst fears when I was in Texas was sleeping through a tornado. You know, not getting that warning or anything. Right. So when we used to get like warnings like that, there were times that I wouldn't sleep to make sure because I got to get the babies up and you know, if anything happens.
Well, you know that I don't know. There was that that night when we had 3 of them touchdown here, like almost in succession. Thankfully, you know, one of them was north, the other one was northwest, and the other one was to the west, and it was on the other side of the bay. And I stayed up the whole night, even though it was like they were just like, okay, you know, they're like, this is moving. Even once it moved past me, I think that because it was like in a chain like that where it was just kind of traveling because it came from Texas to sweeping across. Even an hour later, I still stayed up because like my aunts and uncles and some of my cousins live that next strip over.
Right.
Until it had gotten to them, because once it got past them, it started kind of dispersing. And then after that, I was like, praise the Lord, I can go back and go to bed now.
Yeah,
no. Scares me because I'm from hurricane country originally. I'm from the East Coast. So when it comes down to it, I'm used to the hurricane shit. I remember maybe once in my lifetime, and this is when I was like, I think it was like 5. We had some kind of tornado thing briefly kick in. And it's not like you don't have like mini stuff in certain areas because of weather patterns around where that is, but it's never this. Like tornadoes are like never, like it's never been this. And it's just like, wow, like thinking back on it, I'm like, wow, I just find hurricanes to be a horrible, really bad inconvenience. This is fucking craziness. That's like kind of how it fits with me. So seeing a strip of it like that, Oh
Oh,
my
yeah.
God, dude. It's like the apocalypse decided to go like visit Oklahoma
Yep.
for the week.
Well, you know that they're saying like this tornado season, not this tornado season, this hurricane season is supposed to be really bad in comparison to the last
Mhm.
few.
I'm on the West Coast now. I don't have to worry about, and I'm inland. I don't have to worry about it that much
I
anymore.
was like, son of a bitch. You know, that would have been nice to know when I bought the place because I'm on the coast.
Yeah, you are. You're close enough. I used to live a half hour away from the coast, so I'd be close enough to hit, like, get whatever that was coming in and on the tornado end too.
Well,
So,
I gotta say this, like I'm hoping that this season it's gonna be mostly westerly tracking like this so that we catch the outer bands but not direct. Because like Hurricane Michael came through here and like decimated this whole area a couple of years ago. And I bought this house like right after that. And at that point, this area had not been hit head on by a hurricane in like 50 years prior.
wow.
So I was like, if we're averaging every 50 years, I might be good. Now I might be dead as a damn doornail by the time the next one hits head on like that. So I should be all right. But
Right.
I don't know if I want to say God willing to that. I'm like, you know what I
No,
mean?
well, nothing.
Yeah,
Let's just,
yeah.
yeah. No, because I lived in Florida when we first came back from South America. We lived in Miami, and we got hit by all sorts of tropical storms and
Mhm.
yeah,
hurricanes.
give me low level tornado, not tornadoes. Fuck, why do I keep saying tornadoes? Because we were talking about tornadoes.
Right.
Give me
Yeah.
low level hurricanes all day long.
Uh-huh.
Give me the hurricane party hurricanes and not the
Mhm.
I'm gonna flip your house over hurricanes.
No,
But
yeah.
Those suck. Just so you know, those suck.
Not
I
with
didn't have
the
a
new.
house flip over, but it was bad. Like when the last few major hurricanes came through on the East Coast, I was still living
Kristen, I don't think I'm gonna have to worry about that. Between the pots and the rocks in it, I think it would take something serious to turn that little fountain.
Yeah. Something very serious.
there.
But yeah,
Hurricanes, you've been issued a challenge from the fountain.
Oh no.
Kristen,
But yeah, usually when it starts like this though, I'm afraid that like I look, besides being a paranormal freak, one of the other things I'm a freak about is like weather and natural disasters and shit, okay? Normally when I see that the season already starts like this, something's going to happen. Unfortunately.
Mm.
Especially like down, I hope not. I hope I'm wrong. Please let me be wrong. But usually we got like a major hurricane that fucks shit up. No bueno.
See.
I'm gonna tell you my insurance dude, when I talked to him to put insurance on the place, he was like, "How much insurance do you want?" I said, "Yes." He said, "What?" I said, "All of it." He said, "What?" I said, "All of it."
I want zombie attack insurance, bitch. Bring it.
I was like,
right? Give me apocalypse level insurance.
I was like,
alien abduction, like Nazis coming through time portals insurance, all of it.
I was like, I don't want to worry about shit. I was like, give me everything. And he's like, Are you sure about that? And I'm like, yes. I was like, I am not fixing to be one of them folks that's having to fight with the damn insurance company about them telling me, well, that wasn't covered. Nah, motherfucker, it was covered. I covered everything.
Right.
If you can do it, do it.
The only thing that isn't covered at this point is if some magician finds a way to levitate my house and relocate it to another part of the country. That's the only thing not covered.
There we go.
Magicians, you have your challenge.
Well, here in Colorado, like we don't, God, I don't even want to jinx it. What we do get that's major is wildfires, and lately hailstorms. And I never ever want to experience another wildfire again, but it happened twice. In 2011 and then in 2013, I went through the Black Forest and the Waldo Canyon fire. And when I tell you that the sky looked like it was hell, I kid you not.
Yeah. Fire season was a fucking trip when I moved out here. Like I'm not used to fire season at all. And when it came down to having to also work during fire season stuff,
you can't breathe.
You can. It's just you have to like. It's one of those deals. If you're better off staying in your car and wearing a mask, like it's one of
Yeah.
that kind of is that kind of shit.
Yeah.
And like what driving by stuff and then sort of seeing like what looks like a death metal album cover starting to appear not far away
Yes.
from you.
Yeah,
That's when it gets
exactly.
really interesting. Because like I
Metallica's
mean,
entered the chat.
no, we're talking Dismember, not Metallica. Like we're
Yeah,
talking like
there we
real
go.
death metal band album covers where there's like War in Death on the front. Like you
Yes,
start to see that
yes.
show up. The sky is wrong. Like no matter what, there's that like super hazo cloud, and you can smell like house burning in the distance, like that kind of
Yes.
shit. That's when it's weird. Like that's when it's really weird because I'm totally not. I mean, I already been through the house fire thing, so like that part was like really whatever. But like when it comes down to the whole deal of wait, this entire place has fire, like fire
Yeah.
season? Are you kidding me? Because East Coast,
Mhm.
like it's just different when it. And not only that, it's also part of it's part of the ecosystem out here. So yeah,
Right.
apparently there's. I mean, I didn't know the whole ecosystem part necessarily, as well until I moved out here. But apparently it's all part of like the whole deal of like create and destroy and all that other shit for how nature works. So okay, but like when
Right.
you're driving on when you're driving on like an interstate and you are passing like a row of trees burning like off in the distance, it's fucking surreal. It's just fucking surreal. So
Yeah.
fire season to kick if you're not if you're not expecting it at all, or you haven't grown up around it, or any kind of stuff like that. Fire season's a total kick to your senses because your first thought is, "Holy shit, there's a fire," and then there's like, "Wait, it's that close." Wait, why is there not like a whole bunch of fire department lookout going on? Like
Right. Right.
it's insane. It's just completely different. You think it's just like everyone's just lost their shit and ran.
Yeah.
So like it's just amazing. But like yeah, no, fire season is different. Fire season is just different. Fire season is
It's
so
scary
different.
because it spreads so fast, right? Like 1
It
second
can.
it's like it's that yeah, it's crazy how it can just spread, and then 1 second you get a warning and maybe next second you're like, I'm trapped because there's nowhere to fucking exit the neighborhood. Someone shut this fire off, please.
Yeah. And then there's a whole deal of like tracking of, oh, the fire's heading this way. It's like, are you whoa? Like you have fire tracking of where the like whatever's burning across. This is insane. Like,
The
but
wind is how they can tell. But the
Mhm.
crazy thing about Colorado is our pattern changes consistently here.
every 15 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah. So the wind could be going west, but then all of a sudden, boom, in a snap, we're going east now. So now that neighborhood's fucked too.
Yeah. Yeah.
That Ryan Hall, y'all is saying there's nine tornadoes in transit at the moment.
Hannibal.
Oh Lord, I love Ryan Hall. By the way, he was my go-to.
Yeah, he's bomb, man, and he stays on
What's
air.
up?
Come on, Hanny, come on and join the party, my dude.
Come play with us, Hannibal. Come play with us. Not only that, but like, not only that, but Hannibal, come on. I've taken time off my rigorous schedule of running out and around committing hate crimes. You got to come up, man. Come on.
That's fine.
Yeah, he's just,
Dude, how about this?
We have
This
9 on the ground.
9, and it's this, and the arc is stretching from Oklahoma City all the way to Des Moines, Iowa.
oh, damn.
Oh shit.
Damn, that Lino tornado is really fucking shit up. My God. I really hope all is well over there, like sincerely, because like that can be really devastating. And those things are like they go on their own. They got their own mind. That's a tornado.
See
Yeah,
how
I
it's
know.
arced up? Oh, you got Tulsa.
Oh, his face does not look good.
Oh, damn.
And the live cam is from Oklahoma County.
Ryan looks nervous. You know that face he gets?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh, the dude in the corner there, like that guy.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's Ryan Hall.
Okay.
Smart guy.
Officially switch over until 12.
What I like about his channel is that they don't just monitor this. They actually they take when the disaster occurs, when it's good to go in, they'll go in and they'll take any supplies that they can get
tornado
to the towns.
You got to remember that.
See in the corner right here where it's got the amount raised for the weekend, they take that and they bring in supplies and construction materials.
Yes.
Tornado, so they have to warn
Yep.
it. So
Yeah.
it's important that we heed all of those warnings, but it's not like we have an ongoing.
Is he a weather explainer too? Because I know there's some weather channels on YouTube that explain how the formations are happening.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
You do if you live in
And all his guys on the ground do the same
especially,
thing,
you know,
because like
it's
they'll be
Monday night,
watching
so
and
you
they'll be
gotta
like,
work
you see
tomorrow,
right here on the
school tomorrow,
skyline
whatever
how
it
this is doing this, and they'll break
best thing
down
you
what
can
they're
do
seeing and how
is go to
it
sleep,
adds up with what's on the
Don't
radar. It's
obsess
really
over the
interesting.
weather.
You know what's
Ooh,
really
good Lord.
entertaining? If you're a tornado chaser, this is all like happening on Bright Monday. So this is like tornado chase Bright Monday. Like it's just entertaining as shit to me.
While you've got
Like,
a cell phone, turn on those emergency alerts. Make sure your phone's hooked up to charge. If you have a NOAA weather radio, that's your first line of defense. Make sure you got batteries in that, and that's going to wake you up in the event of a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, I'm not sleeping. If that's me, I'm not sleeping.
I don't blame you. I wouldn't be either.
Shift or something like that, and you know that they're going to be monitoring the weather all night. Set up a deal with them that they're going to call you if your area gets under a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning. The good news is that for the rest of tonight, the tornado threat's going to go down slowly but surely. It's going to go down. We're not going to see another big uptick in activity, I think, as far as significant tornadoes go until tomorrow. Now, we're going to see more tornadoes tonight. There's going to be more tornado warnings, some strong thunderstorms, damaging winds. It's all going to be possible, but the overall threat is on the downhill, the decline right now. Okay, so I just want to make sure that you know that, even though we're going to see a bunch more tornado warnings like this one. I think there's one that's getting ready to come through right now. I think maybe not, but still.
Well, where they're driving through right now looks pretty calm.
Is it supposed to be like weirdly deadly, like chill around the tornado area before it starts sweeping through because of the way the air's getting?
It's supposedly real eerily calm right before.
It'll start hailing.
It as dark as yours. I don't know. I've got a specific color table in here. You can find it in our Discord server. We do have a Discord server. It's called Viper. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just using a specific color table called Viper HD, I think.
Great. Now come on up, Hannibal.
Sounds good.
Come play with us. Bring the tacos.
What's up? What's up? How you doing, Hannibal? Hope you're doing good. It just missed you, Okido? Oof. Ooh-wee.
Actually, yeah. Hannibal, don't bring the tornado up. Just bring the tacos up. So.
Is he muted or is he losing connection?
Oh no, I muted him.
Oh no, okay.
By accident.
Oh, okay.
His screen wasn't getting played with too much, so I didn't think it was connectory.
They've gone from 9 to 6 on the tornadoes. That's a good sign.
Yeah. Well, he did say it was dying down towards the evening. The next pickup would be sometime around the day part of tomorrow. So
oh God. Those poor people aren't going to get a break.
Of the stream will have hopefully a comprehensive overview.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh God.
The situation in Barnstall, and we'll be able to give you a little bit more of an idea as to what we have seen with that. New tornado warning for areas just north of Springfield, Wild Card, or Willard, Ebenezer, Fairgrove. And
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh shit.
That's 2?
Number 2, yeah.
Okay. I just didn't know if they were repeating the warning. That's why. You know what I mean? Like,
it'll pop up when something new comes. This is a fucking this cluster. I'm telling you.
So it sounds like Caleb is not going to be chasing tomorrow, and he'll be in Kentucky, or I'm sorry, in the Barnstall area tomorrow, doing a big supply drop. So, go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I think that newest tornado warning for areas going to the north of Springfield, Missouri, that there may be a debris signature identifiable, small one, right next to the radar here west of Willard.
A new tornado warning.
So I think that is a debris signature.
Well, that was the charm. That was the charm. It was the third.
Used there, which is very important for diagnosing these debris signatures close to radar. So hopefully a weak spin up with this storm, but I was watching it for a second, and that newest scan, as it was warned, I think has that signature there. So, and in addition to that, while I'm looking here, there's also a debris signature just to the north, like right in between these two warnings, the confirmed one and the new one that was just issued. So this is technically not in a warning here, but it might go into this warning west of Morrisville, Missouri.
Ooh, Jesus, look
and
at that.
Generally up to the east of Boulevard in Polk County, Missouri.
Crazy.
Missouri?
Yeah.
Very much.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Basically, we've got the whole daggone.
I have family in Missouri.
We're under a tornado warning now. I mean, they might as well.
They said it was for Polk County in Missouri, if that's of any help.
Little spaces.
Yeah, I think that's.
Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, for some reason there's something weird going on with the screen capturing in the Chaser PC. So if you could black out the feeds for a second so we don't leak any information, that'd be appreciated.
All right, give me just a second. As soon as I figure out how to do that real quick, I got it. Okay, good to go. All right, so
wow.
Yeah. So like there's a bunch of little rotating spots on this line. So literally everyone in front of this thing needs to be ready for potentially a tornado. If not a tornado, damaging winds, as it moves to the east. But slowly but surely, the tornado threat is going to continue to go down.
Oh, yeah. No, it's bad, Hannibal.
Missouri, y'all get ready.
Very bad.
Oliver.
How often do tornadoes act like this? Like it's like a line O tornado.
Not that often.
That's what I would think. Yeah.
Little spots in between the tornado warnings that even are rotating as much, if not more, than the places that are inside the tornado warnings, which is pretty. I mean, it's not funny, but I think that they should just issue a giant warning at this point.
Yeah. You may
Jim
as well
Cantore.
states.
You know, Jim Cantore doesn't freak out, right? And when he freaks out, it means you got to run. He was freaking out on Twitter. Well, not like freaking out, but you know what I mean. Yeah.
So yeah, we're watching all of these storms very closely in Missouri. If anything like special or like, oh my goodness, this is crazy. If anything like that happens, we will take you to that. Right now, though, these are all, they're rotating. They might be producing a tornado. We've got that one confirmed warning in Cedar, Dade, Hickory, and Polk counties in Missouri. Otherwise, these are mostly just kind of warnings that are just in case. Ryan, you're really, really quiet. Is the mic volume?
No, bro. They're talking about the fact that you normally are a lot more chatty than this, bud.
Yeah.
Come play with us.
Audio. Test audio. Oh yeah, it is quiet. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I do expect this warning to be upgraded north of Springfield to a confirmed tornado warning. Like I mentioned previously, so about 4 minutes ago, there was a debris signature observable on radar, and then we could see shortly after going up in tilts of the radar scanning a little bit higher since we're so close to it, that was in fact a legitimate debris signature. It is still there 4 minutes later to the north of Willard now. So again, it's still heading towards a state highway or county highway 13 here to the north out of Springfield. In between, relatively 50% of the way between Springfield and Brighton, Missouri, then up
A new
towards
tornado
Brighton
warning
and Pleasantville
has been issued.
themselves.
Another
Whoa.
one.
You, Andy, and I think that confirmation just came through from the National Weather Service there. We've got a confirmed now tornado warning for Hackney, Heedy, also Fruitland, and Fairgrove. Take shelter if you haven't already. We'll probably see another one.
Oh, no, that's not good.
I can hope as
Not
well,
really.
as that looks like a pretty short warning there.
That
But
is
hey,
not good.
this doesn't last very
No,
long,
it's
so
not.
we'll see what happens with that. Hackney and Heedy, please take shelter now.
Oh, no.
Just north of Springfield.
Oh,
When
my God.
those tornadoes came through down here, I had him on screen in there on the big TV, and
Mhm.
I was glued.
Mhm.
And I was watching all of the feeds from them out running around on the roads, and I knew everywhere they were. I knew exactly where they were.
What are you supposed to do if you don't have a basement? We didn't have a basement, so you want to go into the most inner closed off room in your
In
home?
interior room with no
Yeah.
windows or doors.
A
I see.
bathroom. Ow.
I'm kind of in an odd predicament because I don't have a central interior room. I have a hallway,
Okay.
and I
Well,
close
that's
the doors on the hallway.
yeah, that's your best bet right there. Like we used to bunker down in the guest bathroom.
Oh, also, is open windows one of those things that you should be doing for this too, so the pressure doesn't fuck the house up from the pressure changing going on?
Actually, I heard that was a myth.
Okay, okay, that's why I'm asking because it's been forever. So
I don't think it really makes any kind of a true difference in that front on that front.
okay.
It's gonna bust your windows either way.
Yeah, but yeah, I as I was getting
Oh
close,
my God. I'm sorry. Did you just try to sit on my head, sir?
No, I didn't. What do you think's going on?
Candy just tried to sit on my head.
Oh, the dog. Okay, because all I see is the camera off, and it's
No,
like, did you
because
try
I'm
to sit on
just
my head,
chilling
sir?
here on
Which-
my couch. Like, look, dead ass. Look.
Oh, what up, little dog? How you doing? Yeah, you're being lazy and yawny. Word up. Word up.
Hi, Benito.
Hey, hi. Oh, you're not going to do it again, are you?
He's saying
You're
hi,
not going
kind
to
of.
do it again, huh? You're going to do it again? You're going to do it again? That was crazy, sir.
Okay, cool. I didn't know that. Good deal.
I mean, I've heard of people going in closets, like if they have like a hall closet or something, because like they're usually interior. You can go in a closet and close the closet door.
Damn, like that's just a lot of activity in one area. That is a lot of activity in one area.
Well, and the whole thing, like with the conversation earlier about the hurricane season thing, we're supposed to be in La Nina this year. That's part of the reason why it's supposed to be so active.
Mm. La niña y el niño always playing games.
Mm-hmm. So I'm kind of sort of getting myself ready for hurricane season. I mean, I'm already set up on food. I've got one of them 30-day kits that's good for 25 years.
Oh, you're set, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, the big thing is the water, because like the last time when that whole weekend that whole night happened, where I filled the tub up in one, filled the sinks up in the kitchen, filled the sinks up in the bathroom. And by the next morning, I went in there. I was like, okay, I can go drain all these. And I went to undo the tub, and the tub was empty. I was like, okay, well, it's a good thing that nothing happened, because I would. So I'm gonna have to go buy some bottled water to put in the garage so that I have it just in case I need it.
Right.
Go buy some gallon jugs and store them in there so that I'm covered. Because I
you know, if you can, helmets are also a good thing to have on hand just in case. Like bike helmets.
Yeah.
The more you can protect yourself from any flying objects, the better.
Just go ahead and get a catcher's outfit.
Don't do what I used to
riot
do
gear.
because hurricane people were crazy, right? We have these things called hurricane parties, and a lot of us dumbasses used to stand out in the hallway with goggles and raincoats on just to see if how the wind would push us around. Again, I was young and dumb, so there's that excuse. But yeah, that happens.
I used to go swimming in my swimming pool, hold up the pool thing while hanging off the diving board in the deep end when thunderstorms came around, and just yelled, "Bring it" at the sky if it helped. Like I used to do that. Actually, I did that up through high school. So I got you. You're good. You're good.
You go on that one last swim on the pool before it gets all shitty.
He'd be one of them ones out in the middle of the road, standing against the wind like Florida man, going, "Come on!"
Is that all you got?
Kind of. I was more about that with lightning, because I mean, when it's thundering and lightning out, I just feel such an exhilaration out of it all. It's just, yeah, bring it. So that was most of what was going on. Like I feel charged by it all. So it doesn't scare me.
I like watching from
it's just,
afar.
yeah.
From the safety of my inside home, where I can't get struck by lightning.
Okay, that's fine too. If that's your prerogative on lightning, fine. Yeah.
I'm waiting on the day that he comes back online. He's like, "Well, I got struck by lightning 2 weeks ago."
Finally happened.
Look, I really earned my name again. Look, I'm charred.
It finally happened, damn it. I am now the king of lightning and thunder.
I'm way more prone to fire than I am to earth elemental stuff when it really comes down to it. But I love lightning. That stuff's just, there's something about this stuff that's just yeah, I can feel you all through me.
You would love it here.
Going on. Oh, I know.
You get some gnarly lightning, the kind that connect to each other.
Oh yeah. Yeah. You're in the kick-ass lightning storm zone, and I do know that was part of the reason why I was actually looking at Colorado for moving there.
You crazy? You can have it.
A little.
My husband laughs at me though.
It doesn't scare me.
I'm the opposite of you. I'm the opposite of you when it comes to lightning. My husband laughs at me because as soon as I hear it, I'm like, everybody get inside. If you have anything metal, put it away. Don't touch anything metal. Everybody now, we're all going to die. This is it. Death has approached. Hide your wives, hide your kids, hide everything. This motherfucker's coming for us.
We may need to have past life therapy chats. I'm thinking on that. Whoa, okay, holy shit. But
lightning, I just couldn't deal with the cold.
You get used to it. Most of the time you just look, honestly, most of the time you want to see us dealing with the cold, go watch the Paranormal Channel. We stood out there in the middle of a snowstorm, not planned, by the way. It just freaking came upon us. We were standing in a snow globe.
Your winters are no joke. You gotta bundle up, or at least wear something that you could be outside in and with for when you're gonna be outside. So yeah,
it's funny though, because you only see my face, but that's because I'm freezing. And I'm like, the minute my neck gets cold, the rest of my body gets cold. So I usually in the winter wrap a giant scarf around my neck, and all you see is my nose and my eyeballs, because I have the beanie on. I'm like, I'm not about to get that cold. No, thank you.
Oh my goodness, y'all. It just don't.
You all right?
Yes and no. We've been at this 5 hours.
All right, 5 more and we got 10.
Well,
We'll kick Nal's ass. Okay, let's do this.
The reason that I'm even bringing it up is I don't know if y'all could see it or not. I was pinching my lips together real tight because I have been yawning on and off for the last 5.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
And I was like,
I'm with you.
It's 1 a.m. here.
It's still yesterday here, so.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but that's because of where you are. I don't have that.
Yeah. Well,
as much as I don't want to, I need to go to bed because I do have to try to make an attempt to be upright and mobile. And
same. I have children to take care of in the morning.
We
I
don't.
can help. I can help you fake being Orthodox to get out of work if you want. It's Bright Week.
I mean, although I don't think it would kill us. I don't think any of us wants to be running off of B vitamins, caffeine, and Jesus tomorrow. So
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
And I have to go film tomorrow, so I need to.
So see, we gonna have to try to be reasonably functional human beings in the morning. So I'm gonna call it for this go round, but we can do it again.
Oh, one thing I do want to say real quick: the woman who you showed us, who had the buzz cut going and was looking for the weight loss, I honestly feel as if she's probably going to be like somewhat okay. She seems to be all right with like moving forward at a pace that works for her. The only thing I think that might actually be a weird holdback for her personally in just whatever is the concern of what the audience is thinking. So I think she's going to do great if she just steps herself back, like maybe 2 steps tops from where she's at with that. I think she's going to do fine otherwise because she seems to have the whole like, yo, I'm there, you know?
I think that it's just because it's still that level of interaction is still new because her channel's still really small. I mean, she only has 100 and some odd people following right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is small, but I mean, she's still doing it. That's the other thing. So good deal.
Yeah.
Just I would still say step yourself, because here's the other thing too. You don't want that to be an inadvertent domino effect for why you make yourself an excuse to go back on your shit either. You know what I mean? And like I don't know her well enough to be like whatever. So for me, it's just like as a preventative measure, don't care. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and she'll get there. I think it's just gonna take her some time because I mean, she doesn't have a lot of she's not getting like a lot of response, you know, from the views that she's got thus far. But as that increases, she's gonna be like, I've got everybody saying something different. I gotta stop listening to this. And I did the same thing for a little while, and I've kind of got to that point where I'm like, no, you know, here's what I'm doing, but let me explain why I'm doing what I'm doing so that it makes sense, because I understand you guys kind of have an idea, but everything that I'm doing, there is method to the madness. It's not just me doing it and just throwing caution to the wind and all. I mean, I do that sometimes, but not all the time. And most of the time, once I explain, people are like, oh, okay. And I think she's just going to have to get into that where she starts to notice, you know, she's going to have that sort of thing happen for a little while until she's like, just so y'all know, I am doing what I'm doing for a reason. Here's why I'm doing it. And here's why I'm doing what I'm doing. And then she'll get past it. And then she won't feel that nagging pull.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So
I think she's got it though. Like it just keep going. That's kind of the only head state I've got. So,
and thus far, I mean, this whole weight loss thing for her, this is the first time she's done it. You know, I mean, there's video and stuff of her on there going where she's going to the gym and she's like doing CrossFit and stuff.
Okay,
so
good.
She's an active person already. It's just she's combating the pause weight, which is really irritating and it can be really difficult to get rid of. And that's part of a focus because it's going to take a little bit more than what she's doing normally to kind of stave that off.
Very true.
Makes sense.
Got any closing out words, Erie, my darling?
No, it was great hanging out with y'all. Thanks for having me on panel.
I appreciate y'all being here with me. It was a good time, just like always. We'll have to do it again pretty soon.
For sure.
But I'm going to let you guys go. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all. Hope y'all have a good night. Pete, I know you're not sleeping. Night, Erie. Sleep well.
Bye.
To the audience, peace.
Stay out of trouble, Pete.
I'll do what I do. Well
done. And that definitely what I said applies then.
Hi, everyone.
All right, everybody. So that has been another weekly get together. Thanks to everybody that rolled through on the panel. You guys were awesome. It's been a blast as always. Thank you to everybody that came and hang out with us. And thank you to everybody on the replay. Hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful night. And remember, hydrate, because you are basically just a houseplant with more complex emotions. Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Peace. All right.